fully vaccinated, requiring all federal executive branch
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is a Monday, September 13th, 2021. Even though I am in the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida, I thought we would start off the day and the show out on the West Coast, the Bay Area, San Francisco in particular. The nighttime image out there with the bridge all lit up, and you see some of the sky rises as well that have their lights, the buildings there in downtown San Francisco. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joining you from our East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I hope you guys all had a great weekend. I know it could be emotional and reflective for many as we look back 20 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks. So we had some very special coverage right here on Live Now from Fox as well. Big thank you if you happen to tune in. I do have your morning brief ready to go for you, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Again, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Did you know that Live Now from Fox is now a 24/7 operation? All you have to do is go to livenowfox.com. Again, it's livenowfox.com to see all the different ways that you can watch us. All right, well, President Joe Biden, he has a busy week ahead. We're talking about vaccine mandates, traveling to at least 2 different states today, and we're talking about touring wildfire damage as well as rallying for current California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is up in a recall election. So very busy week ahead. So let's hear from Mark Meredith to get us all up to speed with what's going to be happening.
The White House shows no signs of backing down from its latest fight to impose new vaccine mandates, even as a number of Republican lawmakers promise to challenge these efforts in court. Starting soon, the government will require employers that have more than 100 people require their employees be vaccinated or enforce weekly testing. It's also expanding vaccine requirements for federal workers and contractors, and the TSA is doubling the minimum fine it hands out for people who violate the mask mandates. Already close to 179 million people in the United States are fully vaccinated, but the White House says close to 80 million people have yet to get the shot. The Surgeon General, he's now hitting the airwaves, eager to explain why these new mandates are needed.
We know that will help keep workplaces safe. And Dan, if we ultimately want to not only get people back to work, but keep them at work, if we want workers to know, hey, I'm coming back to the workplace and it's going to be safe, these vaccinations will help people do that.
Republicans promise to challenge these going forward. This week, though, the president's going to focus on things other than COVID, including tomorrow heading to Idaho to get an update on how things are going against wildfires. He's also campaigning in California for embattled Governor Gavin Newsom ahead of that state's recall election. But back in D.C., lawmakers are going to be focused on all things Afghanistan. That's because the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is set to testify before both the House and the Senate. And Republicans say they have plenty of questions they want answered.
Yeah, I want to hear from him. Why did this go so bad? How did he get it so wrong? Why didn't he listen to the intelligence community warnings since April and May of this last year, telling me that the Taliban was going to take over, the Afghan army was going to fall, and the embassy would be in trouble.
Lawmakers are expected to ask for more people to testify in the weeks and months ahead. And the White House was recently asked if anyone plans to resign over Afghanistan. The administration says no one plans to step down over what happened overseas. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, speaking of being at the White House, Mark filed that report yesterday. It is today that President Joe Biden is on the move Again, here is a live now look there at the White House. It is just past 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. At 2 p.m. Eastern time, he is going to be at the National Interagency Fire Center in Idaho. And then very quickly after that, 3:15 this afternoon Eastern time, he's going to be surveying wildfire damage in California. And then coming up late this evening, 10 p.m. Eastern time, which means 7 p.m. out there on the West Coast, going to be rallying for current California Governor Gavin Newsom before the recall election. So that is the situation out there. We will follow President Joe Biden's travels as best we can right here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody. Well, the White House believes its new vaccine mandate for thousands of American businesses is the quickest way to boost the country's stagnant pace of new vaccinations. Their opponents are calling it government overreach, which will make it more difficult to sway those still on the fence about getting a shot. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has the latest.
It's no surprise President Biden's announcement of a vaccine mandate has been met with resistance by Republican leaders. Governors say those who are still skeptical of the vaccine won't be convinced by the government making it mandatory if they want to keep their job.
I'm trying to overcome resistance, but the president's actions in a mandate hardens the resistance. The distrust is with government. This enhances the distrust.
The president's order requires businesses with more than 100 employees to require proof of vaccination or weekly testing. Federal employees and contractors don't have the option of just getting tested. They must get vaccinated. Republicans say the mandate is unconstitutional, and they're already preparing lawsuits.
This is an egregious overreach of federal authority, and as we see what these rules are, we will be able to know exactly how we will be able to challenge them in court.
The push from the White House is its latest effort to get the Delta surge under control, which is currently responsible for about 150,000 cases and 1,500 deaths nationwide every day. Right now, just over half of Americans are fully vaccinated. In order to reach herd immunity, this number needs to be closer to 70 or 80%.
Perhaps with a mandate on small businesses, eventually you get to something akin to 85%, but it's going to be slow because this is going to get litigated. It takes OSHA time to implement regulations. You'll have to put in place guidance, give businesses a grace period.
Something that would boost those numbers is the approval of a vaccine for kids under 12. A new report says this could come by the end of next month. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Charles, thank you so much for that reaction. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm going to be with you until 8 o'clock Eastern time. That's when Regina Gonzalez is going to take over for a couple hours, and then I will see you guys again from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern time before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, doctors working in intensive care units, ICU for short, they are in Northern California, and they've noticed a recurring theme among many of their COVID-19 patients. They are regretting not getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Fox's Rob Roth has more.
Doctors working in Northern California intensive care units say there's been a recurring theme to many of their COVID patients.
We're hearing so many people filled with regret at not getting the vaccine. Many of them are even asking for the vaccine on arrival. They're feeling so sick.
But by then, she says it's too late to get vaccinated. Walker was one of 2 ICU doctors from Sutter Health Thursday to share their recent experiences treating COVID patients. They say while breakthrough infections do happen to vaccinated patients, there is a difference in the severity of the illnesses between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
Those that are unvaccinated tend to be more severely ill.
According to California Public Health records, as of last week, Bay Area ICUs were ranging from Marin County's 53% capacity to Napa County's high of 96%. The rest fell well in between.
It's just been a lot more difficult and challenging to take care of these families, not just from, a medical standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint. It's taking on our staff.
But some Bay Area ICUs are accepting COVID patients from the Central Valley, where hospitals there have been overrun at times. Doctors say the Delta variant is the reason for the surge in cases, and that the biggest difference between most of the COVID patients they are seeing now and the ones in the first few waves are their ages.
This time, with the Delta variant, the patients tend to be somewhat younger.
Last year, we would rarely see somebody in their 40s or 30s in the intensive care unit. Now it's a common occurrence. It's really, really challenging to see these patients with young families at home, FaceTiming with them, with their children, while they're struggling to breathe.
Taking a live now look this morning, everyone, at New York, the downtown skyline there, Empire State Building, right smack dab in the middle of your screen. You may see some flickering lights out there. They could be planes, they could still be stars and or planets out there. Not seeing a whole lot of movement there from those lights in the sky. But we are expecting the sun to rise here any moment on the East Coast and get some gorgeous sunrise live pictures from across the country. So hopefully we'll bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, it is football season back in full swing. There were some major NFL games over the weekend. The U.S. is now averaging roughly 136,000 new coronavirus cases and close to 12,000 hospitalizations a week. And as more venues like sports stadiums open their doors to large crowds, health experts fear the highly transmissible Delta variant will cause COVID cases to spike in these settings. Fox News' Chris DeMaio has more on that, plus the new data which shows how sporting events can be safe.
The smell of charcoal, hamburgers, and beer combining with deafening screams from passionate fans, a telltale sign the National Football League's regular season is heating up.
We need entertainment. I think COVID has done enough with depression and anxiety.
But could one of America's favorite sports help spread the coronavirus? Well, according to a recent study published in the medical journal JAMA, as long as people are masked, there is no link between outdoor football games with limited in-person attendance and rising COVID-19 cases after the games.
Outdoors is perfectly safe based off of all the studies. I mean, I'm fully vaccinated, so I'm very comfortable going to a game, and if someone's uncomfortable, wear a mask or don't come.
But there's a potential issue. Most NFL stadiums aren't limiting crowd sizes or requiring fans to be fully vaccinated and wear masks for the 2021 season. And with stadiums capable of holding more than 65,000 guests, health experts are fearful the large gatherings could become super spreader events. Currently, the Las Vegas Raiders are enforcing a strict mandatory vaccine policy for their home games, and the New Orleans Saints and Seattle Seahawks are also requiring either proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test for their fans.
If people are concerned about taking the shot or whatever, that we will refund their money for the season.
Meanwhile, increased crowd sizes at in-person games is having a positive impact for the businesses surrounding stadiums, with increased foot traffic helping companies get a much-needed revenue boost. Chris DeMaio, Fox News.
Taking a live now look this morning, everyone, at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. You can see there the tower on the right-hand side of your screen, all the airplanes out there. I'm trying to make out exactly which airline that is. I see at least 2 airlines for sure. Now, I'm looking at the tail of 4 of those airplanes that look to be the same airline, but for some reason I still can't make out exactly which airline they are. But a lot of planes there at the gates, probably awaiting passengers to start off the week. So Phoenix, Arizona just so happens to be my hometown and where the Live Now from Fox headquarters are. So I like to show you live pictures of it from time to time. But we are also heading out to Arizona for this next top story here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. And that's because months after burning thousands of acres of land, we are getting a close-up look at the devastation caused by the Telegraph fire. We actually covered it right here on Live Now. The fire baked the soil, leaving it mostly barren, which led to flooding situations this summer. As Fox's Danielle Miller reports, officials say it could take years for the area to recover.
We're here in the National Forest right below the Madera Peak outside of the city of Globe, where right here behind us is one of the worst burn scars caused by the Telegraph fire. We spoke with the National Forest Service today and they were telling us recovery could take years.
It's going to take probably 3 to 5 years until we start to see a return to what you would call normal. You know, the vegetation communities that are here are going to take that long. And that is definitely going to depend on the type of moisture that we get during those years.
The Telegraph fire started on June 4th near the town of Superior. It made it all the way to the area of Dripping Springs, in total charring 181,000 acres.
Telegraph fire made it from Superior, essentially the town of Superior, to town of Globe in about 2 days. which was faster than really anybody had ever seen.
The fire stripped the already drought-stricken mountainside of vegetation, leaving a devastating scar. The area of Tuxedo Junction, which you see here from the Skyfox drone, was one of the most impacted areas. Roads in the area are still closed.
This lower country here where it's still real black, this is all telegraph, and then as you come up to the 651 road here, that was the holding feature for the 2017 Pinal fire.
This scar has made recent flooding in the area worse after monsoon rains.
We essentially received a year's worth of moisture in about 30 days. Telegraph fire is obviously a major contributing factor. People are seeing, when you go into town, you see a lot of black, a lot of the color, the watercolor is very dark. It's full of debris and things like that.
Both Adam Bromley and Mike Martinez with the National Forest Service say although there's no rain in the immediate forecast, people, especially in this area, should always be on high alert. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Taking a live now look this morning, everyone. This is Bakersfield, California. You see there a building that says Padre Hotel right there on the top, and you see some traffic lights turning from red to green and very few cars out on the roadways out there because it is 3:14 in the morning. Some may call it really late, others may call it really early. I do see a building out there that says Fox on it as well. Not sure if you can make that out this morning. All right, the reason I took you back on out to California is because it's called Operation Hammer Strike. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is hoping to deal a striking blow to illegal marijuana grows. So not quite there in Bakersfield, but south in Southern California. Fox's Christina Gonzalez got an exclusive look at a pot grow house bust.
Sheriff's promised search warrant!
Yeah. San Bernardino County Sheriff serving search warrants at illegal marijuana grow houses in desert communities near Barstow. Hidden behind reinforced fences and tall sand berms, there are structures packed with marijuana plants and processed product. How much does this go for?
$1,000 a pound. Once it gets back east, triples in value.
San Bernardino County has seen an explosion of illegal grows, especially in desert communities like Newberry Springs.
1,205 known illegal cultivations, and my best estimate is probably at least another 1,000 that we're not aware of yet.
Investigators saying the illegal grows are run by cartels from Mexico, even China, who bring in workers illegally across the border.
He's coming out!
This group, originally from Laos, say they came from Wisconsin a week ago.
Yeah, to find job.
What did they tell you about this job?
For trimming and stuff.
She says she just got here before dawn from Sacramento. She's from the Dominican Republic, and he is from Mexico. There is no other field work. He echoes the others. The conditions some of these field people are living in are horrendous. You can see the outside. Follow me in here. Now, I wish you could smell this because it's the smell of urine. It's the smell of decay. And take a look in here. This is where these people are living at.
You got to remember that for a lot of these people, the situation that they may be coming from, this is a better life for them.
But life is getting worse for the residents in these communities where some are moving out and those staying say they are afraid.
They walk around with guns to intimidate the local folks here.
Local farmers growing legal crops like this pistachio field next to one of the grow houses are suffering as their water is taken with non-permitted wells tapping into the local water sources. Electricity, that's also stolen in dangerously rigged up setups with cables running all over. Now, if the plants have enough buds and they're ready to harvest, they actually have to cut everything down and take it with them. 4 warrants later, deputies seize almost 4,000 plants and over 1,000 pounds of processed product valued at almost $3 million. They also arrest 14 people who are cited for misdemeanors. A pet peeve for San Bernardino Sheriff Shannon Dykes.
With Prop 64, it took illegal, not legal, illegal cultivation from a felony to a misdemeanor. And when you have a $500 fine, and on some of these, we call them plywood grows, the small ones, they make $1 million, the fine is negligible. So we're working with the county. We're talking about a per plant ordinance in terms of a fine and hit people in the pocketbook to drive this out of our county.
In San Bernardino County, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
We track the tropics for you here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody, here is a Live Now look at our X-RAD radar. You're taking a look here at what is called Tropical Storm Nicholas. It has formed in the southern Gulf of Mexico, making it the 14th named storm during the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. As of 10 a.m. yesterday, the update from the National Hurricane Center said Tropical Storm Nicholas was located about 405 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Rio Grande. Nicholas is currently moving north-northwest about 13 miles per hour, and the general motion is expected to continue. A slower northward or north-northeastward motion is forecasted by late today or even tonight. Currently, Tropical Storm Nicholas has maximum sustained winds near 40 miles per hour with higher gusts. As a precaution, Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordered state resources to be placed on standby along the length of the Texas Gulf Coast, saying, quote, "We will continue to closely monitor this storm and take all necessary precautions to keep Texans safe," Abbott said in a statement. Continuing on to say, "I encourage Texans to follow the guidance and warnings of their local officials and be mindful of potential heavy rain and flooding," end statement. Among the state resources placed on standby were air and boat rescue teams and emergency medical groups. Now, gradual strengthening is forecast as Nicholas approaches the northwestern Gulf Coast. Tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 105 miles from the center. The forecast track puts Nicholas making landfall early tomorrow morning. The main concern in Houston is increased winds and heavy rain with flash flooding, but looks like it will take a straight shot to Corpus Christi or Matagorda County or somewhere in between there, as you can see. Still surrounding areas like Houston, Galveston County, League City, they have already began preparations for Nicholas. So we will keep a very close eye on the watches and warnings here, but you can see X-RAD radar that Texans along the Gulf Coast, they are certainly preparing, maybe even along the Louisiana coast as well there. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Taking a Live Now look this morning, everybody. That is not the right graphic that I wanted to have for you. At Atlanta, Georgia this morning here on Live Now from Fox. You see some hotels there in the downtown area. Again, happy Monday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I do have an update on an apartment explosion that happened nearby. The community is actually called Dunwoody. Let's get the latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm sitting down and I notice my body just jerking, not knowing what to do.
Man, boom, explosion come. It just hit the whole block.
Officials described the scene as chaos at a Dunwoody apartment complex after an explosion caused unimaginable destruction Sunday afternoon.
These are very chaotic scenes, not your run-of-the-mill calls.
The reported explosion happened around 1:30 at the arrived Dunwoody Apartments. That's not far from Perimeter Mall.
I felt like something, our building is about to collapse. Felt like an earthquake.
I felt the building shaking. I'm thinking somebody hit the building or something like that. But man, I walk outside, it's explosion out there. It's bricks everywhere.
I start running around telling everybody, y'all, tell everybody, get out. Tell everybody, get out. Get the heck out. Get out the neighborhood.
4 people were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. At first, 2 people were unaccounted for, but thankfully everyone has since been marked safe. Officials say it's too early to confirm, but preliminary reports point to a gas issue. Atlanta Gas was on scene working with crews and have since shut the gas off to the building. Residents I spoke with tell me they've complained about the smell of gas for at least a week.
The leasing manager did make calls to Atlanta Gas prior to the explosion, and she made calls. They came, but they had not arrived on scene.
DeKalb Fire brought in drones to help in the search.
Gives us visuals of the building that we can't get on foot. They also have thermal imaging that also helps if we needed to try to locate bodies inside. So.
Man, my heart dropped. I'm talking about scared, Lord. Man, I just thank God everything good, though. I thank God everything.
We're going to be getting an update on that story here in about 20 minutes on Live Now from Fox. So again, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Happy Monday morning. It is September 13th, 2021. My name is Pilar Arias. I am joining you from our East Coast hub right here in Orlando, Florida. I am eagerly awaiting some sunrise pictures that I can bring you here. It's one of my favorite things to do. Major perk for waking up this early. We get to go from city to city, just taking a look at the sun rising. Meanwhile, we are in your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Get you all up to speed with what happened over the weekend, what's currently happening, and what is going to be happening later on this week. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. While we talked about it earlier, football season, it is in full swing. I'm talking professional and high school as well. So we're going to go out to Oregon, and that's because across the country, high school sports are resuming now that kids are back in school. But in Oregon, the return hasn't been easy. The state revealing that a referee shortage is now impacting fall sports. Fox's Sarah Hurwitz has the story.
Back on the field, high schools getting the chance to compete again after a year of changes to sports seasons. But teams are still dealing with some unpredictability because there just aren't enough of the ones making the calls.
What it leads to is, certainly schools having to shift games around at a minimum, and in some cases cancel contests.
OSAA Executive Director Peter Weber says there's a referee shortage. More football games are getting shifted, and he says it's not necessarily Friday night lights because there just aren't enough officials to cover every game.
Then when you throw in air quality issues and things like that in some parts of the state, schedules are already much more fluid than they have been in the past, COVID quarantines, different things. When you put all that together and then the lack of officials, it creates a situation where, certainly not all of the games are able to be covered.
Weber says refs are down 15 to 25% for fall sports. That's volleyball, football, and soccer right now statewide. Allison Cook, who referees volleyball in the Portland area, encourages people to get registered and help out your community.
It's incredible. I think all of us have missed sports and missed seeing joy and happiness and teamwork and a competitive spirit. We're able to help people gather together safely and just be competitive again. What a gift that is.
Sarah Hurwitz, Fox 12 Oregon.
Back out live, everybody, to the White House in Washington, D.C. You can see the sun is beginning to rise out there, but there are still a lot of lights on as we welcome the new day. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're getting you all up to speed with the top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Some researchers are cautioning, be careful what you wish for. A new study claims extra downtime could lead to depression. Fox's Richard Giacovas has more.
You've probably heard or maybe even been given the advice, get a work-life balance. Well, now we know why.
Being active is actually really good because it helps keep your body
going. A new study suggests that too much free time could mean a lower sense of well-being, or in other words, depression. According to researchers at the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 2 large-scale surveys involving more than 35,000 people found that the more free time people spent not going to work or being productive, the more likely it was that their sense of well-being began to flatline.
A balance, you know, a little something to both, a little time off and having something to do. It's, you know, better for the mind.
When you take too much time off, you're not feeding your mind with any education, any extracurricular activities.
Finding your sweet spot between work and play is unique to each individual. Psychologists say although that first day of vacation may feel euphoric at first, just give it some time and you'll begin to see that feeling wane.
People want to feel productive. They want to feel like they are accomplishing something that's meaningful and fulfilling in their life.
Being a workaholic, though, isn't ideal either, says psychologist Dr. Nava Silton. Her advice, plan out your days in advance.
Pick 2 or 3 things that you can do during your day that will give you a sense of intention and a sense of meaning and purpose. I also sometimes recommend that people find the activity that puts them in a state of flow.
So here's the bottom line. If you feel like you have too little free time, don't necessarily quit your tasks. Try and work in some downtime throughout your day. And if you're feeling a little too bored at home, maybe take on some hobbies or try to make some personal connections. Experts say either way, you'll feel much better. Richard Giacobas, Fox 5 News.
All right, everybody, you heard Richard there. It's all about the balance. All right, well, a military service member returning home inspires his mother to undergo a career change. She used to work as a dog breeder, but now she's training dogs for veterans and first responders. Fox's Sophia Perricone has the story. You know me, everybody. I like to end the morning brief on lighter, happier news. Let's get the story.
Dogs have been a huge part of Diane Villa's life since the early 2000s when her and her sister started breeding dogs. But after her son returned from Iraq with critical injuries, her focus quickly shifted from breeding to training.
I thought, you know, I just have to take what I know about Labradors and maybe do something to help these people, because I was fortunate I got my son back, you know, and everybody doesn't.
Villa and the team at Silver State Service Dogs now volunteer their time to raising and training young puppies before matching them with veterans and first responders at absolutely no cost.
We do not charge our veterans. They've paid enough.
A new litter arrived in Henderson early last month. Those puppies will spend the next 2 years going through strict training to help their future companions cope with both mental health and mobility issues.
Puppies are socialized, they learn some basic skills, they learn manners, and then we socialize getting out in the world.
Lori Sorella, a Silver State puppy raiser, says the first year is crucial. She takes dogs to restaurants, grocery stores, even on airplanes to help them adjust to busy environments. She says training a naturally friendly dog to be focused on just one person isn't always easy.
They can't react to anything. They have to be calm. They have to be calm for the person that they're with. Because they will have to calm the person that they're with.
But in the long term, is definitely worth it.
I think it's just the least that I can do. And this is my area of expertise, the dogs, and so that's what I can do to give back.
Oh, thank you so much for doing that. We're taking a live now look, everybody, at Tampa, Florida, just up I-4, Interstate 4 here from Orlando, not too far of a drive. Usually this sunrise picture is gorgeous out there, and you do see some clouds out there. So fingers crossed it will look awesome this morning. All right, one final top story in your morning brief, everybody. Let's get the very latest. Some entertainment news. Fantasy Island. It's delivering double the magic this week with an extra special episode ahead of tomorrow night. The show is hosting an unofficial Melrose Place reunion, bringing 3 castmates back together to play new characters in a place where dreams come true. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin shows us exactly how this all played out.
Famous residents of Melrose Place are moving into Fantasy Island.
We just had such an incredible time when we saw each other. The shooting part was like a no-brainer. The chemistry was just there.
We just felt lucky to be the ones that they chose and that we got to go to this tropical island and have this experience together.
Do you like my new look? Laura Layton, Daphne Zuniga, and Josie Bissett guest star on an episode dubbed The Big 5-0. They play longtime friends whose bond becomes when they travel to the island for their 50th birthdays.
They each have individual wishes, and as it often happens on Fantasy Island, what you think you want is not necessarily you need. Sure enough, each of these women's fantasies and wishes end up sort of causing trouble between the friendship, and they have to sort of sort out their own personal things, but also repair their friendship along the way.
The real-life friends share what they would ask for if they could go to a magical place where dreams come true.
If I could close my eyes and snap my fingers and have everything just done and set, that would be my fantasy.
I would love to be able to open my mouth and sing like, I don't know, Jennifer Hudson.
I'm in my 50s and I would love to just automatically be rested. Thank you. And all of my joints work.
And they would love to extend their on-screen reunion with a reboot of their classic 90s show.
We would all three be in and be really excited about it.
As long as they send us to a tropical island, which, you know, who doesn't want that?
Welcome to Fantasy Island. A special episode of Fantasy Island airs Sunday, then it's back to its usual time on Tuesday right here on Fox. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thanks so much for showing us there how that episode played out. Hopefully some of you got to enjoy the Fox show. Meanwhile, everybody, we're looking for sunrises. Regina Gonzalez let me know this shot was up. This is a Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Look how beautiful that is. I was very fortunate in July to witness a South Carolina sunrise myself in person. Absolutely positively gorgeous. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are 10 minutes away from our first live report this morning here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to be speaking with Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman on that explosion there at those apartments. We showed you that update here just moments ago. We will be right back, everybody. Hope you're having a good morning.
Federal bureaucrats are still in the process of writing this new vaccine mandate, but many Republican governors are already lining up to fight back.
This is an egregious overreach of federal authority.
Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts leading the charge over the weekend, attacking President Biden's plan to require all businesses in the country with 100 workers or more to require COVID shots and weekly testing for holdouts. and he's not alone.
We're going to stand up for people's freedoms and their livelihoods.
So is the president exceeding his authority by asking the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, to implement the new nationwide vaccine mandate?
Certainly, this wouldn't have been put forward if the president of the administration didn't believe that it was an appropriate legal measure to take. And I believe it is so based on the authority that Congress has actually given under the OSHA Act.
And while legal challenges are all but certain, they could still be a ways off.
We won't even see the text of this order, it seems, for several weeks. And it will only be then that we really have something to have a lawsuit about.
And everyone may have to temper their expectations about COVID.
I think people have had this false perception that we're going to eradicate COVID, and we've got to learn to live with it. Downgrading COVID from a severe illness to a mild or asymptomatic infection has always been the goal.
And the White House says this new private sector vaccine mandate will impact some 80 million workers. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that update this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Monday. I hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend, got some rest and relaxation, and perhaps even spent some time with family and friends now that so many people are comfortable getting together again after being fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Well, we are going to head on over to a segment by Fox 4 News Dallas ahead of a live report that is just minutes away here on Live Now from Fox. The Dallas Federal Employment Forecast for this year is showing a 4.3% growth December to December, with all lost jobs recovered by spring of 2022. We're talking about the economic impact of COVID-19 in the Lone Star State. So let's get to this segment from Fox 4 News.
Outlook for Texas and North Texas is good, according to the economists at the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. Good morning to Fed senior economist Keith Phillips. Let's start at the top. Your employment forecast predicting 4.3% growth in Texas, with all jobs lost during the pandemic back by the spring of next year. As deep as that line on the graph is, that's impressive.
Yeah, I think there's fundamentally a lot of strong demand in the economy right now. We're facing a lot of supply constraints, and I think August data, which won't be available for the state until middle of this month, August data will show a slowing like it did nationally. And then September may be another kind of weak month, but we expect the fourth quarter to really pick up as COVID cases are likely to have reached a peak or peaking this week. And if COVID cases come down to, as they're projected, to fairly low levels by mid-October, we should see a real strengthening of the economy in the fourth quarter.
You see some long-term changes, though, like a drop in office space, which will hit the commercial real estate industry hard. That's kind of predictable with this whole work-at-home thing.
Yeah, and it's not just office markets and office building. It's the whole infrastructure built around where people spend their day. So a lot of restaurants that are built around downtown areas where you have traditionally had a lot of workers, those restaurants are going to suffer somewhat and maybe have to move to the suburbs, or there'll be a lot of dislocation, also business travel. This is the time of year where tourism dampens down and business travel picks up. And because of the COVID spread, we're not seeing the pickup in business travel. And fundamentally, like you say, business travel is likely to be a lot less going forward than it would have otherwise been.
Yeah, more people, though, what you're seeing starting businesses in Texas, are they new businesses or are they people moving here from places like California?
Well, it's a mixture, but I think there's a lot of new businesses as people were laid off, especially in the restaurant and hotel industries last year, and they had more support than normal from unemployment insurance federally. And so they had a little time to sit back and think about, where do I want to go from here? And I think a lot of those people are starting new businesses. They've had these plans in the works, but not had the financial resources or the time, and now they do. So we've seen this really dramatic increase in applications to start new businesses, which is kind of exciting.
And this is not part of your study, but I know you can speak to it, and it's kind of related to what we're just talking about. The number of jobs posted at a record, but so is the number of people coming in every month and quitting their jobs. What is going on with that? What's the message there?
Well, an increase in the quit rate, it actually sounds bad, but it actually means people are comfortable. They feel like they have opportunities in other areas, either through other job openings in the same industry and other industries, or like you say, like we just discussed, to start their own business. So the quit rate increasing as it has is a sign of a strong economy and strong opportunities.
That is all good news, especially for Texas and North Texas. Dr. Keith Phillips, thanks so much for joining us from the Dallas Fed.
Big thanks to Fox 4 News Dallas for that segment here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to be moving on now. Police and fire crews, they are working this morning to determine if people can go back into their homes after an explosion at a Dunwoody apartment complex. It happened at the Arrive Apartments, which are right by Perimeter Mall. So currently joining us this morning is Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman. She is live there. And Lindsay, some residents are waiting to get an all clear still. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Pilar, and that's because crews have to determine that the buildings are safe before they can allow people to go back inside their homes. Now, this was a scene that first responders called chaotic. To chaos in an instant for the people at the Arrive Dunwoody Apartments.
I'm sitting down and I notice my body just jerking, not knowing what to do.
Man, boom, explosion come. It just hit the whole block.
DeKalb County firefighters responded here at around 1:30 to find apartments partially collapsed. Firefighters say the preliminary report indicates a gas issue.
The scene manager did make calls to Atlanta Gas prior to the explosion, and she made calls. They came, but they had not arrived on scene.
Atlanta Gas Light completed safety checks of all the facilities to make sure they're operating safely and shut off the gas to the apartments directly impacted by the incident. The company issued a statement saying they're working with local and state agencies on the investigation.
I felt like our building is about to collapse. Felt like an earthquake.
4 people had to be taken to the hospital for minor injuries, but everyone is accounted for, though many are shaken up.
Man, my heart dropped. I'm talking about scared, Lord. Man, I just thank God everything good, though. I thank God everything.
Police and fire officials shut down access to the apartments for hours, only letting traffic back in around midnight. Crews evaluated buildings, making sure it was safe for people to go back inside, though some are still waiting this morning to learn when they can go back in their homes, a process that will take time.
These are very chaotic scenes, not your run-of-the-mill calls.
You can imagine how terrifying that must have been. For now, it's going to take the gas, power companies, as well as the fire department and structural engineers to determine the safety of the buildings before they allow people back in. And while some buildings have been given the all clear, not all of them have, and it's not clear how long exactly that will take. But in the meantime, the Red Cross is helping all the people affected by this.
Yeah,
Reporting
Lindsay,
live in Dunwoody, I'm Lindsay Tuman for Live Now.
Yeah, Lindsay, just looking at the devastation behind you, it certainly looks like a very serious scene there. So we appreciate the update, and we will likely continue to follow the situation. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Taking you back out live, everybody, the White House in Washington, D.C. The sun has risen out here on the East Coast. I'm looking for some gorgeous sunrise shots that I can bring you here this morning. Again, thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue on with some updates from our Fox owned and operated stations from across the country. Coming up next year, I want to take you out to Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're talking about food safety advice. I know with the pandemic, a lot of people are very focused on coronavirus related news, but you still got to make sure everybody's staying safe.
Let's get back into their school routines. Parents are also trying to get back into theirs, especially when it comes to packing their kids' lunches. For many, what was once a reflex and instinct has become, well, a little bit rusty, I would say. Forgetting to pack a snack is one thing, but doing or not doing something right in the sense that it could perhaps make your kid sick is an entirely different issue, a serious issue. So we want to make sure you are ready to go. Wendy Mim from the USDA is here with some safety tips and reminders to help you out as you get ready for your morning routine. And Wendy, welcome. Good morning. Some of the tips you have this morning are creative, including the first, tip number 1. You're getting creative with the juice boxes. I like that.
Absolutely. Yes. Good morning. Thank you for having me. So yeah, we're all a little bit rusty. It's been a while since our kids have gone back to school in person. So we thought now would be a good time to talk a little bit about these. But that tip really that you mentioned really relates to one of our 4 key food safety tips, and that is to chill. And the idea is to make sure that you keep the foods that you pack for your kids out of what we call the danger zone. So that's anything between 40 degrees and 140 degrees. That's where bacteria really like to hang out and multiply, and that's what can contribute to making your kids sick. So what you want to do is, just like you're suggesting, get creative. You know, you can use your juice boxes, or if you're packing perhaps a bottle of water, or you can even use gel packs. Get those in the freezer the night before, and then drop them into one of those soft-sided insulated lunch packs alongside all the other food that you're packing, and it'll keep those perishables out of that danger zone of 40 to 140 degrees.
And then hopefully by lunchtime that juice is ready to go, and they can drink it, and there you have it. You save room, space, and time, which I like.
Exactly.
Tip number 2, speaking of perishable foods, so I remember there came a point where I liked taking a brown lunch paper bag because you could just toss it out and you didn't have to worry about bringing your lunchbox back home. But there's a warning if you're using those brown bags.
Exactly right. So the brown bags don't have the capability to insulate the foods and keep any perishables out of that 40 to 140 degree range. Now, there are a number of foods that you can pack in there, such as cut up fruits or the classic peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That'll actually do fine. So shelf-stable foods can be packed in a brown paper bag, but for anything else that's perishable that you would normally keep in the refrigerator, you want to get one of those insulated lunch bags and make sure that you are either packing ice packs or gel packs or freezing some juice boxes, etc., to keep those items nice and cool on the way to school and while the kids are waiting to eat lunch.
All right, and before they get ready to eat lunch, we have to remind your kids, and maybe even practice with them if they're younger, how to properly wash their hands.
Absolutely. And that's something, you know, we've all been told this so much during this last year and a half, especially, but it's important for food safety as well. So making sure that when you're preparing foods, that you are washing your hands for 20 seconds with warm soapy water. And then to help your kids out while they're at school, they may not have access to a sink or soap to wash their hands. So it's really helpful to pack either those moist wipes or some hand sanitizer that they can use just before they eat.
Yes, I actually threw a few into my daughter's lunchbox. I said, you know, just in case, I don't know, maybe you don't get around to it, or, you know, the bathroom's busy, you know, this is the backup plan. Now, for some kids, they have the ability to leave their lunchboxes in a refrigerator. I don't know how many schools do this, but if they do have that capability, you don't just throw your lunchbox into the refrigerator. You have to do something with your lunchbox. What is that?
Absolutely. So that's a great question. And there's a little nuance to the answer. So when you're putting that insulated bag in there, you want to leave the bag open. If you zip it closed, what you're actually doing is you're insulating the cold air out. So you want to invite that cold air into the lunch bag. So when you put that in the refrigerator, say, for example, you pack it the night before, or your child gets to school, he or she can put it in the refrigerator with the top open so that it can incorporate some of that chilled air into the bag itself.
Okay, and then if you are packing we've been talking about all the cool stuff. If you're packing something warm, like a soup or something that needs to stay warm, what should your child do with that insulated container?
Yeah, so the key thing you want to do is to make sure that you're capturing as much heat as you can in one of those insulated thermos containers. So a great tip you can do beforehand to get ready to load the food in is to pour in some hot water, some boiling water, let it sit for 30 seconds or a minute or so, dump the water out. Now your thermos is nice and warm to begin with. Then you dump the hot food into the thermos, seal it nice and tight as quickly as possible to capture that heat in that pre-warmed thermos, and then pack it in your child's lunchbox.
Okay, see, I'm glad that was my question to you, because I was doing that and then I stopped doing that. I was like, oh, it's fine. These insulated things say, oh, if you pack hot food in it, it's good for 12 hours. I guess that's not necessarily the case. So the hot water is always a good option to make sure that the food is actually nice and warm by the time they get around to eating it. Before we let you go, let's say your kid doesn't finish eating and they bring the lunch back home and they're like, can I finish what I didn't finish? Is it a good idea to let them finish that stuff or just toss it out at this point?
Well, if the temperature within the lunch container has dropped, it has dropped into that danger zone, the 40 to 140 degrees, and it's likely that it has because those chilling elements they're no longer frozen, so they're not really keeping that pack cold anymore. So anything perishable, any sort of lunch meats or cheeses or things like that, those need to go. You need to dispose of those. But if they want to eat the rest of their pretzels or PB&J, that's certainly fine because those items are not perishable and can do just fine in a standard room temperature.
Wendy, thanks so much. Really helpful, useful information. I hope this helps people as they get ready to head to school this morning. It's only 7:52, so people are probably doing just that. Have a good morning. Thank you again. For more tips and information, you can go to the website right here on your screen, foodsafety.gov. Wendy from the USDA. Thank you.
Big thanks. A lot of good tips there, everybody. Good morning from Ocean City, New Jersey, the boardwalk area there. You always hear Jersey Shore. Quite a large shoreline out there. I see a place that I think it's called Snow White out there, and then you see a shop that says bargains on it. But there's people out there getting their morning exercise in, views in, just enjoying some quality time. I know if I lived by a gorgeous boardwalk like that, I myself would probably utilize it. Nothing like being near the beach, watching an East Coast sunrise there, and just getting a little bit of physical activity in. All right, before we reach the top of the 7 o'clock hour, most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is on the other side. We are also just moments away from a live report with Fox 26 Houston. We are going to be talking about how Texas is preparing for Tropical Storm Nicholas. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is Monday, September 13th, 2021. We are certainly very happy that you are here. Before we approach the top of the 7 o'clock hour, I do have a segment for you from Fox 26 Houston. I'm going to admit, I'm not on TikTok. Of all the social media platforms, I'm just not. But I know people of all ages nowadays, they just love it, especially kids. So parents, there's now a warning about TikTok. Do you know what your children are watching on the video sharing app? Let's hear this segment from Fox 26 Houston about what parents need to know.
Parents, we've got a warning about TikTok now. Do you know what your children are watching on the video sharing app? Well, apparently TikTok's algorithm promotes videos of sex and drugs to minors. Alex Hammerstone is a cyber expert with Trusted Sec. He joins me live now. Alex, so this was an investigation, right, by the Wall Street Journal. They uncovered this involving about 30 bot accounts set up to look like 13-year-olds. So what did it find as far as how the algorithms work?
So one of the things is the internet is always designed to be adaptive, and these sites want to serve content that people are interested in. So when it sees somebody either slow down while scrolling, by a video or a post, or sees them click on a certain video, it's going to adapt and show them more of these things. And in this case, these accounts were set up to, appear to be young kids. And they were being served, content with nudity and sexual content and drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So certainly something parents should be concerned about.
So that's despite the user's age set in the profiles, right? I mean, even if the age said 13, 14, whatever, it was still showing them this. So it doesn't differentiate between adult and children content. Is that the bottom line from TikTok?
That is, and really there are two streams to this, right? I mean, these sites oftentimes rely on users to tag their videos or their content as adult, which is one issue. But also, those videos were still being shown to kids. And I think that's the biggest concern. I mean, the challenge is, the internet is full of adult content. And, if kids have unfettered access to it, they're probably going to stumble across it. But in this case, it seems like it's, very in your face on an app that kids are using all the time.
So it doesn't violate the site's agreement then? It doesn't, does it work to remove these kinds of videos?
It does, but remember that TikTok has grown very quickly, and they claim to have 100 million users and are getting tens of thousands of videos uploaded per minute. And in those cases, it's very hard to review all the content and police all the content. And while it is against their terms of service to have nudity and a lot of this adult content, it slips through just because there are not really ways to police this content. So it's very challenging for parents. It's if the kids are on the internet, it's very tough to keep them away from this type of content, and really comes down, I think, to a lot of just knowing what your kids are doing online. And if you're worried about these apps, as much as it's probably going to cause a fight in the household, maybe don't let the kids use them.
Yeah, so we know it's important to have those conversations with kids. A lot of parents I know present their kids with a contract. Say, if you violate anything, you get it taken away. But talk about sort of the settings on the devices, the privacy settings, and what parents could do, and if there is anything they can do to restrict the content.
Well, first off, is know what apps kids have installed. Most kids are probably going to be using TikTok. There are a lot of others out there that kind of hide themselves that kids may be using that are of concern. But, certainly make sure that, you know what sites your kids are using, and make sure that they are registering, with their actual age. Don't let them go in there and lie and say they're 18 and can view this adult content. So that should stop at least a little bit of it. But really, unfortunately, from a parenting perspective, and, I'm a parent, I've got young kids, it really does come down to, knowing what your kids are doing. Back in my day, I hate to say that, 20 years ago, it was always suggested that a computer with internet was kind of placed in a public space in the house, in the kitchen, a living room, so you kind of see what your kids were doing. But now, kids kind of live on the internet. They have phones, they have tablets, they have computers, and, parents tend not to monitor what they're doing, and it certainly creates a big challenge.
And it's hard to keep the devices out of their bedrooms completely. All right, Alex, thank you so much for coming on with the very good warning. Always, we can't say it enough to parents. We appreciate it.
Big thanks there to Fox 26 Houston. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. We just surpassed the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. You're taking a Live Now look at a Disney cruise liner. It appears to say Disney Dream on the side of it there in Port Canaveral, Florida. I don't know why it still says Ocean City, New Jersey, everybody. I made sure that I updated it here for you on Live Now from Fox. So let me fix it. Boop. That is the Live Now from Fox magic. Your host, you don't just hear us or see us, we control the entire show. So again, thank you so much for tuning in here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Well, this weekend was a significant weekend of reflection for a lot of people. Perhaps some look back, reflection, emotional weekend as we marked 20 years since the 9/11 terrorist attack. We had a lot of coverage here on Live Now from Fox, especially over the action actual day on Saturday. So I do want to bring you some more coverage here this morning as we start the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Again, welcome to Live Now. I hope you guys are all having a great morning so far and that you had a good weekend, as best of a weekend as you can. So first and foremost, let's get to some of these videos right here for you. Wanted you to listen in there, everybody, for just a bit. The tribute in lights, it shined high into the sky above lower Manhattan. This was on September 11th to mark 20 years since the 9/11 attacks. Official ceremonies were held earlier in the day at the sites of the attack, including in New York, at the Pentagon in Washington, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. This footage by Eric E. Dunn shows the scene at the former site of the World Trade Center. Meanwhile, everybody, firefighters with the Orlando Fire Department, they climbed 110 flights of stairs on the morning of September 11th to remember first responders who lost their lives responding to the World Trade Center terror attack in 2001. Saying, quote, in the early morning hours today, firefighters climbed 110 flights of stairs to pay respect to those who were running into the World Trade Center to help others during the attacks on 9/11 20 years ago. That is what the Orlando Fire Department wrote in a post. A lot of tributes, remembrances this weekend for sure. All right, everybody, I do want to hear President Joe Biden's remarks on 9/11 for you right here on Live Now from Fox. And in case you missed it, segment, and then we are just moments away from another live report here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in.
On this 9/11, like every 9/11, I'm thinking about my friend Davis, who I grew up with in Delaware. On this day 20 years ago, he and his family had just passed the first year without their youngest of three sons, Teddy, who died in a boating accident at age 15. And his eldest son, Davis Jr., was just 6 days into the new job on the 104th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Davis went straight to ground zero to search for his son. He searched deep into the last inning of hope, as he put it. A few days later, I spoke with Davis and talked to his fathers who know. I was on my way to speak to the students at the University of Delaware about what to make of the new world we were in. He told me to tell people, quote, don't be afraid. He said, tell them, don't be afraid. The absolute courage it took after two unimaginable losses is extraordinary. Yet the most ordinary of American things, to know life can be unfair and uncertain, a cruel twist of accident or deliberate act of evil, but even in darkness, to still be the light. To the families of the 2,977 people from more than 90 nations killed on September 11th, 2001 in New York City, Arlington, Virginia, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and the 1,000 more who were injured. America and the world commemorate you and your loved ones, the pieces of your soul. We honor all those who risked and gave their lives in the minutes, hours, months, and years afterwards. The firefighters, police officers, EMTs and construction workers, and doctors and nurses, faith leaders, service members, veterans, and all of the everyday people who gave their all to rescue, recover, and rebuild. But it's so hard, whether it's the first year or the 20th. Children have grown up without parents, and parents have suffered without children. Husbands and wives have had to find ways forward without their partners in their life with them. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, loved ones and friends have had to celebrate birthdays and milestones with a hole in their heart. No matter how much time has passed, these commemorations bring everything painfully back, as if you just got the news a few seconds ago. And so on this day, Jill and I hold you close in our hearts and send you our love. There are people around the world that you'll never know who are suffering through their own losses, who see you, your courage, Your courage gives them courage that they too can get up and keep going. And we hope that 20 years later, the memory of your beloved brings a smile to your lips, even while still bringing a tear to your eye. In the days that followed September 11th, 2001, we saw heroism everywhere, in places expected and unexpected. We also saw something all too rare, a true sense of national unity. Unity and resilience, the capacity to recover and repair in the face of trauma. Unity and service, the 9/11 generation stepping up to serve and protect in the face of terror, to get those terrorists who were responsible, to show everyone seeking to do harm to America that we will hunt you down and we will make you pay. That will never stop, today, tomorrow, ever, from protecting America. Yet we also witness the darker forces of human nature. Fear and anger, resentment and violence against Muslim Americans, true and faithful followers of a peaceful religion. We saw national unity bend. We learned that unity is the one thing that must never break. Unity is what makes us who we are, America at its best. To me, that's the central lesson of September 11th. It's that at our most vulnerable, in the push and pull of all that makes us human, in the battle for the soul of America, unity is our greatest strength. Unity doesn't mean we have to believe the same thing. But we must have a fundamental respect and faith in each other and in this nation. We are unique in the history of the world because we're the only nation based on an idea that everyone is created equal and should be treated equally throughout their lives. That is the task before us, to once again lead not just by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. And I know we can, for I know hope is not simply an expectation. Hope is a conviction. Hope allows us to act with courage, to act and honor those we lost 20 years ago, and those who have given their whole souls to the cause of this nation every day since, to act and build a future, not a reactionary one or one based on fear, but a future of promise, strength, and grace, worthy of their dreams and sacrifice, and to act and keep the faith that while life is fragile, it is truly something wonderful. We find strength in its broken places, as Hemingway wrote. We find light in the darkness. We find purpose to repair, renew, and rebuild. And as my friend told me that September 20 years ago, we must not be afraid. May God bless you all. May God bless the lives lost on September 11th, 2001, and their loved ones that were left behind. May God protect our troops.
That was President Joe Biden's remarks there, remembering and honoring 9/11. 20 years later, those of us who were alive back then, it is hard to believe that it has been so long, but we will never forget. Here's a Live Now look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York. Everybody right across from Radio City Music Hall, Rockefeller Center right there, just steps away. You can see New Yorkers, they're starting their days, their weeks. Plenty of people on the roads there, plenty of people walking as well. I do want to head on over to fox5newyork.com, see what their current weather conditions are like. It's a beautiful 74 degrees out there. Not going to get too warm today. Expected high of 84 degrees. I'm checking their radar. Not a whole lot of showers in the area either. In terms of the outlook for the week, going to be in the 70s, upper 70s again tomorrow. Wednesday, things heat up just a bit, 86 degrees for the high. Thursday, that is, some showers, 78 degrees. Friday, some showers, 76 degrees out there. Believe it or not, even though we already celebrated Labor Day last week, the unofficial end to summer, we are still in summer. I'm trying to see exactly the date when fall starts. It is going to be September 22nd. So we still have 9 days to go. It will be next Wednesday, the official start of fall. Even though a lot of people are already drinking their pumpkin spice lattes, they are decorating for the fall season, maybe even for Halloween. We still have a few more days of summer. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be preparing for a live report with Fox. I do want to make sure I've got the station right for you here, everybody, this morning. We're going to be speaking with Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards as Texas prepares for Tropical Storm Nicholas. We'll be right back.
Federal bureaucrats are still in the process of writing this new vaccine mandate, but many Republican governors are already lining up to fight back.
This is an egregious overreach of federal authority.
Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts leading the charge over the weekend, attacking President Biden's plan to require all businesses in the country with 100 workers or more to require COVID shots and weekly testing for holdouts. And he's not alone.
So we're going to stand up for people's freedoms and their livelihoods.
So is the president exceeding his authority by asking the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, to implement the new nationwide vaccine mandate?
Certainly, this wouldn't have been put forward if the president of the administration didn't believe that it was an appropriate legal measure to take. And believe it is so based on the authority that Congress has actually given under the OSHA Act.
And while legal challenges are all but certain, they could still be a ways off.
We won't even see the text of this order, it seems, for several weeks. And it will only be then that we really have something to have a lawsuit about.
And everyone may have to temper their expectations about COVID.
I think people have had this false perception that we're going to eradicate COVID, and we've got to learn to live with it. Downgrading COVID from a severe illness to a mild or asymptomatic infection has always been the goal.
And the White House says this new private sector vaccine mandate will impact some 80 million workers. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
It has been a very active tropical system season for sure, everybody. Here's a live now look at our XRAD radar. We are tracking Tropical Storm Nicholas and the Lone Star State, Texas, in particular the Gulf area regions. They are preparing for the impact. So currently joining us here on Live Now from Fox to get us all up to speed is Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards. Chelsea, thank you so much for joining us. Where exactly are you, and what are the preparations that are underway?
Hey, good morning. Yes, I'm here at the TranStar Center. It's on the west side of Houston, and as you're probably showing, we've been getting some rain coming in already. So here's where they set up the emergency response. So we'll have people here as of 6 a.m. we've seen people coming in, but they'll be here monitoring the storm, especially keeping an eye on flooding. We know that happens a lot out here in Houston, and deploying resources where needed. So as of now, they're sending out requests that people go ahead and prepare to hunker down for the next 48 hours. I have food and water for the next 5 days, and especially out in Galveston along that coast, they're preparing for a storm surge of up to 5 feet. So people, are really used to preparing for storms out there. So they have been buying up supplies and making sure that they're ready to hunker down for the next few days.
Absolutely. So we are, like you said, you're already experiencing rainfall. When are we expecting the system to be completely moved out of Texas? Do we know?
Right now, it's probably going to take a couple days. We're being told that later on today is when we're going to expect most of the rainfall, so people are preparing for that.
All right, Chelsea, thank you so much for the update. I lived in Texas for 5 years, so I know the Gulf region is prepared. Unfortunately, they have been through this many times before, so they do the best they can. It's all about the warning and preparedness, so we appreciate the update out there.
That's right. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we are taking a live now look this morning at Capitol Hill in our nation's capital. Look at the colors out there as a result of the sunrise. Such a unique vantage point, and I love this live picture because you can see the whole building there pretty much. So beautiful for sure. We are approaching 7:20 here on the East Coast. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys all had the best weekend possible. A lot of people still in rest and relaxation mode, perhaps still enjoying the final days of summer. So I do want to continue showing you some coverage from our Fox-owned and operated stations across the country as we monitor live feeds, breaking news, and we bring you live updates from our stations across the country as well. We're talking about Nicholas. We're keeping a very close eye on it for sure, and we'll bring you any updates here on Live Now from Fox. But believe it or not, there are still responses happening to other tropical systems that have moved through the area. So we're going to go to Fox 4 News in Dallas, where they're talking about how the Red Cross is continuing to respond to what was Ida.
Combination of deadly and devastating hurricanes and wildfires created an unprecedented challenge for the American Red Cross. It's also tasked with providing care and shelter to some of the more than 120,000 refugees coming from Afghanistan. Joining us this morning is the president and CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern. You're joining us live from New Jersey shoreline, so I imagine the response to Hurricane Ida must be front of mind for you. What's the focus on the response efforts there?
Well, first of all, Hannah, thank you very much for having me on your show. And my heart just goes out to the people that were impacted by Hurricane Ida. The devastation is incredible, and people lost their homes, they lost their belongings, some of them even have lost loved ones, and it's really difficult circumstances. I have been around in New Jersey, Louisiana, Mississippi, and I also talked to the governor of New York, and Ida really left a terrible wake of destruction. And the Red Cross is there. We are doing everything we possibly can to help the people that have survived this terrible storm. We're providing shelter and food, mental health counseling. We're out in the communities with our feeding trucks. We are doing whatever it takes to provide comfort and hope to so many people that were impacted by this horrific storm.
Yeah, well, and we appreciate that work. Now, earlier this week, I know we also reported that President Biden declared climate change has reached what he calls code red. What does that mean for your response efforts, either as it pertains to something like Hurricane Ida or even the wildfires out west?
Yeah, and I'm glad you just pointed out the wildfires, because that's been going on for almost 3 months now, and our volunteers are on their third deployment, some of them. We are definitely seeing the impact of climate change. In the 13 years that I've been at the Red Cross, most disaster seasons, there may be 2 or 3 acute large disasters, but now it seems like it's constant and it's ongoing. And the experts say that the reason that Hurricane Ida picked up so much steam was because of global warming. And we're seeing the wildfires. You know, the drought is causing more and more of these wildfires, and they're getting more and more difficult to contain. You know, the experts also say that by the year 2030, that organizations like the American Red Cross are going to be responding constantly, and it's beginning to feel that way already. And I really can't think of another organization that's more impacted by climate change than the American Red Cross.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we know you guys are also helping with some of the Afghan refugees who have made their way to the U.S. and are being housed at U.S. military bases. Just truly invaluable work. How can people help?
Well, thank you so much for asking that question, Hannah, because we really can use the help. First of all, people can volunteer and give us the gift of time, and there's so many volunteer opportunities that people can select from. Secondly, we can use monetary contributions, and any gift, regardless of the size, is very deeply appreciated. And there's always a tremendous need for blood. So time, money, blood, you can go to our website to learn more. It's redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. And the American public is so generous, and we're so grateful for anything that people can do right now to help the American Red Cross.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are grateful for you and the volunteers, thousands of them that are working really hard this time. President and CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern, thank you. A combination.
Big thanks to Fox 4 News in Dallas for that segment. All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Laura and I are honored to be with you. Madam Vice President, Vice President Cheney, Governor Wolf, Secretary Holland, and distinguished guests. 20 years ago, we all found in different ways, in different places, but all at the same moment, that our lives would be changed forever. The world was loud with carnage and sirens, and then quiet with missing voices that would never be heard again. These lives remain precious to our country and infinitely precious to many of you. Today we remember your loss, we share your sorrow, and we honor the men and women you have loved so long and so well. For those too young to recall that clear September day, it is hard to describe the mix of feelings we experienced. There was horror at the scale of destruction, and awe at the bravery and kindness that rose to meet it. There was shock at the audacity of evil, and gratitude for the heroism and decency that opposed it. In the sacrifice of the first responders, in the mutual aid of strangers, in the solidarity of grief and grace, the actions of an enemy revealed the spirit of a people, and we were proud of our wounded nation. In these memories, the passengers and crew of Flight 93 must always have an honored place. Here, the intended targets became the instruments of rescue, and many who are now alive owe a vast, unconscious debt to the defiance displayed in the skies above this field. It would be a mistake to idealize the experience of those terrible events. All that many people could initially see was the brute randomness of death. All that many could feel was unearned suffering. All that many could hear was God's terrible silence. There are many who still struggle with a lonely pain that cuts deep within. In those fateful hours, we learned other lessons as well. We saw that Americans were vulnerable, but not fragile, that they possess a core of strength that survives the worst that life can bring. We learned that bravery is more common than we imagined, emerging with sudden splendor in the face of death. We vividly felt how every hour with our loved ones was a temporary and holy gift. And we found that even the longest days end. Many of us have tried to make spiritual sense of these events. There is no simple explanation for the mix of providence and human will that sets the direction of our lives. But comfort can come from a different sort of knowledge. After wandering long and lost in the dark, many have found they were actually walking step by step toward grace. As a nation, our adjustments have been profound. Many Americans struggled to understand why an enemy would hate us with such zeal. The security measures incorporated into our lives are both sources of comfort and reminders of our vulnerability. And we have seen growing evidence that the dangers to our country can come not only across borders, but from violence that gathers within. There is little cultural overlap between violent extremists abroad and violent extremists at home. But in their disdain for pluralism, in their disregard for human life, in their determination to defile national symbols, they are children of the same foul spirit, and it is our continuing duty to confront them. After 9/11, millions of brave Americans stepped forward and volunteered to serve in the armed forces. The military measures taken over the last 20 years to pursue dangers at their source have led to debate. But one thing is certain. We owe an assurance to all who have fought our nation's most recent battles. Let me speak directly to veterans and people in uniform. The cause you pursued at the call of duty is the noblest America has to offer. You have shielded your fellow citizens from danger. You have defended the beliefs of your country and advanced the rights of the downtrodden. You have been the face of hope and mercy in dark places. You have been a force for good in the world. Nothing that has followed, nothing, can tarnish your honor or diminish your accomplishments. To you and to the honored dead, our country is forever grateful. In the weeks and months following the 9/11 attacks, I was proud to lead an amazing, resilient, united people. When it comes to the unity of America, those days seem distant from our own. Malign force seems at work in our common life that turns every disagreement into an argument and every argument into a clash of cultures. So much of our politics has become a naked appeal to anger, fear, and resentment. That leaves us worried about our nation and our future together. I come without explanations or solutions. I can only tell you what I've seen. On America's day of trial and grief, I saw millions of people instinctively grab for a neighbor's hand and rally to the cause of one another. That is the America I know. At a time when religious bigotry might have flowed freely, I saw Americans reject prejudice and embrace people of Muslim faith. That is the nation I know. At a time when nativism could have stirred hatred and violence against people perceived as outsiders, I saw Americans reaffirm their welcome to immigrants and refugees. That is the nation I know. At a time when some viewed the rising generation as individualistic and decadent, I saw young people embrace an ethic of service and rise to selfless action. That is the nation I know. This is not mere nostalgia. It is the truest version of ourselves. It is what we have been and what we can be again. 20 years ago, terrorists chose a random group of Americans on a routine flight to be collateral damage in a spectacular act of terror. The 33 passengers and 7 crew of Flight 93 could have been any group of citizens selected by fate. In a sense, they stood in for us all. The terrorists soon discovered that a random group of Americans is an exceptional group of people facing an impossible circumstance. They comforted their loved ones by phone, braced each other for action, and defeated the designs of evil. These Americans were brave, strong, and united in ways that shocked the terrorists, but should not surprise any of us. This is the nation we know. And whenever we need hope and inspiration, we can look to the skies and remember. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. President, for those beautiful, insightful words. You know, President Bush and Mrs. Bush have visited here several times, and we are delighted, of course, to have them with us here today, now that the memorial has been completed. The design for this memorial, which so beautifully frames this site, is the work of Paul Murdoch Architects. A deeply felt thank you.
All right, everybody, we just heard from former President George H.W. Bush at the Flight 93 Memorial. Hard to believe it's been 20 years since the 9/11 terrorist attacks that happened in 2001. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More Live Now from Fox is next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm your host for about the next 20 minutes or so before Regina Gonzalez takes over at the top of the hour for 2 hours. And then I will see you guys again from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern time before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Happy Monday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I know it was a weekend of reflection. Could be quite emotional for those impacted by the 9/11 terrorist attacks. A significant anniversary 20 years later. You heard from former President George H.W. Bush just moments ago at the Flight 93 memorial. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris was also there. I would like to listen in on her remarks. We are also just moments away from a live report with Fox 5 New York talking about how there's some new pandemic rules for businesses that go into effect today. So we'll be speaking with Regan Medji. That's just moments away. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. President Bush, it is my honor to be on this stage with you and Mrs. Laura Bush, and thank you, President Bush, for your words. They are as resonant today as the words you spoke 20 years ago. Governor Tom Wolf, Superintendent Stephen Clark, Madam Secretary, and the President of the families of Flight 93, Gordon Feld. It is truly an honor to be with all of you at this field of honor. We are joined today, of course, by the family and friends of the 40 passengers and crew members of Flight 93. And we stand today with all those who lost someone on September 11th, 2001, and in the aftermath of the attacks. So many in our nation, too many in our nation, have deeply felt the passage of time these last 20 years. Every birthday, your loved one missed. Every holiday. Every time her favorite team won or his favorite song came on the radio. Every time you've tucked in your children or dropped them off at college. You have felt every day, every week, and every year that has passed these 20 years. So please know your nation sees you, and we stand with you, and we support you. We are gathered today on hallowed ground, at this place that has been sanctified by sacrifice, to honor the heroism that the 40 passengers and crew members showed in the face of grave terrorism. I remember when I first learned about what happened on that fateful flight. What happened on Flight 93 told us then, and it still tells us, so much about the courage of those on board who gave everything they possibly could, about the resolve of the first responders who risked everything, and about the resilience of the American people. On this 20th anniversary, on this solemn day of remembrance, we must challenge ourselves, yes, to look back, to remember, for the sake of our children, for the sake of their children. And for that reason, we must also look forward. We must also look toward the future. Because in the end, I do believe that is what the 40 were fighting for. Their future and ours. On the days that followed, September 11th, 2001, we were all reminded that unity is possible in America. We were reminded also that unity is imperative in America. It is essential to our shared prosperity, to our national security, and to our standing in the world. And by unity, I don't mean uniformity. We had differences of opinion in 2001, as we do in 2021. And I believe that in America, our diversity is our strength. At the same time, We saw after 9/11 how fear can be used to sow division in our nation, as Sikh and Muslim Americans were targeted because of how they looked or how they worshiped. But we also saw what happens when so many Americans, in the spirit of our nation, stand in solidarity with all people and their fellow American, with those who experience violence and discrimination, when we stand together. And looking back, we remember the vast majority of Americans were unified in purpose to help families heal, to help communities recover, to defend our nation, and to keep us safe. In a time of outright terror, we turned toward each other. In the face of a stranger, we saw a neighbor and a friend. That time reminded us the significance and the strength of our unity as Americans, and that it is possible in America. So, moments from now, we will leave this hallowed place, still carrying with us the pain of this loss, this tremendous loss, and still, the future will continue to unfold.
Switching gears this morning, everybody, we are taking a live now look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York, and that's because starting today, restaurants, bars, and club owners could face penalties if they don't enforce customers showing proof of vaccination. So currently joining us here on Live Now from Fox is Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji. She's on the Upper West Side for day one of this new city-wide rule. Good morning, Reagan. How are you?
Good morning, Pilar. I'm pretty good. And, you know, this soft opening of this enforcement to show your ID really started back on August 17th. But now today's the day where if these businesses do not ask for proof of vaccination, they could receive a fine. And we're talking, you can have your vaccination card, and this is a photocopy of my vaccination card, and also your ID together. If you don't have that on hand and you have your phone, hopefully you've uploaded one of those apps. Here in New York State, it could be the Excelsior app where you can upload your COVID-19 vaccination status. You also have the NYC COVID Safe app as well. If you're not from the area, fear not. There are several other apps you can use, including the Clear app, where, again, you download it and you update all the information to let everyone know that you are vaccinated. But to dine indoors, to work out indoors, to enjoy a beverage at the bar indoors, you need to show that you have proof of at least one of the doses, a jab in your arm. This isn't only for the customers, but also for the employees who work inside these businesses.
We've been ready since August 17th when they put the grace period in play, you know. So we've been ready. We've been enforcing it ever since then.
Jill Hamaradian, the owner of Blondie's on the Upper West Side, says she's ready for the mandate to show proof of vaccination to be enforced.
We catch people at the door. We ask them for their vaccination cards, proof of vaccination, and their ID. And if they somehow slip in, we get to the table or the bar and we make sure we catch them there.
I feel like I was being violated. No. Let me see this, let me see that, but it was all good.
I think most people are encouraged that we are asking, and they feel safer when they know that we're asking. And if people are still on the fence, they sit outside.
Based on the fact that they did check it, that made me feel very comfortable that when I came in here, that everyone else was vaccinated.
Starting today, inspectors from 13 different city agencies will begin making the rounds on the lookout for violators.
I think a lot of places will probably respect it just because, because of the possibility of getting fined.
Non-compliant businesses will first get a warning for their first violation. Then those fines look like this. The first offense, $1,000. Then within the year, if a business gets caught a second time, they'll receive a $2,000 fine, and then $5,000 for each one after that.
It's a double-edged sword. There's a part of us that wants to get reacclimated being New Yorkers, and there's another part of us that just wants to be safe.
A couple of them said, well, I'm out of here. But it's been a very few percentage. Most people are actually thankful, and I've actually got more thanks that we are checking than I have pushback from anybody. We're ready.
And some New Yorkers are hoping that this enforcement will actually motivate those who are unvaccinated here in the city to get that jab in the arm. We are live on the Upper West Side in New York City. Back to you, Pilar.
All right, Reagan, thank you so much for that update. This is likely a story we will be following for quite some time to see how it all plays out. We appreciate it. All right, everybody, we are back out at the U.S. Capitol here on Live Now from Fox. Hope you guys are all having a great Monday morning so far. We are approaching the top of the 8 o'clock hour. That is when Regina Gonzalez is going to be joining you guys live for 2 hours, and then I will wrap things up for us for the last hour before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Oh my goodness, everybody. I still have a live look at Reagan's picture in New York, and there was just a school bus of kids that just went by, and they were all waving at her because they recognized her from being on TV. It was so cute. So I wish you guys could have seen that. All right, we are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Again, everybody, happy Monday. Hopefully everybody's all smiles out there. Let's make it a great day and an even better week. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now, Fox, everybody. Hope you guys are all having a great morning so far. And I'm having a little bit of microphone issues. I hope they clear up here in just a second. Fox 27, they provided us an update this morning on Tropical Storm Nicholas. It appears everybody there on the Texas Gulf side, they are preparing for some impact. In terms of the Houston area, they are expected to experience some heavy rains as a result of Nicholas. It is the 13th named storm during the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. We will continue to bring you all updates here on Live Now from Fox. All right, Regina Gonzalez joining you at the top of the hour. But until everybody, I'm going to share with you the latest White House press briefing. In case you missed its segment right here this morning on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much.
And we're going to work to try to get you out of here at about 10 after 2, given we're going to do a preview call for the speech that is happening later this evening. A couple of items for all of you. On Monday, President Biden will travel to Boise, Idaho, where he will visit the National Interagency Fire Center, and Sacramento, California, to survey wildfire damage. Long Beach, California, to participate in an event with Governor Gavin Newsom, starting on Monday, I should say. This is over 2 days. And Denver, Colorado, where he will participate in a Build Back Better event. The president will highlight how wildfire season is now a year-round event because of climate change, that no one is immune to climate change, and how 1 in 3 Americans have been impacted by severe weather events in recent months. About 100 million Americans. He will also speak about the economic impacts of extreme weather and the...
All right, everybody, we're actually going to switch gears now from Fox. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pilar Arias. I am going to be your host here for the next, and then I will join you all again from 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern time before we pass things off to the LiveNOW headquarters. A lot of people, they are still in back to school season, either getting accustomed to being back in the classroom or perhaps they just returned. So I hear from the President and First Lady on COVID-19 safety in schools this morning. It is another In Case You Missed This segment. Thanks for tuning in.
Some school. How cool is this, right, Miguel? Why couldn't I go to a school like this? I mean, it's just beautiful. I love the mural. I mean, everything is just, I love this school. Anyway, you do too. I can see. Yeah. Actually, I just started my semester this week. So I taught virtually last spring like most of the teachers, and but I'm so excited to be back in person in school. So Principal Richardson, thank you for welcoming us here today. And Secretary Cardona and Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Farabee, thank you for joining us as well. And for families across the country, the school year, gosh, it always brings this sort of mix of emotions for all of us. All at once, we feel the anticipation of new classmates and teachers, the relief of not having to hear, I'm bored again and again, and the anxiety of juggling your family's complicated schedule. And that was all before the uncertainties of COVID. Now, like a cough can start your heart racing, and, because that a quarantine could send your kids home and upend your life once again. Parents, this is hard, but you're doing your best. And I want you to know that you're not alone. As a teacher for more than 30 years and a mom, I've seen that classrooms are so much more than places where our children learn math and reading. We've all seen it, when our kids make friends that last for years, when they learn to settle disagreements or find confidence when they try out for sports teams. And parents rely on schools too, heading to our own jobs or pursuing our education, knowing that our kids are in an environment that we can trust. And that's why I am so grateful for the educators who helped us through the last year. Right, Miguel? The cafeteria workers who spent long hours making sandwiches for hungry families. Teachers who retaught lessons at night for students who couldn't use their family computer during the day because maybe a sibling was on his or her class. Bus drivers drove Wi-Fi hotspots to neighborhoods with no connection. Counselors took call after call from parents in tears, just trying to juggle it all. When families needed help the most, educators answered the call. With all of my heart, thank you for being the heroes that we needed. Today, our administration is making sure that schools like Brooklyn have the resources and the support they need to bring students back to class where they belong. And we are going to partner with you because we can't always know what the future holds, but we do know what we owe our children. We owe them a promise to keep their schools open as safe as possible. We owe them a commitment to follow the science. We owe them unity so that we can fight the virus, not each other. As we move forward, it's going to take all of us, students and families, educators and local leaders, cities and states, coming together to make this school year the best it can be. Joe puts students, their families, the educators at the heart of everything his administration is doing to defeat and recover from this pandemic. And as a teacher myself, I couldn't be more proud to stand beside him. We are committed to working as hard for your children as you do. And now it's my pleasure to introduce a young man who I know makes this school very proud. He's a hardworking student and the editor of the student-led newspaper, the Brooklyn Buzz. So please welcome Elijah Poole. Okay, Elijah. Oops. There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Biden. What an amazing honor it is to be introduced by the First Lady of the United States. As Dr. Biden stated, my name is Elijah Poole, an 8th grade scholar here at Brooklyn Middle School. Brooklyn Middle School is an arts integrated school located in District of Columbia Public School System in Washington, D.C. In March of 2019, our lives changed forever. I was thriving academically as a 6th grade scholar, involved in athletics and after-school activities. It was announced that we were going on a spring break due to the pandemic. What kid would not be excited to go on a early spring break? What was supposed to be 1 week turned into 18 months of virtual learning. I'm not gonna lie, that was really hard. Having to learn in a virtual setting, build relationships with new teachers, and keep my grades up, that was a lot for a scholar entering his second year of middle school. However, I excelled and remained on honor roll, and even made new friends virtually. Despite my success in a virtual setting, I hoped to return to in-person learning for my 8th grade year, my last year as a middle school scholar. I'm excited to be back in school. However, having to wear a mask all day is a bit uncomfortable, but we know it's necessary for the health and safety of all students and staff. As a 13-year-old scholar, I was able to receive the COVID vaccination. A little birdie shared with me that Dr. Biden is terrified of needles. That's something we have in common.
That's true.
Yesterday, I found out I was selected to introduce the President of the United States of America. I questioned, why not me? I questioned, why me? How did I get selected for such an honor? Then I thought, why not me? I matured into a young black male excelling academically and socially here at Brooklyn Middle School. I'm a black male living in America. I worked hard for this honor, and I'm genuinely grateful. At this time, it is my extreme honor to introduce the 46th President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden.
What an impressive young man.
Yeah.
You know, when I was your age, you're going to sit down, baby? You're going to stay?
Oh, yeah, we're going to sit down at the back.
No, you don't have to. Elijah, when I was your age in 8th grade, I wasn't a bad student, and I wasn't a bad athlete, but I tell you what, I could no more do what you just did than fly, because I used to talk like that. I stuttered, and especially when I had to do something in public or read aloud, and I am amazed when I see young women and men like you who can stand up and speak with such grace and ease It's really impressive. Really, really impressive. Well, folks, this is not like the school I went to. When they said we were going to speak outside, I wondered, why the hell are we going up all these stairs? I thought we'd be out in the parking lot. I mean, for real. That's what I thought we were going to be. Elijah, thank you for the introduction. And Jill and I, along with Secretary Cardona and Mayor Bowser, are here because we want you to know how very proud of you and your classmates we all are. I also want to thank Principal Richardson. I was kidding him. I was saying, this school is really something else. And the way we talked about the interfacing of all the students and the social education that's taking place and how things are changing. And Chancellor Farabee, I told you, I think that's maybe the harder job than about anything I can think of. But thank you. You're doing a heck of a job. We know the start of a school year is an excellent time to mix anticipation and nervousness. And the pandemic adds that mix of emotions. And I think about all the parents I've talked to since the start of this pandemic, worried about the loss of learning that their child, the missed opportunities their child is having because so many of them had to stay at home, all had to stay at home. But so many of them didn't have access to the internet, didn't have access to, they didn't have the equipment, worried about whether or not the school lunch program was going to still be available. So much anxiety. And it's not just academics. It's the friendship and the socialization that may be equally as consequential. You know, it's access to critical services like meals, school counseling, that helps the students stay physically and mentally alert. But I want folks to know that we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We know what it takes to keep our children safe and our schools open. And we have the tools to do it. Last night I laid out a plan for the fall to beat this pandemic. And basically it has 6 parts. Vaccinate the unvaccinated. And thank you for getting the vaccination, and thank your parents for doing that. And 2 is to protect the vaccinated. 3 is increase testing and masking. 4 is to take care of people with COVID. 5 is to keep our economy going. And 6 is keep our children safe and in school, schools open. Now, any parent, for any parent, it doesn't matter how low the risk of any illness is when it could happen to your child. But we all know if schools follow the science, and they are here, and implement safety measures like vaccinations, testing, masking, then children can be safe in schools, safe from COVID-19. My plan does all these things. On vaccinations, it comes down to 2 separate categories. Children ages 12 and older, like Elijah, who are eligible for vaccines, and he got his. Children ages 11 and under who are not yet eligible. The safest thing you can do for your child 12 and older is get them vaccinated. That's it. Simple, plain, straightforward. Get them vaccinated. So parents, get your teenagers vaccinated. You've got them vaccinated for all kinds of other things, measles, mumps, rubella. For them to go to school, to be able to play sports, they've had to have those vaccinations. Get them vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccine is easy, it is safe, and it's convenient. And we'll work to bring the vaccine clinics to our schools as well. Mayor Bowser's done one heck of a job. No, you really have, Mayor. You're doing a heck of a job across the board. I really mean that. But you set up vaccination clinics in about 20 school sites, including here in Brookline, because you're going to continue through the month of September. So there's really no excuse to not be able. You can get vaccinated. It's not like it's so distant to do. You know, we're giving prizes and incentives to encourage children and families to get the shots. And look, their efforts are working. 65% of the children ages 12 to 17 here in D.C. have gotten at least 1 shot, like Elijah. That's incredible. That's one of the highest rates in the nation for children between the ages of 12 and 17. And for students here at Brookline, once you all get vaccinated, you're invited to a special visit at the White House. Now, I'm going to get in trouble with the Secret Service and everybody else. I'm not sure how we're going to mechanically do it. But I assume the buses can get you to the White House, and if we can't get you all in one room, we'll be out in the Rose Garden or out in the back there, and maybe let you fly the helicopters. And no, I'm only joking about that. I was just downstairs in the science class. It's amazing. You saw it, Mayor. It's amazing. These kids are excited about building a vehicle that can land on the moon. I really mean it. And I asked them, I said, how many of you want to go to the moon? Everybody but one said they wanted to go to the moon. I asked how many want to go to Mars, and I think they all raised their hand as well. But it's really, and they're excited about it. Now, the best way for a parent to protect a child under 12 starts at home. Every parent, every teen sibling, every caregiver around them should be vaccinated. Children have 4 times higher chance of getting hospitalized if they live in an area with low vaccination rates rather than high vaccination rates. It goes for the home as well. There's a high vaccination rate in the home, which significantly diminishes the possibilities. Now, if you're a parent of a young child, you're wondering when will the vaccine be available for them? I strongly support independent scientific review of vaccine usage for children under 12. But I've told them I will do everything within my power to support the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, on its ongoing efforts.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Happy Monday, everybody. It is September 13th. Listening in to an In Case You Missed It segment this morning to start off the 8 o'clock hour. President Biden is speaking with children at a Washington, D.C. middle school about the importance of COVID-19 safety protocols in the classrooms. We do know that we have him traveling from Wilmington, Delaware to join Pace Andrews here in just a couple of minutes. This is a Live Now look at Marine One out there in Delaware this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I, Regina Gonzalez, will introduce myself, give you a rundown of Biden's busy schedule this morning, and get to some more top stories that we're following at the beginning of this week. Stay with us, everybody. You are going to see that 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Monday, September 13th. Currently taking a Live Now look at a shot we have from Wilmington, Delaware of Marine One, waiting for President Biden to arrive. He will be getting onto the chopper to head to Joint Base Andrews because he has a busy schedule ahead of him this Monday morning and this entire day, really. We are going to run you through his schedule starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time today. He is going to be in Idaho, where he will be briefed at the National Interagency Fire Center. Then he is going to quickly head over to the Sacramento area of California, where he will be taking a chopper tour surveying the wildfire damage. Specifically, I believe this will be the damage from the Caldor fire. And then very late tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Pacific time, he will rally for current California Governor Gavin Newsom before tomorrow's recall election. So you can expect us to bring you these live events here on Live Now from Fox this morning, everybody, because this is what we are all about. Stay with myself and Pilar Arias, as well as our Phoenix team out there. They will be bringing you all of these live events taking place in the afternoon as well. But starting with this morning, do want to let you know what we've got coming up here. So at around 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, you will actually be hearing from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. We are going to get an update on a very scary apartment explosion that happened yesterday afternoon out there in Georgia. And then at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, we're going to hear from our Fox 26 Houston team as they brace for Tropical Storm Nicholas making its way towards the Lone Star State. And then at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, we will be joined by Fox 11 Los Angeles' team to give us a preview of Biden's visit to California. However, it does look like we've got the president arriving to Marine One shortly. Let's keep watching here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone. When I saw the camera pan, I thought that meant that he would be making his way to the ground here shortly, but it looks like we've still got a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I will be with you until 10 a.m. Eastern time before Pilar Arias takes back over. And then at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you've got Mike Page, Christy Larson, Daytona Everett, as well as Andrew Kraft bringing you all of your afternoon and evening news out there. You can expect them to air a lot of the live events featuring President Biden today. Again, he's got a very busy schedule ahead of him, and those are a couple of top stories that we are following this morning here on our show. So I do want to bring you the latest from Mark Meredith, who's kind of breaking down each of his events happening today. Let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
From its latest fight to impose new vaccine mandates, even as a number of Republican lawmakers promise to challenge these efforts in court. Starting soon, the government will require employers that have more than 100 people require their employees be vaccinated or enforce weekly testing. It's also expanding vaccine requirements for federal workers and contractors, and the TSA is doubling the minimum fine it hands out for people who violate the mask mandates. Already close to 179 million people in the United States are fully vaccinated. But the White House says close to 80 million people have yet to get the shot. The Surgeon General, he's now hitting the airwaves, eager to explain why these new mandates are needed.
We know that will help keep workplaces safe. And Dana, if we ultimately want to not only get people back to work, but keep them at work, if we want workers to know, hey, I'm coming back to the workplace and it's going to be safe, these vaccinations will help people do that.
Republicans promise to challenge these going forward. This week, though, the president's going to focus on things other than COVID, including tomorrow heading to Idaho to get an update on how things are going against wildfires. He's also campaigning in California for embattled Governor Gavin Newsom ahead of that state's recall election. But back in D.C., lawmakers are going to be focused on all things Afghanistan. That's because the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is set to testify before both the House and the Senate. And Republicans say they have plenty of questions they want answered.
Yeah, I want to hear from him. Why did this go so bad? How did he get it so wrong? Why didn't he listen to the intelligence community warnings since April and May of this last year, telling me that the Taliban was going to take over, the Afghan army was going to fall, and the embassy would be in trouble.
Lawmakers are expected to ask for more people to testify in the weeks and months ahead. And the White House was recently asked if anyone plans to resign over Afghanistan. The administration says no one plans to step down over what happened overseas. At the White House, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Mark Meredith for that report. Again, we are waiting the arrival of President Biden to board Marine One out there in Wilmington, Delaware. He will be heading to Joint Base Andrews to then depart to the West Coast, first stopping in Idaho and then heading to California today. You can also bet that we will be following the other top story that Mark Meredith spoke on in his report. We've got Secretary of State Antony Blinken testifying on the situation in Afghanistan before the House and the Senate. If we do get feeds of his remarks, you can bet that we will bring it to you live, raw, and in its entirety, because that is what our show is all about. Going from Wilmington, Delaware, out to the White House in our nation's capital, and that is because President Biden's vaccine mandate for private workplaces is about to run into a barrage of lawsuits. The rule hasn't even been written yet, but as Fox News correspondent Doug Lazada reports from Washington this morning, there are some major battles ahead.
Federal bureaucrats are still in the process of writing this new vaccine mandate, but many Republican governors are already lining up to fight back.
This is an egregious overreach of federal authority.
Nebraska Governor Pete Ricketts leading the charge over the weekend, attacking President Biden's plan to require all businesses in the country with 100 workers or more to require COVID shots and weekly testing for holdouts. And he's not alone.
We're going to stand up for people's freedoms and their livelihoods.
So is the president exceeding his authority by asking the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, to implement the new nationwide vaccine mandate?
Certainly, this wouldn't have been put forward if the president of the administration didn't believe that it was an appropriate legal measure to take. And believe it is so based on the authority that Congress has actually given under the OSHA Act.
And while legal challenges are all but certain, they could still be a ways off.
We won't even see the text of this order, it seems, for several weeks. And it will only be then that we really have something to have a lawsuit about.
And everyone may have to temper their expectations about COVID.
I think people have had this false perception that we're going to eradicate COVID, and we've got to learn to live with it. Downgrading COVID from a severe illness to a mild or asymptomatic infection has always been the goal.
And the White House says this new private sector vaccine mandate will impact some 80 million workers. In Washington, Doug Lazada, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazada for that report. Going from Washington, D.C. out to a beautiful shot we have this morning of the New York City skyline. You can see the One World Trade Center to the left standing tall. Later, Lady Liberty also standing tall out there in the middle of this shot. You can see some boats out there in the harbor this morning. It was a very somber weekend in New York City as we marked the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, as well as the crashing of United Flight 93 out there in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. We do have a 9/11 story to bring you here this morning on Live Now from Fox. I do want to read you the latest information we have this morning. The FBI late Saturday releasing a newly declassified document related to a logistical support given to two of the Saudi hijackers in the run-up to the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks. The document details contacts the hijackers had with Saudi associates in the U.S., but does not provide proof that senior Saudi government officials were complicit in the plot. Released on the 20th anniversary of the attacks, the document is the first investigative record to be disclosed since President Joe Biden ordered a declassification review of materials that for years have remained out of the public view. The 16-page document is a summary of an FBI interview done in 2015 with a man who had frequent contact with Saudi nationals in the U.S. who supported the first hijackers to arrive in the country before the attacks. Biden last week ordered the Justice Department and other agencies to conduct a declassification review and release what documents they can over the next 6 months. He had encountered pressure from victims' families who have long sought the records as they pursue a lawsuit in New York alleging that Saudi government officials supported the hijackers. The heavily redacted document was disclosed on Saturday night, hours after Biden attended September 11th memorial events in New York, Pennsylvania, and Northern Virginia. Victims' relatives had earlier objected to Biden's presence at ceremonial events as long as the documents remained classified. So, some news to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. It was a topic that we had been following the last several months with the help of our Fox 5 New York team on whether or not he would be releasing documents such as this. So it is we do see that he did over the weekend on the anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Meanwhile, again, everybody, we saw some very beautiful, heartfelt tributes over the weekend. I do want to stay in New York. The tribute in light shone high into the sky above lower Manhattan on September 11th to mark 20 years since the 9/11 attacks. Official ceremonies were held earlier that day at the sites of the attack, including in New York, at the Pentagon in Washington, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. This footage by Eric E. Dunn showing the scene at the former site of the World Trade Center. Whether you live in the city or Long Island or any of the surrounding areas, New Jersey, you were able to see this beautiful tribute from so far. My family in New York actually even sending me pictures from Long Island where you could see the beams as well. It didn't matter where you were, everybody. We had tributes all across the nation. Here's a video of firefighters with the Orlando Fire Department climbing 110 flights of stairs on the morning of September 11th to remember first responders who lost their lives responding to the World Trade Center terror attacks. In the early morning hours today, firefighters climbed 110 flights of stairs to pay respect to those who were running into the World Trade Center to help others during the attacks on 9/11. That was a quote from a tweet posted by the Orlando Fire Department in a post. So again, very heartfelt tributes out there. I also do want to bring you a story that we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. A U.S. Coast Guard swimmer rescued 3 people from a sinking vessel off the coast of Long Branch, New Jersey on September 12th, according to the Coast Guard Mid-Atlantic region. The 3 people were taken to the Shark River Marina without injuries, and the operation was a joint effort by the U.S. Coast Guard Air Station's duty crew from Atlantic City, diverted from a routine training mission, and a crew from Station Manasquan Inlet. Posting video of the rescue to Facebook. As you can see here, the Coast Guard said it might have ended differently if even one of these people had forgotten to wear their life jacket. So again, really a positive ending to a scary story out there. All right, everybody, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but before we send you to break, we've got President Biden boarding Marine One in Wilmington, Delaware to make his way to Joint Base Andrews. Again, live, raw, and unfiltered news. This is what we are all about here on Live Now from Fox. For those of you who are not going to see that 2-minute commercial break, we're going to continue to watch the president's departure.
Up and away, everybody. There you have it. President Biden officially departing Wilmington, Delaware to head to Joint Base Andrews, where he will hop on Air Force One to first fly out to Idaho and then fly out to California to survey damage from the wildfires out there. Again, we are going to be keeping track of Biden's busy Monday schedule all day long here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of the wildfire damage, everybody, as we watch President Biden depart, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox's Danielle Miller, who is officially saying that it could take years for some of the areas impacted by the devastating wildfires to rebuild. Let's get the latest here on Live Now from Fox.
National Forest right below the Madera Peak outside of the city of Globe, where right here behind us is one of the worst burn scars caused by the Telegraph fire. We spoke with the National Forest Service today and they were telling us recovery could take years.
It's going to take probably 3 to 5 years until we start to see a return to what you would call normal. You know, the vegetation communities that were here are going to take that long. And that is definitely going to depend on the type of moisture that we get during those years.
The Telegraph fire started on June 4th near the town of Superior and made it all the way to the area of Dripping Springs, in total charring 181,000 acres.
Telegraph fire made it from Superior, essentially town of Superior, to town of Globe in about 2 days, which was faster than really anybody had ever seen.
The fire stripped the already drought-stricken mountainside of vegetation, leaving a devastating scar. The area of Tuxedo Junction, which you see here from the Skyfox drone, was one of the most impacted areas. Roads in the area are still closed.
This lower country here where it's still real black, this is all Telegraph. And then as you come up to the 651 road here, that was the holding feature for the 2017 Pinal fire.
This scar has made recent flooding in the area worse after monsoon rains.
We essentially received a year's worth of moisture in about 30 days. Telegraph fire is obviously a major contributing factor. People are seeing, you know, when you go into town, you see a lot of black, a lot of the color, you know, the watercolor is very dark. It's full of debris and things like that.
Both Adam Bromley and Mike Martinez with the National Forest Service say although there's no rain in the immediate forecast, people, especially in this area, should always be on high alert. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
All right, everybody. Again, we've got President Biden heading to California today to assess the damage done by the multiple wildfires out there. Specifically, we know that he is at least going to be taking an aerial tour of the damage caused by the Caldor fire. Meanwhile, another weather alert to bring you this morning. Want to let you guys know that our Live Now from Fox team is tracking a tropical storm Nicholas today and for the next couple of days. Now, he has formed in the southern Gulf of Mexico, making it the 14th named storm during the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. As of yesterday, the update from the National Hurricane Center said that Tropical Storm Nicholas is located a couple of miles southeast of the mouth of the Rio Grande. Now, Tropical Storm Nicholas is currently moving north-northwest near 13 miles per hour, and the general motion is expected to continue through today. A slower northward or north-northeastward motion is forecasted by late tonight. Currently, Nicholas has maximum sustained winds near 40 miles per hour with higher gusts. As a precaution, Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordered state resources to be placed on standby along the length of the Texas Gulf Coast. Among the state resources placed on standby were air and boat rescue teams and emergency medical groups. So we are going to be checking in with our Fox 26 Houston team out there in Texas. They are keeping track of Tropical Storm Nicholas as well, and they are covering any Monday preps ahead of it making landfall between tonight and early tomorrow morning. So stay with our Live Now from Fox team for that coverage. I am going to take you out to California right now, where we've got a beautiful shot of the Golden Gate Bridge out there in San Francisco. Going to bring you some crime-related stories here on Live Now from Fox for the next couple of minutes.
Now, we do have an Operation Hammer Strike. That is what it's called. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department hoping to deal a striking blow to illegal marijuana grows. Fox's Christina Gonzalez got an exclusive look at a pot grow house bust.
Sheriff's Promise search warrant!
Yeah. San Bernardino County Sheriff serving search warrants at illegal marijuana grow houses in desert communities near Barstow. Hidden behind reinforced fences and tall sand berms, there are structures packed with marijuana plants and processed product. How much does this go for?
$1,000 a pound. Once it gets back east, triples in value.
San Bernardino County has seen an explosion of illegal grows, especially in desert communities like Newberry Springs.
1,205 known illegal cultivations, and my best estimate is probably at least another 1,000 that we're not aware of yet.
Investigators saying the illegal grows are run by cartels from Mexico, even China, who bring in workers illegally across the border. Who's coming out? This group, originally from Laos, say they came from Wisconsin a week ago.
Yeah, to find job.
What did they tell you about this job?
For trimming and stuff.
She says she just got here before dawn from Sacramento. She's from the Dominican Republic, and he is from Mexico. There is no other field work. He echoes the others. The conditions some of these field people are living in are horrendous. You can see the outside. Follow me in here. Now, I wish you could smell this because it's the smell of urine, it's the smell of decay. And take a look in here. This is where these people are living at.
You got to remember that for a lot of these people, the situation that they may be coming from, this is a better life for them.
But life is getting worse for the residents in these communities where some are moving out and those staying say they are afraid.
They walk around with guns to intimidate the local folks here.
Local farmers growing legal crops like this pistachio field next to one of the grow houses are suffering as their water is taken with non-permitted wells tapping into the local water sources. Electricity, that's also stolen in dangerously rigged up setups with cables running all over. Now, if the plants have enough buds and they're ready to harvest, they actually have to cut everything down and take it with them. 4 warrants later, deputies seize almost 4,000 plants and over 1,000 pounds of processed product valued at almost $3 million. They also arrest 14 people who are cited for misdemeanors. A pet peeve for San Bernardino Sheriff Shannon Dykes.
With Prop 64, it took illegal, not legal, illegal cultivation from a felony to a misdemeanor. And when you have a $500 fine, and on some of these, we call them plywood grows, the small ones, they make $1 million, the fine is negligible. So we're working with the county. We're talking about a per plant ordinance in terms of a fine and hit people in the pocketbook to drive this out of our county.
In San Bernardino County, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
All right, some great in-depth reporting there by Christina Gonzalez. A huge shout out to her for that story. I do want to head out to a live now look we have right now of I-4 out here in Orlando, Florida, connecting a lot of major cities across the Sunshine State. Now, as we stay on top of these crime-related stories, I do want to bring you one here from Central Florida. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office out here says 2 canines are recovering after a carjacking suspect shot them. Fox 35 Orlando's Stephanie Bufamonte has this story.
Deputies say the situation started down the street in some woods over there where the first canine was shot, then moved behind this Deltona Publix where the second canine was shot. You can even see the bullet holes in the wall over here.
I'm leaf driver, so he put me the weapon here.
One male. That's how it all started. Volusia County deputies say 21-year-old Shedrick Singleton stole his Lyft driver's car at gunpoint. Deputies tracked down the car and started chasing it. Singleton pulled over in the Deltona Gardens apartment complex and ran into the wooded area next to it. You can see K-9 Axe looking for Singleton when
Here!
K-9 Axe was shot in the head.
No, he's shot in the face! He shot the dog. Here.
About 2 hours later, with the help of drones, deputies and a second dog, K-9 Endo, tracked Singleton down again, and bullets started flying. Deputies say Singleton shot K-9 Endo in the chin and paw, and they fired back. Singleton was sent to the hospital in critical condition. Sheriff Mike Chitwood says those canines wouldn't back down as they protected deputies.
Even though they were wounded, their handlers had to pull them off and get them medical attention because they would not retreat from the fight.
Come on, buddy. That a dog.
Both dogs were rushed to the vet and brought into surgery right away. Thankfully, the two canines are now recovering and back on their paws. Sheriff Chitwood says it's thanks to those canines that none of his deputies were hurt.
Those canines took bullets that were meant for my deputies. There is no doubt in my mind that the first deputy who put hands on our suspect Singleton would have been shot.
K-9 Endo was also shot in the neck in 2015. Sheriff Chitwood says they're thinking of thanking him for his service and letting him retire to enjoy his life just as a dog. Stephanie Buffmonte, Fox 35 News.
All right, everybody, out here in Central Florida to a shot we have right now of the downtown Atlanta skyline. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to be joined by our Fox 5 Atlanta team giving us the latest update on an explosion that happened at a Georgia apartment complex yesterday. Stay with us, everybody. That report coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are a little after 8:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, currently taking a Live Now look over the sun rising over the Atlanta, Georgia skyline. Now, we are going to check in with our Fox 5 Atlanta team right now about a story actually happening in the Dunwoody area of Georgia. Police and fire crews working this morning to determine if people can go back into their homes today after an explosion at a Dunwoody apartment complex. It happened at the Arrive Apartments, which are right by Perimeter Mall. And we are currently being joined by Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman. She is live out there outside the scene right now. And Lindsay, some residents are still waiting to get the all clear. Is that right?
That's right, Regina, and that's because crews have to make sure that all of the buildings are safe before they can allow people back inside them. And in fact, we have seen a few crews out here from the fire department and police department back on the scene doing some assessments. But this is going to be a very challenging case, and especially because it comes from a scene that first responders call chaotic. Sunday afternoon turned from calm to chaos in an instant for the people at the Arrive Dunwoody Apartments.
I'm sitting down and I notice my body just jerking, not knowing what to do.
Man, boom, explosion come. It just hit the whole block.
DeKalb County firefighters responded here at around 1:30 to find apartments partially collapsed. Firefighters say the preliminary report indicates a gas issue.
The scene manager did make calls to Atlanta Gas prior to the explosion, and she made calls. They came, but they had not arrived on scene.
Atlanta Gas Light completed safety checks of all the facilities to make sure they're operating safely and shut off the gas to the apartments directly impacted by the incident. The company issued a statement saying they're working with local and state agencies on the investigation.
I felt like something, our building is about to collapse. Felt like an earthquake.
4 people had to be taken to the hospital for minor injuries, but everyone is accounted for, though many are shaken up.
Man, my heart dropped. I'm talking about scared, Lord. Man, I just thank God everything good, though. I thank God everything.
Police and fire officials shut down access to the apartments for hours, only letting traffic back in around midnight. Crews evaluated buildings, making sure it was safe for people to go back inside, though some are still waiting this morning to learn when they can go back in their homes, a process that will take time.
These are very chaotic scenes, not your run-of-the-mill calls.
Certainly terrifying moments for the folks out here yesterday. Now, for those folks who have not been able to get back in their homes, the Red Cross is assisting them, also helping them get back in their feet during this certainly challenging time. Regina.
Yeah, Lindsay, and what do we know as far as a timeline that people who have been impacted by this could see as far as getting back into their homes, seeing gas, electric? What do we know this morning?
Well, Dunwoody police were updating folks into the very late hours last night, saying that the crews were actively working, trying to make sure those buildings were secure. And they did open up a few of them, I believe 2 or 3, but they don't have an estimated time for when all of the buildings will be checked out and made sure they're secure. Of course, they just want to make sure that everyone is safe in this very tricky situation.
All right, well, Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman out there in Dunwoody, Georgia. Thank you so much for providing us with this update. We will likely be checking in with your team throughout the day to get some updates as well. So thank you, and you have a great morning.
You too.
All right, everybody, here is a live now look again at the downtown Atlanta, Georgia skyline. A really crazy story. Thankfully, nobody was killed. We did have 4 people injured, as you heard her say. So if we do get an update from officials, we will be sure to bring it to you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, because that is what our show is all about, everybody. We bring you these remarks, these updates to breaking news situations in their entirety, and as we as hosts provide very little commentary, letting you decide and make your own decisions on what is happening in the world. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to get on top of some COVID-19 related stories on this Monday morning. We have football back, we've got large events coming back, but we've still got that Delta variant surging across the United States, as well as new vaccine mandates in place for certain cities beginning today. So stay with us, everybody. We'll talk COVID-19 when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Going from Atlanta, Georgia, out to a shot we have right now of Times Square in New York City. If you were tuning in to our Live Now from Fox coverage a little bit earlier, we had Fox 5 New York's Reagan Medji live with Pilar Arias. That's because starting today, restaurants, bars, and club owners could face penalties if they don't enforce customers show proof of vaccination status. Fox 5's Reagan Medji joining us on the Upper West Side for day one of this new citywide rule. Let's get the latest.
We're ready. We've been ready since August 17th when they put the grace period in play, So we've been ready. We've been enforcing it ever since then.
Jill Hamaradian, the owner of Blondie's on the Upper West Side, says she's ready for the mandate to show proof of vaccination to be enforced.
We catch people at the door. We ask them for their vaccination cards, proof of vaccination, and their ID. And if they somehow slip in, we get to the table or the bar and we make sure we catch them there.
I feel like I was being violated. Let me see this, let me see that, but it was all good.
I think most people are encouraged that we are asking, and they feel safer when they know that we're asking. And if people are still on the fence, they sit outside.
Based on the fact that they did check it, that made me feel very comfortable that when I came in here, that everyone else was vaccinated.
Starting today, inspectors from 13 different city agencies will begin making the rounds on the lookout for violators.
I think a lot of places will probably respect it just because, because of the possibility of getting fined.
Non-compliant businesses will first get a warning for their first violation. Then those fines look like this. The first offense, $1,000. Then within the year, if a business gets caught a second time, they'll receive a $2,000 fine, and then $5,000 for each one after that.
It's a double-edged sword. There's a part of us that wants to get reacclimated being New Yorkers, and there's another part of us that just wants to be safe.
A couple of them said, well, I'm out of here. But it's been a very few percentage. Most people are actually thankful, and I've actually got more thanks that we are checking than I have, pushback from anybody.
All right, thank you to Reagan Medji for that report. To the side of your screen, here is two different vantage points we have of New York City right now. Times Square out there, as well as the camera over our Fox News headquarters, kind of near Radio City, as you can see right there. Lots of people making their way to work, their morning commutes, like you heard Reagan say. Lots of businesses impacted, some ready, some not, to require proof of vaccinations to customers walking in their doors. Well, we've got some major COVID-19 related news to stay on top of out in the Big Apple as well. We've got nearly 1 million students returning to the classrooms for the first time since March of 2020. Let's get the latest from Fox 5 New York's Kayla Mamalak on what students are saying about going back to school.
Last year, we had to force be on screens and it was super duper uncomfortable.
That finally changes today as the nation's largest school district reopens for full-time in-person learning for the first time since March of 2020, when the pandemic moved Mayor de Blasio to shutter all 1,600 school buildings and shift to online learning.
Now, we get to start off instead of on the screens, in real life. You get to go to recess. That's my favorite part of school.
But not everyone is as thrilled as these 8-year-olds.
Still a little nervous, as all 3 of my kids are under the age of 12 and so unvaccinated.
With the fast-spreading Delta variant still posing a threat to the unvaccinated, several parents are frustrated the city's not offering a remote learning option. Some are planning to boycott the first day of school. Bisrat Abraham isn't one of them.
So the school has reassured us that there are a lot of precautions to prevent transmission.
Some of those precautions include mandatory masking, bi-weekly coronavirus testing, improved ventilation, 2 air purifiers in every classroom, and 3 feet of social distancing where possible.
Before, it was like 6 feet, but now we got even closer to our friends to only 3 feet.
Plus, all public school teachers, pre-K educators, and after-school staff must be vaccinated with at least 1 dose of the COVID shot by September 27th, with no testing option. Upsetting to some teachers, like Chloe Pashman.
We truly believe that everyone should have a choice.
The choice not to get vaccinated, city officials argue, affects far more people than the individual making it, especially in classrooms with kids not yet old enough to get the shot. Still, the United Federation of Teachers challenged the mandate.
We knew we had to go into bargaining.
in terms of making sure that exemptions and accommodations were going to be considered and granted based off of medical and legal doctrine.
Late Friday night, an arbitrator ruled that the city needs to provide accommodations to staff with medical conditions or religious beliefs that preclude them from getting vaccinated. The city also agreeing to create both a leave process and a severance agreement for teachers who feel they can't comply with the vaccine mandate. The seemingly ever-changing rules leaving many anxious about the school year that lies ahead.
I had a Zoom with the parents the other day, and it was very upsetting because in my mind I'm thinking, will I be here in a few weeks? Will some of these teachers be here? Will some of them not be here? What will be happening?
All right, everybody, going from the Big Apple out to a live now look we have right now of Truist Park out there in Atlanta, Georgia, home of the Atlanta Braves. Now, this story is a little more football focused, but the overall theme is here. The U.S. is now averaging roughly 136,000 new coronavirus cases and close to 12,000 hospitalizations a week. And as more venues like sports stadiums open their doors to large crowds, health experts fear the highly transmissible Delta variant will cause COVID cases to spike in these settings. Fox News' Chris DeMeo has more on that, plus the new data which shows how sporting events can be safer.
The smell of charcoal, hamburgers, and beer combining with deafening screams from passionate fans, a telltale sign the National Football League's regular season is heating up.
We need entertainment. I think COVID has done enough with depression and anxiety.
But could one of America's favorite sports help spread the coronavirus? Well, according to a recent study published in the medical journal JAMA, as long as people are masked, there is no link between outdoor football games with limited in-person attendance and rising COVID-19 cases after the games.
Outdoors is perfectly safe based off of all the studies. I mean, I'm fully vaccinated, so I'm very comfortable going to a game, and if someone's uncomfortable, wear a mask or don't come.
But there's a potential issue. Most NFL stadiums aren't limiting crowd sizes or requiring fans to be fully vaccinated and wear masks for the 2021 season. And with stadiums capable of holding more than 65,000 guests, health experts are fearful the large gatherings could become super spreader events. Currently, the Las Vegas Raiders are enforcing a strict mandatory vaccine policy for their home games, and the New Orleans Saints and Seattle Seahawks are also requiring either proof of vaccination or a negative COVID test for their fans.
If people are concerned about taking the shot or whatever, that we will refund their money for the season.
Meanwhile, increased crowd sizes at in-person games is having a positive impact for the businesses surrounding stadiums, with increased foot traffic helping companies get a much-needed revenue boost. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
All right, everybody, we are staying on top of COVID-19 and how it is impacting sports, both Major League and high school as well. Across the country, high school sports are resuming now that kids are back in school, but in Oregon, the return hasn't been easy. Here is actually a live now look we have right now of Eugene, Oregon. Sun hasn't risen out there on the West Coast just yet. Well, the state of Oregon is revealing this week that there is a referee shortage and it's now impacting the fall sports season. Let's get the latest from Fox's Sarah Hurwitz, who has this story.
Back on the field, high schools getting the chance to compete again after a year of changes to sports seasons. But teams are still dealing with some unpredictability because there just aren't enough of the ones making the calls.
What it leads to is, certainly schools having to shift games around at a minimum, and in some cases cancel contests.
OSAA Executive Director Peter Weber says there's a referee shortage. More football games are getting shifted, and he says it's not necessarily Friday night lights because there just aren't enough officials to cover every game.
Then when you throw in air quality issues and things like that in some parts of the state, schedules are already much more fluid than they have been in the past, COVID quarantines, different things. when you put all that together and then the lack of officials, it creates a situation where, certainly not all of the games are able to be covered.
Weber says refs are down 15 to 25% for fall sports. That's volleyball, football, and soccer right now statewide. Allison Cook, who referees volleyball in the Portland area, encourages people to get registered and help out your community.
It's incredible. I think all of us have missed sports and missed seeing joy and happiness and teamwork and a competitive spirit. We're able to help people gather together safely and just be competitive again. What a gift that is.
Sarah Hurwitz, Fox 12 Oregon.
From Oregon out to Bakersfield, California, everybody. Heading out there for this last COVID-19 related story I have for you this morning. Doctors working in intensive care units around Northern California say they've noticed a reoccurring theme among many of their COVID patients. They are regretting not taking the COVID-19 vaccine. Fox's Rob Roth has more.
Doctors working in Northern California intensive care units say there's been a recurring theme to many of their COVID patients.
We're hearing so many people filled with regret at not getting the vaccine. Many of them are even asking for the vaccine on arrival. They're feeling so sick.
But by then, she says it's too late to get vaccinated. Walker was one of 2 ICU doctors from Sutter Health Thursday to share their recent experiences treating COVID patients. They say while breakthrough infections do happen to vaccinated patients, there is a difference in the severity of the illnesses between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated.
Those that are unvaccinated tend to be more severely ill.
According to California Public Health records, as of last week, Bay Area ICUs were ranging from Marin County's 53% capacity to Napa County's high of 96%. The rest fell well in between.
It's just been a lot more difficult and challenging to take care of these families, not just from, a medical standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint. It's taking on our staff.
But some Bay Area ICUs are accepting COVID patients from the Central Valley, where hospitals there have been overrun at times. Doctors say the Delta variant is the reason for the surge in cases, and that the biggest difference between most of the COVID patients they are seeing now and the ones in the first few waves are their ages.
This time, with the Delta variant, the patients tend to be somewhat younger.
Last year, we would rarely see somebody in their 40s or 30s in the intensive care unit. Now it's a common occurrence. It's really, really challenging to see these patients with young families at home, FaceTiming with them, with their children, while they're struggling to breathe.
All right, everybody, wanted to let you know that we have received this feed to our Live Now from Fox desk. Earlier, we brought you President Biden getting aboard Marine One to leave Wilmington, Delaware and head to Joint Base Andrews. Well, now we've got a camera at Joint Base Andrews awaiting the president's arrival to then board Air Force One and head to Idaho first, where he will be briefed on the wildfires out west before actually heading to California to assess and see the damage caused by the Caldor fire. I also do want to let you know that we are on standby for a briefing from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner. He is at the Houston Emergency Center this morning. He will participate in the area weather coordination call and can provide a brief update before departing for City Hall on preparations for Tropical Storm Nicholas, expected to make landfall between tonight and tomorrow morning out there in the Texas Gulf. We do have a Live Now look at the storm courtesy of our XRAD radar here on Live Now from Fox. We are also a few minutes away from being joined by Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards, talking about the preparations in place for Nicholas as well. So lots of elements working here this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Two elements to bring you here regarding a tropical storm Nicholas, letting you know that our Live Now from Fox team is closely tracking this storm. It has formed in the southern Gulf of Mexico, making it the 14th named storm during the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. Now, it is expected to impact the Texas Gulf area between tonight and tomorrow morning. Right now, we do know that Tropical Storm Nicholas has maximum sustained winds near 40 miles per hour with higher gusts expected. As a precaution, Texas Governor Greg Abbott ordered state resources to be placed on standby along the length of the Texas Gulf Coast. So this is something that we are keeping track of here on Live Now from Fox. We do have this feed to the left-hand side of your screen coming in right now, expecting some remarks from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, who is at the Houston Emergency Center. He is going to be participating in the area weather coordination call and is going to provide us a brief update on what Texans can expect from Nicholas. We are also on standby in just a couple of minutes for a report, a live report from our very own Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards. She is going to be giving us an update from the Storm Monitoring Center, the Regional Joint Information Center on preparations as well. In the meantime, we cannot forget about Hurricane Ida, everybody. It has been a little over a week, almost 2 weeks now, since it made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in Louisiana. I do want to play you this segment from our Fox 4 Dallas team speaking with the American Red Cross's CEO about Hurricane Ida relief, as well as wildfire relief and how you can help Afghan refugees.
A combination of deadly and devastating hurricanes and wildfires created an unprecedented challenge for the American Red Cross. It's also tasked with providing care and shelter to some of the more than 120,000 refugees coming from Afghanistan. Joining us this morning is the president and CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern. You're joining us live from New Jersey shoreline, so I imagine the response to Hurricane Ida must be front of mind for you. What's the focus on the response efforts there?
Well, first of all, Hannah, thank you very much for having me on your show. And my heart just goes out to the people that were impacted by Hurricane Ida. The devastation is incredible, and people lost their homes, they lost their belongings, some of them even have lost loved ones, and it's really difficult circumstances. I have been around in New Jersey, Louisiana, Mississippi, and I also talked to the governor of New York, and Ida really left a terrible wake of destruction. And the Red Cross is there. We are doing everything we possibly can to help the people that have survived this terrible storm. We're providing shelter and food, mental health counseling. We're out in the communities with our feeding trucks. We are doing whatever it takes to provide comfort and hope to so many people that were impacted by this horrific storm.
Yeah, well, and we appreciate that work. Now, earlier this week, I know we also reported that President Biden declared climate change has reached what he calls code red. What does that mean for your response efforts, either as it pertains to something like Hurricane Ida or even the wildfires out west?
Yeah, and I'm glad you just pointed out the wildfires, because that's been going on for almost 3 months now, and our volunteers are on their third deployment, some of them. We are definitely seeing the impact of climate change. In the 13 years that I've been at the Red Cross, most disaster seasons, there may be 2 or 3 acute large disasters, but now it seems like it's constant and it's ongoing. And the experts say that the reason that Hurricane Ida picked up so much steam was because of global warming. And we're seeing the wildfires, the drought is causing more and more of these wildfires, and they're getting more and more difficult to contain. The experts also say that by the year 2030, that organizations like the American Red Cross are going to be responding constantly, and it's beginning to feel that way already. And I really can't think of another organization that's more impacted by climate change than the American Red Cross.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we know you guys are also helping with some of the Afghan refugees who have made their way to the U.S. and are being housed at U.S. military bases. Just truly invaluable work. How can people help?
Well, thank you so much for asking that question, Hannah, because we really can use the help. First of all, people can volunteer and give us the gift of time, and there's so many volunteer opportunities that people can select from. Secondly, we can use monetary contributions, and any gift, regardless of the size, is very deeply appreciated. And there's always a tremendous need for blood. So time, money, blood, you can go to our website to learn more. It's redcross.org, or you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS. And the American public is so generous, and we're so grateful for anything that people can do right now to help the American Red Cross.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are grateful for you and the volunteers, thousands of them that are working really hard this time. President and CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern, thank you. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. Really great interview with the CEO of the American Red Cross, one of the organizations not only helping out with natural disasters, but with humanitarian crises as well. Currently taking a Live Now look at a podium in the Emergency Operations Center out there in Houston. We are expected in a couple of minutes to hear from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, who will be speaking on preps for Tropical Storm Nicholas, everybody. Well, state and local leaders are preparing for that storm, and they're asking residents to take extra precautions. Fox 26's Chelsea Edwards is joining us live right now at the Regional Joint Information Center, where they're opening early this morning to start monitoring conditions. She is with us here right now on Live Now from Fox. Chelsea, good morning. What can you tell us?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, they went online here at 6 a.m. for the Emergency Operations Center. And speaking of Mayor Sylvester Turner, he just tweeted out not too long ago asking that people go ahead and plan to be home off the streets by sundown tonight. They just want to help out first responders and not have people stuck out there. We know Houston streets can get easily overwhelmed when we have flash flooding, and we experience a lot of that throughout hurricane season. So they're already asking people to stay off the streets. When it comes to the Galveston area, they're expecting a storm surge of up to 5 feet. So they have really been in prep mode, and they often do this. They have it down to a science, but you know, families have been out buying up food and water, being prepared to hunker down for the next few days.
Yeah, and Chelsea, you know, we know of a lot of efforts being made out in the Houston area to help victims of Hurricane Ida. So do you know of any organizations that already have a plan in place to help their own communities?
Yeah, there are a few that come to mind, especially the Cajun Navy, Britmore Rescue. They went out to Ida, and they are always active here whenever there's a flooding situation. So we can expect that they are already prepping for the worst. We're hoping that this storm kind of dies down a little bit or weakens as it hits the coast. But, you know, these are some teams that we can always count on to keep Houston strong.
Now, especially for people watching from Texas, Chelsea, do you know off the top of your head of specific areas that are likely to get hit more than others tonight into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, particularly the Galveston area, they have several spots that are known for flooding, not just right there on the beach, but Matagorda Bay is one where they expect to see that storm surge once again. But even within the city, there are areas where it's pretty much guaranteed flooding whenever there's heavy rainfall. We're also keeping an eye on West Houston and Southwest Houston as well. But as we spoke to the Harris County Flood District earlier this morning, and he mentioned that this is an interesting storm. That's what they're calling it, because we could expect to see heavy pockets of rain in some areas, and then, you know, just a few miles away there it might be light. So we're really waiting to see how all of this plays out over the next couple days.
All right. Well, Fox 26 Houston's Chelsea Edwards out there for us with this update. We hope you and your team stay safe, and thank you so much for being with us here this morning.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we've got a news alert to bring you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. We've got President Biden coming from Wilmington, Delaware, about to land at Joint Base Andrews and board Air Force One to start his busy day of travel, first heading to Idaho, then heading to California. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. For those of you who don't see that commercial break, we will continue to watch the president's arrival and then his quick turnaround to a departure to the West Coast. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, nearing the 9:30 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. You just saw President Biden quickly unboard Marine One to climb up the steps and board Air Force One. Do want to give you a run through of his schedule, as you can see to the left-hand side of your screen. Now, we do know that at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the president will visit the National Interagency Fire Center in Boise, Idaho, before quickly departing Boise en route to California, where he is expected to survey damage from the Caldor fire by taking an aerial tour of hard-hit communities in El Dorado County. Now, we do have some reports of 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and maybe a little bit earlier, a little bit later, depending on, his trip out there in California and how long everything takes. But we do know that President Biden is expected to make remarks at Governor Gavin Newsom's last rally before the official recall election tomorrow. So again, a busy day for President Biden. We are all about the live, the raw, and unfiltered news here on our show, bringing you front row seat to events just like this, when the president leaves, when the president departs somewhere, and what exactly he is doing. So I do want to let you know that we also do have some remarks coming from the Florida area, specifically in Gainesville. It looks like we're going to be hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis. I'm going to monitor this feed here for just a second on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's watch the full president's departure. All right, everyone, we are going to depart Joint Base Andrews here on Live Now from Fox. That is because we officially have Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner sitting down with local officials to talk Tropical Storm Nicholas preparations. I do want to listen in for just a bit here on Live Now from Fox.
Is anybody on from the National Weather Service? Let me call Dan. Okay, then we're gonna get kicked off, Mayor.
Yeah, let me just, I know we're at level 3.
Level 3, yes, sir.
Yeah, at this point, kind of monitoring the progression of the storm very, very carefully. I know everything is pretty much in place. There's public works here.
They'll be on the call, Mayor.
Okay. So who's all on the call this morning?
We should have all of the city departments. We were just gonna, once we got words from you, Mayor and Chief Buick, we're gonna run through the departments and get their a briefing on what they've stood up and what their preparation level are.
Yeah, but let me just kind of want to monitor things very, very carefully, almost on an hourly basis, to kind of see how things are going. That'll give us an indication of what sort of messaging we need to do throughout the day. I know a lot of people are relying on us to kind of tell them where things are. And I know as the day progresses, there'll be more rain falling this evening in particular. From my vantage point, I want to do everything I can to get people off the roads by sundown. It'll make it just easier on everybody. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And then I know a lot of school districts are going to closing, especially for tomorrow, which is going to impact even city employees. So I'll make a determination later on today as to what the status of municipal employees will be on tomorrow. But the main thing is that this is it appears to be a rain event, and I think many of us know, especially if you've been living in this city, where the low-lying areas are, and if you get 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rain in an hour, streets are going to flood. And so we just want to make sure that people are not driving through flooded roads, flooded streets. So, but I'm anxious to see what the departments have done in preparation for the weather event. Chief Buick.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to all of our partners that are on the call and that have been assisting us the last 2 days as we monitor the storm. We activated our Emergency Operations Center this morning at 6 o'clock, and we will remain open 24 hours, probably into Wednesday morning, Wednesday afternoon, until the storm passes. Mark, see if National Weather Service is
Dan, Riley, or anybody from National Weather Service, have you got on the call?
Move on
Okay.
to police, fire.
Well, we're going to start with Houston Public Works. Public Works on the line. Brian or Director Haddock.
What are you doing?
Move.
Everybody put your phones on mute, please. Can y'all hear us from the OEM?
I don't know if they can figure this out.
I don't think anybody can hear us. Ask if they're receiving us again.
Can anybody hear us from the OEM?
Yeah, I don't think.
Let's do it over.
You are not allowed to unmute. To raise your hand, press *5. You are allowed to unmute. To unmute yourself, press *6.
Good morning from the OEM.
You are no longer muted.
Okay, go ahead.
Can y'all hear us from the OEM?
Hey, Tom, yeah, this is Frank at the airport. We can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tropical Storm Nicholas first coordination call. Is Dan Raleigh on the line for a weather briefing?
I don't think they.
Or anyone from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, I don't think they can hear us, y'all.
Can y'all still hear us?
Yeah, why don't y'all double check to make sure that
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you clear. This is HFD.
All right, very good. Well, we're gonna continue on with
the main call is the National Weather Service.
Comments from the mayor.
That's the one that I want to hear is the National Weather Service.
Yeah, let me put you on speaker.
Hang on, we got him on the line. Okay.
We were on mute.
Okay,
Hey, Dan.
Take us off.
You got the mayor in front of you, Mayor Turner. Can you give us a quick update?
All right, good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
We're looking at some heavy downpours today, but the main event, the bulk of the heavy rain is going to be coming in late tonight and tomorrow as Tropical Storm Nicholas moves its way up the coast. So we're looking at several hours of moderate to heavy rain as we get into the overnight period and tomorrow morning especially. That's going to be our main concern. There will be some gusty winds as well with the tropical storm, but the main concern for Houston is going to be the rain. Right now we're looking at most likely 6 to 10 inches of rain, but that could be higher if we get any sort of banding with the system. So that's kind of what we're looking at now. The rainfall forecast has trended a little bit down today as we're looking at the storm moving a little more quickly, but it still means several hours of heavy rain and some flooding overnight and tomorrow morning.
Okay. Tell me, give me your assessment of what you think the rain conditions will be between now and, let's say, 6 p.m. today.
I think we've got some heavy downpours moving in now, but they're not going to last that long. So, we could see some sort of street flooding here and there today, but probably no more than that. The main concern is going to be overnight tonight and tomorrow morning.
Okay, so because I know people are anxious to hear what will be taking place during the course of the day. For example, people who are at work. So let's say between noon and 6, any idea of how much rain you're expecting?
Yes, Mayor. I think we're going to be okay this afternoon, other than these localized heavy downpours and maybe some localized street flooding. But I think by and large, today is kind of a preparation day, and then tonight and tomorrow morning, the morning rush hour tomorrow could be very difficult. But the way it looks now, a bit stormy, some localized heavy rain, but the bulk of it now looks to be coming tonight. So I think. I think people should probably be fine today. If you're in a localized heavy downpour, maybe wait it out. But the biggest concern is going to be overnight tomorrow morning.
Okay, and then in terms of tomorrow, are we expecting rain pretty much all day tomorrow, or do you anticipate it tapering off sometime during the day?
Mayor, I would say the hardest part of the forecast now is gauging the speed of the storm. So I would plan on rain pretty much all day. There are some models that take it through, by afternoon, but, I think I would plan on rain pretty much most of the day, probably moving north of here by evening.
Okay.
But that part of the forecast is a little bit still uncertain of the speed. Worst case for us would be the storm to kind of slow down and give us a longer period of rain. Most of the models now, though, do pull it out of here by tomorrow evening.
Okay. And are we expecting, and when you say tonight, just kind of give me some idea of tonight, you're expecting heavy rain to be what period of time? What time of the evening?
Yeah, I would say I'm away from my desk right now, but from what I saw an hour or so ago, it looked like pretty much midnight to noon.
Okay.
But let me, I'll send y'all an update on that as soon as we get off the call.
Yeah, send me that, Dan, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, everybody. I do believe that we have lost the picture to this shot, but we still have the audio. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to see if we can get this shot back for you guys. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Nearing the 9:45 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. You were just listening in to some remarks from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner as they were speaking with emergency management officials there in the Houston area, prepping for Tropical Storm Nicholas. Now, you heard them say that heavy downpours are expected late tonight and tomorrow, could impact some commutes to work both tonight and tomorrow morning as well. So again, we'll be checking in constantly with our Fox 26 Houston team throughout the day as preparations are in place, and they are expected to see some heavy downpours and possibly some flooding within the next 24 hours. However, you are taking a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. If you tuned into Live Now from Fox just a couple of minutes ago, you saw Air Force One depart Joint Base Andrews as President Biden begins his busy day of travel. Now, we know that he is going to be heading to Idaho to talk wildfires before then heading to California to survey damage caused by the Caldor fire. That is before he is going to make his way to Long Beach, California to campaign for gubernatorial recall election. Well, now Governor Gavin Newsom, but again, that recall election happening tomorrow. Now campaigns in their final hours. Well, we are going to head to Long Beach right now to be joined by Fox 11 Los Angeles' Bob DeCastro to tell us more about President Biden's visit. Bob, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you, Regina?
I am doing good. So we have been following President Biden's busy day of travel all morning long. So what can you tell us about what he's going to be doing once he makes his way into California?
All right. Well, you know, the Secret Service doesn't necessarily tell us the exact itinerary for the president for security reasons, but we do know that after that visit in Idaho that the president is scheduled to come to Long Beach sometime tonight. There is the last rally. They're calling it the last pitch for Governor Gavin Newsom, and they're bringing out the biggest gun here in terms of the biggest representative of the Democratic Party, which is the president, President Biden. So he's going to be here at a big rally the day before the election, which is tomorrow, and he's just going to be making that last-minute pitch. So he'll be here tonight along with some other Democratic Party leaders. The Long Beach Mayor, Robert Garcia, will also be out here as well. But really, they're hoping to get out the vote. The polls look pretty good for Governor Newsom right now. The latest LA Times poll actually shows him his lead widening at 60% of people, of likely voters, saying that they would vote no on the recall effort. And then another San Diego Union Tribune poll saying that 54% said that they would say no on the recall. But it was just a couple of months ago that the polls showed that it was very slim. It was almost 50-50, so the Democrats don't want to take any chances. And over the past several weeks, we have seen just a barrage of images here from Vice President Kamala Harris, who was in the Bay Area just earlier this week, Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota. So some of the biggest Democratic stars have been out here campaigning for Governor Newsom. And then if you sit here at home and you watch on television, you'll just see a barrage of advertising as well. So we've seen everything from Bernie Sanders to former President Barack Obama to Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren barraging our airwaves with pitches for Governor Newsom to keep him in office.
Now, Bob, I have to ask you, do you think that Republicans have a chance? I feel like they've had a pretty rough week. We saw last week Larry Elders kind of get cornered by protesters with eggs. So what can you say about Republicans' chances here?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It all comes down to numbers, right? So it is a huge, huge uphill battle when you have a state that has a vast majority of Democratic voters. The electorate is largely blue, so the number of Democrats, of registered Democrats in the state of California is 2-to-1. So when you had those polls that I was talking about just a couple of months ago that showed it was almost like a 50-50 split whether or not Governor Newsom would be recalled, that's when the Democrats really sprung into action, because they knew that this is a numbers game and they really need to get out the vote, get out their base. So the more and more people in general that just go to the polls and go and vote, that really sways it in Governor Newsom's favor. And so right now you can see that that shift is certainly happening, at least with the polls that we're seeing right now. You have to remember, though, that this recall election, which goes on tomorrow, that whoever if Governor Newsom is recalled, that person is only going to be in office for another year, because the gubernatorial election actually occurs in November of 2022 as well. So we could also look at this recall election and the election coming up as it's a very, very long election for the governor of California.
Now, Bob, is there anything specifically that voters need to know ahead of tomorrow?
Well, the polls close at 8 o'clock tomorrow. The polls are actually open now, and the vast majority of Californians did get mail-in ballots. A large number of voters have already voted. According to officials, voting officials, almost a third of all Californians have already cast their ballots, but there is still plenty of time. I know in LA County, an example where we are right now, there are dozens of vote centers. Those are the places where they can vote that are open as of this morning. So they can go out and either take your ballot and bring it there, or you could actually vote in person. So voting has started and voting has been underway. A third of Californians have already voted, and the polls close at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
All right, well, Fox 11 Los Angeles is Bob DeCastro out there in Long Beach previewing President Biden's visit and campaign. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too, Regina. Be well.
All right, everybody. Huge shout out to Bob DeCastro and his team. Want to go from the West Coast out to New York right now to let you know that we are on standby for a live press conference from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. Now, a couple of major talking points that we can expect from him today. We've got those vaccine mandates in place for customers heading out to bars, to clubs, to restaurants. We also have students heading back to the classrooms for in-person learning for the first time since March of 2020. So we're expecting Mayor Bill de Blasio to speak on that as well. We've also got a look at stocks trading this morning. The Dow Jones Industrial Board looking good on this Monday, September 13th. Again, everybody, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from the Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We were playing you some live events. Over the last half hour, we had Mayor Sylvester Turner working with local emergency management officials in Houston, prepping for Tropical Storm Nicholas. And we are also monitoring feeds coming from New York. And we've also brought you those live reports from our Fox owned and operated stations throughout the entire morning. Our show would not be possible without their help. It is a full team-wide effort to bring you the content that we do each and every morning and throughout the day. The recall election, something that our team is going to be staying on top of for the next couple of days here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I will be hopping off here right after I send you guys to a 2-minute commercial break. Polar Areas will be hopping on with you at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and be sure to stay with us all day long as our Live Now from Fox headquarters team brings you all of the latest news that you need to know, as well as the live feeds coming from President Biden's busy schedule. Like you heard Bob say, he is going to be making that stop in Idaho before visiting Sacramento, and then making his way down to Long Beach to campaign for California Governor Gavin Newsom. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Monday, September 13th. Again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. Have a great day, everybody.
in the schedule for the week ahead. With that, Alex, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I was hoping you could comment on some new reporting from my colleague that health concerns have halted U.S.-bound flights of Afghan evacuees from two key countries. What was behind that? Is it COVID-related? Do you know how many Afghan refugees are affected?
Sure. Let me give you the information we have at this point. I should say at this point. Operation Allies welcome flights into the United States have been temporarily paused at the request of the CDC and out of an abundance of caution because of 4 diagnosed cases of measles among Afghans who recently arrived in the United States. These individuals are being quarantined in accordance with public health guidelines, and the CDC has begun full contact tracing. All arriving Afghans are currently required to be vaccinated for measles as a condition of entry into the United States, and critical immunizations, including MNR, are being administered for Afghans at military bases in the United States. And we are also, we are also exploring measures to vaccinate people while they are still overseas, so that's something we're looking into. But it was, again, a step recommended by the CDC out of an abundance of caution given 4 measles cases.
And then I wanted to ask about a change in tone from the administration when it comes to blaming the unvaccinated. In July, you were actually asked about when Governor Ivey said it's time to start blaming unvaccinated folks, and you said, quote, you didn't think it was, quote, our role to place blame, and it was, quote, not the role of the federal government to blame. But that's pretty much what President Biden did yesterday. So what has shifted, in these months that you've decided to take a more aggressive tone?
Well, I don't think it will surprise you. I wouldn't characterize his speech in exactly those words or that terminology. What you heard the president convey yesterday is the next steps that he is taking, using every lever of government to reduce his sicknesses, to reduce hospitalizations, to protect more people and save more lives. I will say that he was channeling the frustration that millions of people across this country are feeling who are vaccinated, that many governors and elected officials have also shared their frustration over. And as is the case, it is also true that there has also been a growing frustration among people. So if you look at the trends over the last couple of months, we didn't anticipate, I will say, that when there was a vaccine approved by under a Republican president, that the Republican president took, that there would be such hesitation, opposition, vehement opposition in some cases from so many people of his own party in this country. We didn't anticipate that. It's also true that there were many people in this country who weren't vaccinated who said, I'm just waiting for the FDA to approve the vaccine. That happened several weeks ago. There's still 80 million people who were unvaccinated. And we've also seen during this time the Delta variant, a transmissible variant, pose greater risks, put more people in hospitals, including kids. So that is why people across the country are frustrated, who are vaccinated, and certainly the president was channeling that yesterday.
One more quick one on OSHA. Can you talk about enforcement of the vaccine mandate for businesses? We've already seen a lot of evidence that OSHA is overtaxed. There was an IG report that suggested, even though there's been more OSHA complaints, there's been fewer investigations. So will the administration be providing more resources to OSHA to help them to implement this mandate? How will it work?
That's a great question, Alex. Obviously, the president just announced the steps yesterday. There'll be a rulemaking process that's going to take a little bit of time, and certainly whatever resources they need, I'm sure the president will want them to have.
Go ahead. Just to follow up on the enforcement of that, realistically, how long could it take? Some experts say it could take months, and the effects of this new rule, especially for companies, may not be felt in time for the Delta wave. Do you have an estimation on how long it could take?
I don't have an estimation for you today, but there's clearly an urgency here, and we want to ensure that rulemaking proceeds rapidly, as quickly as possible. I'll also note, though, that there are a number of companies that have already put requirements in place. United Airlines, Tyson Foods, Southwest, Houston Methodist, the huge hospital system was one of the biggest ones that did this early. They had a varying number of days for implementation, but certainly we're going to put every resource in the federal government to get this going rapidly. We've also seen announcements. Southwest Airlines announced today it was taking the next steps toward full compliance. And Business Roundtable issued a statement welcoming the president's announcement. Certainly this will be up to a number of private sector companies. Our expectation and hope is they will take these steps on their own, and then we will continue to implement for those who are not complying.
Another question on the Republicans that have come out, obviously criticizing the new requirements. 19 Republican governors have said that they plan to fight this. Has the White House been in contact with any of those governors who have criticized this since the president made this announcement yesterday?
I don't have any engagements or calls to read out for you. We are in touch with a range of governors, Democratic and Republican, every week, if not more frequently, about a range of topics, including our efforts to address the pandemic. We're also in touch with health officials up and down the lines in these states who are often implementing these plans and policies.
One last question for you. Just an appeals court just ruled in favor of Governor Ron DeSantis and his administration, saying the state cannot enforce a ban on strict mask mandates. Just a response to that, are you concerned that this is going to put more children at risk in that state?
Well, one of the steps the president announced yesterday is that we have the funding, the resources, and the intention of having the back of school leaders in school districts, superintendents, and others who do the right thing by students. And that includes putting in place mask requirements and other requirements that will keep them safe. Go ahead.
Jen, with the 9/11 commemorations, can you tell me what you are doing to sort of go back and address the huge, massive wave of hate crimes that we saw against Arab Americans, Muslim Americans, and those who were taken to be either Arab or Muslim? So what is the White House's plan to address that component of the history of the aftermath of the attacks?
Well, first I would say that ensuring that we are advocating for equity, that we are speaking out, that we are taking actions against hate crimes, verbal abuse.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the 10 o'clock hour. We just surpassed it out here on the East Coast. We have 3 different live events, as you can see, that we are on standby here this morning. It is a Monday, September 13th, 2021. Thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you guys all had a great weekend. All right, let's go from top to bottom or left to right, however you'd like to refer to it. On the left-hand side of your screen, we are awaiting a live update from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio. It turns out businesses, they have some new pandemic rules to follow, and that starts today. We heard from Fox 5 New York's Regan Meggi a little bit earlier this morning here on Live Now from Fox about exactly what those measures are. So we are waiting for that to get underway. On the top right-hand side of your screen, Fox 26 Houston is providing that live image. So it's in the Houston area, and it's going to be Texas Governor Greg Abbott having a news conference. And then it looks like they just switched the podium on us, everybody, on the bottom right. It was Gainesville, Florida. I'm going to take the locators off, though, and that is because I believe now, or at least I'm trying to take the locator off, everybody. Let's see what I can do here. I believe that looks like it is, let me see if I can get any updates, the office of the county judge in Fort Bend County. So waiting to find out exactly what that is about. Whatever starts first here, we will bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are on standby for all these different things going on right now. But we do have a Live Now event going on. This is the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres hosting a hybrid meeting of government ministers and other top envoys aimed to ensure funding and access for humanitarian aid into Afghanistan. So it is a UN Afghanistan hybrid meeting. Let's listen in live, raw, unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
In light of the establishment of a national, broad-based, all-inclusive government with the participation of all sides. The Islamic Republic of Iran keeps contacting all parties in Afghanistan. We pursue a policy in Afghanistan that warrants the establishment of a broad-based government, and at the same time we shall see an Afghanistan void of terrorism, void of narcotics, an Afghanistan whose situation creates sparks of hope in Afghan people, and Afghan people can decide about their future. We believe that on the humanitarian level, people, women and children in the past years, and particularly in the past weeks, have undergone catastrophic and calamitous situations today, it is incumbent on the international community to reach out to Afghanistan by delivering urgent and swift humanitarian aid delivery. The Islamic Republic of Iran stands ready to redirect and facilitate humanitarian aid of other countries to Afghanistan. We are one of the countries that
Again, everybody, a hybrid meeting that we're listening in on here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to show you how stocks are doing for the day. This is the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. You see nothing but green so far. Stocks have been trading now for over 30 minutes. So starting the week out strong. Just wanted to provide you that update here on Live Now from Fox. Really quickly, before we go back to this hybrid meeting on access to humanitarian aid for Afghanistan.
Aid will be distributed to, will be delivered to Afghanistan and distributed among Afghan people in order to prevent the influx of a new wave of migrants. We have kept all our border crossings open in favor of trade and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. And in this way, within our ken, we try to address the needs and necessities of Afghan people. Today, Iran is host to and supports some 4 million Afghan citizens. Of course, we need to criticize the international community because of their approach towards tending to the Afghan people.
All right, everybody, we are getting a bunch of live events starting at the same time. We're going to head on out to Fort Bend County in Texas, where they're talking about preparations for Tropical Storm Nicholas. Let's listen in live, raw, unfiltered.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this early Monday morning. And as you know, we are dealing with a Tropical Storm Nicholas. Our Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management has been closely monitoring the situation as usual. Our Joint Information Center has been activated since noon yesterday. And it is fully staffed to deal with any situation arises at this point. Yesterday, tropical storm warnings were issued for the coastal Texas and northeastern coast of Mexico, with Nicholas expected to produce heavy storm. Produce storm with a total rainfall of anywhere from 8 to 10 inches, with isolated maximum rainfall we expect up to 15 inches certain areas, which include coastal Texas and into up to certain parts of Louisiana throughout midweek. It is a heavy rainfall and flash flood warning at this point in Fort Bend County. That is a concern because we have a very flat terrain, and that is absolutely a concern for our Office of Emergency Management and emergency managers. However, this is not just a threat to the coastal communities. Highland, heavy rainfall, flooding can occur inland. The reason I say this, if any one of you remember, 2002 Allison, Tropical Storm Allison was just a tropical storm, but it created the maximum damage to our area. So we wanted to be prepared. We hope that is not the case this time, but we wanted to be prepared. Currently, Fort Bend County is under a flash flood watch in effect through tomorrow evening. We know that one of the things about these storms, as you all know, it is very unpredictable. It is a possibility for Tropical Storm Nicholas to get stronger. And we are, every step, we are watching it, we are monitoring it, and we will communicate with the residents and the people in this area. I want to say our Fort Bend County I want to tell our Fort Bend County residents, while we are anticipating Nicholas coming through our area, but we don't expect a severe condition as of now. This always can change when you talk about weather situation. You absolutely should be prepared. We are talking about this hurricane preparation since May, and I hope you are prepared. If you are not, please take care of certain steps which we repeated many times, and you might be already aware of it, and having a kit, enough food, water, medicine, and keeping all the documents together just in case, and have a plan. Just in case if you have to evacuate, where you're going to go, how you're going to manage that, have a plan and a conversation with your family members and also the people, your close family and friends, have a conversation. Stay informed. Stay informed is the most important thing because this storm is developing, and every step of the way it can change its direction, its intensity, and things of that nature. Stay monitored. We are monitoring, so that means please get information from the reliable sources as our local TV stations, radio. And also, I encourage you to sign up, if you are not already, with testing with our emergency alert system, which is you dial 888-777, and you punch in FBC alert. FBC alert. So you're going to be part of that system so that we will be pushing out information, important information, as and when it is necessary. Also, stay up to date following our social media, which include Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Our Office of Emergency Management and also Fort Bend County Judge's Office and other department will be constantly pushing out information based on availability, based on things change, and we will be updating. Please stay tuned. And also encourage, take action to minimize damages. And I will also ask our most experienced person, Mark Flathouse, to explain this in detail. How do you minimize the damages? And again, monitor local TV station and also radio and other source of information. And know your potential risk. Have a plan to evacuate if in case you need it. Be sure the emergency supplies on hand. And I will now invite our Office of Emergency Management Manager and also Fire Marshal Mark Flathouse to give a brief update how to prepare and what you need to do next. Mark?
Good morning. Mark Flathouse, Emergency Management Director, Coordinator underneath the Judge's Office. A couple of things. First, the last 24 hours we have been activated. Our Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We have been working due diligently along with the news, media, and the weather, along with the region and the state, to make sure that we're prepared for anything that comes our way. Currently right now, the report this morning is the tract is coming more a little bit inland and directly up towards our county and on north. With that being said, we get updates about every 3 to 4 hours and we adjust accordingly. We know that rain can drop anywhere from 5 to 10 inches, but the kick is we don't know where or what is going to happen in the next 24, 48 hours. It could stall out, it can move. It's very unpredictable. As we all know that live in a coastal area and a community, things change, but we are prepared and we will be prepared for anything that comes our way. Our EOC, as stated, is activated over the next 24 hours. We will be pushing out the correct information and information that's coming directly from our meteorologists, along with our drainage and everything moving to our road and bridge and our road closures or any impact. The initial threat that I see and working with my team and the experts that we have here in Fort Bend County is really flash flooding and the initial impact of large rains at a quick few minutes to hours. Flash flooding is an impact that we want to make sure that we stress is stay home, don't drive. The impact of the major of the rain is going to be throughout this next evening. into Tuesday, and we want to make sure that everybody is aware and has where they get their information from Homeland Security Emergency Management, from the judge's office, and information out.
All right, everybody, you're hearing emergency management officials in Fort Bend County, Texas, near the Houston area, talking about how Texans should prepare for Tropical Storm Nicholas. They're saying some coastal areas of the Lone Star State could see 8 to 10 inches of rain. So they are trying to get people as prepared as possible there along the Gulf of Mexico. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we'll be live in New York City with Mayor Bill de Blasio. We'll be right back.
Nation showing it can be done. I want you to hear from 2 extraordinary educators what this day means to them, why it is so important. And they are live from PS 121 in the Bronx. What a pleasure to bring forward our Chancellor, Misha Ross Porter, and what an honor to have with us someone who we love in this city, and he really feels so much for the city, and we feel so much for him. The Secretary of Education of the United States of America, Miguel Cardona. Misha, Secretary, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm so excited to be here with Secretary Cardona at PS 121 in the Bronx. What a great start this morning at PS 25. So many amazing families, so many amazing students, just starting the day off of in-person learning. New York City is back. We are so excited to be here. Looking forward to having a great year together.
Thank you, Chancellor. And listen, you do it right. You have been working closely with the mayor and others to make sure all the preparation to get ready for today. Today is here. The kids are excited. The parents are excited. To all the families that are watching, they've worked so hard. They've prepared. They're doing everything to make sure your children and staff are safe. Enjoy the school year. They did it right. And I know this is going to be an awesome year for New York, for everyone. And we have a special guest that wants to say hello, Mayor. Come on over, special guest. Tony the Tiger's ready to kick things off. We're excited for a great school year. We'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Go Tigers!
What a combination. Our Chancellor, the Secretary of Education for our entire nation, and Tony the Tiger. I mean, you don't see that very often. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chancellor. And the Secretary said it powerfully. He is responsible for the education of every child in the United States of America, and he said it clearly. New York City is doing it right. And that's why our kids are back, and it's going to be the safest place for our kids to be, the New York City Public Schools. Thank you again to everyone, our educators, our staff, the custodians, the crossing guards, the school safety, everyone, food service, you name it, every single person who works in our schools who got us to this point. And thank you, of course, to the vaccinators, to Test and Trace. Amazing commitment to our children and our families. That's what's brought us to this day. But of course, it's not just our schools. Key to NYC today also, dining, entertainment, fitness. Big, big moment, because this helps everyone feel safe. This gives every one of the customers the knowledge that they are safe. The employees know they're safe. It's everyone moving forward to bring our city back. We're seeing great, great response. In fact, I'm hearing a lot from restaurateurs and people who love to go to restaurants, how much safer they feel knowing everyone's vaccinated. So look, you're going to be safe wherever you go, a movie theater, gym, restaurant, you're going to be safe. And this is what President Biden talked about a few days ago, bringing us all back, our recovery in every sense, jobs, our economy, people's lives, the life of our city, all coming back because people are getting vaccinated more and more. And for those unvaccinated, you've got to make the move now. We cannot let the fact that those who are unvaccinated are unfortunately creating a problem. We've got to work with everyone to get them vaccinated. And that's what we're going to keep doing over and over and over again, using mandates, using incentives. Key to NYC helps us once and for all to fight off the Delta variant and defeat COVID and move forward as a city. Now, this comeback, this is about working people. This is about the working people of the city, kept the city going no matter what was thrown at them, the grit, the strength of New York City's workers, our essential workers. This is amazing how they fought through, and to have workers coming back to our offices today, city offices, ready to serve the people, showing that we are moving forward. Big, important day. We put strong health and safety measures in place. We put vaccine requirements and test requirements in place. Obviously, a lot of what we did here became the foundation for a lot of what you're seeing around the country and what President Biden put in his plan, because we proved it worked. So thank you to all the essential workers. Thank you to our city workers. Thank you for all you do, coming back strong, leading the recovery. Some of our city workers have done a lot of powerful work to help people address these issues. So many have. I want to give a special thank you to everyone at HPD, our housing department, the workers, the inspectors, everyone who's been out there, the folks at NYCHA, public housing, the inspectors and the other workers. Thank you. You guys don't get enough attention and credit. Let me give you a moment to really recognize your work, which is crucial to the health and safety of the city. So thank you to everyone at HPD, everyone at NYCHA. And you know what? We're all in this together. So I thank our state workers. I thank our federal workers, everyone in public service who does so much for us. I had a very moving conversation on Saturday. We were all on Saturday thinking about all the people who were there for us when we needed them in 9/11 and every day since and during COVID. And I talked to Chaplain Rosita Thompson, who really made a special plea, and I want to answer her plea, that we also think about the folks who, some of the most unsung, are letter carriers, our postal workers, our delivery folks who really, really never stopped, kept everything going. So Chaplain, thank you for giving me that reminder so I could say thank you to everyone who brought us the mail, brought us the packages, allowed our lives to keep going even in the toughest moments. Now, we're coming back, and we're coming back in so many ways. And it's not just about work, it's about the ways that we have fun, the ways that we enjoy this city, the ways that we appreciate everything great. And one of the great things in this city is our recreation centers. Parks Department does a great job. Well, here's more good news as part of our comeback. As of today, all our recreation centers are open. 25 locations in all 5 boroughs, and news flash, it's free. Recreation centers, all 5 boroughs, run by the city. We're providing a free 1-year membership available to all New Yorkers and available through the end of this year. So if you want an amazing opportunity to stay fit and have a lot of fun, here's another great way to do it. Now, of course, vaccination required. I want to be really clear. We want it to be a great environment for kids, for adults, for seniors, and we're going to keep everyone safe. So vaccination required, and vaccination is what's leading the way. And now it's time for our indicators, and you're going to see something amazing. Over 11 million vaccine doses. So indicator number 1, doses administered to date, 11,057,002, and growing all the time. These incentives and mandates are causing more and more people to come in. This number is going to keep growing in a really big way. That's exciting for the good of this city. Number 2, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 105 patients. Confirmed positivity level of 28.57%. Hospitalization rate, 1.09 per 100,000 New Yorkers. And number 3, new reported cases on a 7-day average. Today's report, 1,375 cases. Real movement in the right direction because of more and more and more vaccination. Few words in Spanish about today, Recovery Day, a day that's going to make such...
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Puede ver cómo se ha recuperado la ciudad de Nueva York. Esto no hubiera sido posible sin ustedes, las familias trabajadoras. Con el regreso a clases y oficinas, está claro que nuestro regreso está a fuerza completa. With that, turn to our colleagues in the media, and please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
Good morning. We will now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we are joined by Chancellor Misha Ross Porter, Dr. Jay Varma, Senior Advisor for Public Health, Dr. Mitch Katz, President and CEO of New York City Health and Hospitals, and DCAS Commissioner Lisette Camillo. Our first question for today goes to James Ford from Pix 11.
And good morning to you, Mr. Mayor, and everyone on the call. It's a lovely morning, Monday morning.
It's a beautiful morning, and good things are happening. James, how you doing today?
Very, very well. Thank you for asking. Can we talk more about the Key to NYC Pass? Now that it begins enforcement today, what do you expect to see as enforcement goes ahead? And if you don't mind, remind me exactly how it will be enforced, which agency, and what, to reiterate, what do you hope ends up being seen, particularly by eateries that say they don't intend to check vaccination status?
James, it's a great and important question, but let's put this in perspective. What we're hearing overwhelmingly is that restaurants and fitness locations, entertainment locations are doing it well already. They're already, and I've been to a bunch of places, I'm hearing from my team, I'm hearing from lots of people, they go in, their vaccination cards being checked, it's straightforward. People are just doing it. They're making
safe place later on this evening, and then even for tomorrow, a number of school districts will be out, and then I'll make a decision a little bit later on today about city employees. We just may go with Tier 1 employees, the essential employees for tomorrow, but I'll make that decision a little bit later on today. I will tell you that in preparation for this storm, all of our departments have been activated. Houston Public Works, they have already, for example, they are lowering the water.
Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We departed New York, and took you out to Houston, Texas, where Mayor Sylvester Turner is talking about preparedness for Tropical Storm Nicholas. Let's continue to listen in.
May lower it a little bit more, but right now the water level has been lowered by 1 foot in Lake Houston. The Public Works has already, as of 6 o'clock this morning, deployed barricades at 46 different locations throughout the city of Houston. And so let me just say those barricades are there, and let me encourage people, please do not go around the barricades. They are there for your protection. We are going to be getting rain throughout the course of today. And many of us know there are certain areas streets that are more prone to flood than others. So again, let me encourage people, we said over and over again, don't drive through flooded streets, roads. Don't do that. And again, that'll help yourself out. It'll help us out as well. But 43 barricades as of 6 a.m. have already been put in place. So please take note of that. With respect to our high water equipment, the Houston Police Department has high water equipment, the Fire Department, Public Works. All three of those departments are coordinating so that we can have that high water equipment deployed throughout the city of Houston, because we can't quite say which area is going to get more rain than another. So we have a lot more high water equipment than we had before, let's say during Hurricane Harvey. So those three departments are working together to make sure that high water equipment is deployed throughout the city of Houston, just in case if in a certain neighborhood, a certain area needs it, we can get there quickly as possible. The fire department has their high water training team that has been established, and they're ready to go. With respect to the airport, as of now, there are no cancellations and no delays. Now that's subject to change, but the airport is more capable of dealing with rain events. What makes things a little bit more problematic is when there's wind. But for right now, no cancellations. But please, please call if you got flights coming in and going out. Just check on them throughout the day. Metro schedule, at least for right now, remains the same. That is subject to change later tonight and going into tomorrow morning. But right now, Metro's schedule remains the same. In terms of power outages, and Jason is here with CenterPoint. As of right now, there are about 2,000 customers without power right now. But CenterPoint is on it at this very moment to restore that power, and they have ramped up and ready to go if additional power outages should occur between now going until tonight, tomorrow. So I feel very good about the preparation that has been made on that front to work to restore people's power as quickly as possible. So as you can see, a number of things that are taking place. Let me just encourage people to be weather aware, weather alert, listen to the reports, take things seriously, prepare. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And so preparation is critically important. This is primarily a rain event, and we don't know how much rain we're going to be getting in various parts of the city, but just be prepared. And then hopefully the storm will move quicker than had been previously indicated, and by, hopefully tomorrow evening, that this system will be out of here. But let's just work together to keep everybody safe.
Are there any areas of concern right now that you guys are focusing on?
I think, of course, on the southern end of Houston, south end, closer to the coastline, we're sensitive to that. But based on the report that we received from the National Weather Service, the rain could come all over the city of Houston. So whether you're on the south side, whether you're to the north of I-10, all of those areas we are concerned with. If you get 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rain, for example, in an hour, you're going to face flooding, and that 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rain could come in the south, southwest. We just don't know. Mother Nature will do what Mother Nature does. Having said that, it's important, regardless of where you are, to take note of those conditions. Don't try to drive through water, as some people attempt to do. Don't do that, okay? Because number one, you're putting yourself in danger, and number two, first responders and others will be responding. Well, I will say this: the Office of Emergency Management, HEC Center, have brought in all of their shifts of call takers. So all 3 shifts are in-house. So that we'll be prepared to respond to people's calls as quickly as possible.
Are we still at level 3, or have you increased the level?
We're at level 3 for right now, and that's subject to change again based on the changing weather conditions. Tom, you want to speak to that?
Yes, as the mayor mentioned, yes, we're at level 3. However, we're going to be monitoring. Obviously, it's very dynamic weather. We'll be monitoring that, and at 1600 today, we'll be reevaluating, as well as after the National Weather Service at 1630 or 430.
Do you tackle this storm differently than others, or how do you prepare when it comes to dealing with tropical weather, since you have dealt with hurricanes and tropical storms in the past?
The way we tackle this now is the same. We're always going to put safety first, the safety of the citizens first, the safety of the city of Houston, and all our teams get together. It's the same thing. Just definitely monitor the situation diligently and work together diligently to ensure the safety of everyone. So, yes.
Same question for you, Mayor. Do you try to tackle this in a certain way?
Every weather system is different. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience. This area we're quite familiar, whether we're dealing with the Tax Day flood in 2016, Harvey in 2017, Tropical Storm Imelda in 2019. This city is very resilient. We know what we need to do. Okay, we know about preparing. We know about not driving through. Don't turn around, don't drown. We know about that, not going around barricades. And we recognize that it doesn't have to be a hurricane. These systems can intensify very, very quickly, and you can end up getting more rain than you anticipated. So that's why, it's one thing to be out during the day where you can see a lot better. It's another thing to be out and about during the night and in the early morning hours. That's why what I would say, just on the safe side, certainly encouraging people by sundown, just be off the roads, okay? Let's just do that. But every system is different. We anticipate this to be primarily a rain event. Coastal areas are going to get quite a bit, but I think along the south side, and quite frankly, depending on how the bands come in, it could be rain all over the city of Houston. A side note, the National Weather Report did indicate could be a little winds, could be a little bit of tornadic activity, so we'll be monitoring that very carefully.
But the main thing is that don't drive through flooded conditions. Bear in mind, we're going to be getting moderate to high rain throughout the day, probably more into tonight and into tomorrow. So just be mindful of that and pay very close attention to all of the weather reports.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. We're live on here right now. Can you possibly hang out for 1 minute? We're going to do a quick live interview, ask you 2 questions. Thank you. All right, Mayor, stand by.
Still the words from me, I would have said.
All right, everybody, you just heard from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner and other city officials. They are preparing for Tropical Storm Nicholas. The mayor saying if you don't have to be on the roads by sundown tonight, please don't, and turn around, don't drown. Do not drive through flooded areas. They are preparing for a lot of rainfall. Essentially, the entire Gulf Coast of Texas is. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. Stocks starting off the day and the week pretty strongly. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Pilar Arias. Very happy to be here with you this morning and hope you guys are all having a great day so far. I'm going to take you back out to Houston, Texas, and that's because we just heard from Governor Greg Abbott being told that he's actually going to be signing a bill into law, and that bill actually has to do with keeping violent offenders from getting bond. It's called a bail reform legislation. Let's listen into his remarks just moments ago, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, good morning. Thank y'all very much for that. Listen, I want to get into my remarks, and I should say something about Ted Poe in a minute. Because we have the media here, I would like to start out just for 1 minute on a different topic. As people in the Houston area, as well as people along the Gulf Coast know, Tropical Storm Nicholas will be coming across the state of Texas, beginning in South Texas and working its way up to the Houston area. The state of Texas began preparing for this days ago, making sure that we were mobilizing all the supplies and support and resources that were needed by all the different local officials in all the various regions. I've spoken to the Harris County judge as well as county judges up and down the entire Gulf Coast to make sure that we're working collaboratively to make sure that at the local level we will be prepared for whatever this storm may bring in. Importantly, for the people who live in Harris County as well as other counties around this area, it's a rain event. A heavy rain event that can lead to flooding and high water levels on roadways. As always, whenever we experience anything like that, we urge people to use great caution whenever they're driving along the roads. You remember the phrase, turn around, don't drown. It seems like every time we have heavy rain in the Houston area, there are people who do drive into high water, and they sometimes lose their vehicles and even worse, sometimes lose their lives. Your life is the most important thing that you have. Be cautious as you travel about the Houston area and the Harris County area for the next few days. Listen to local weather alerts and heed local advisories about the right and safe thing to do, and you'll make it through this storm just like you have many other storms. Speaking of storms and using that as a transition, we are facing a storm in Houston, in Harris County, in the state of Texas, as it concerns a dramatic rise in crime. I want to thank Judge Poe, you can call him Judge Congress. I was a judge here in Harris County at the same time that Judge Poe was a judge here. I know for a fact there is no more talk about criminal justice in the Harris County area than Judge Ted Poe. Thank you very much, Judge, for everything that you've done. I also want to express my gratitude for Dave Welch, for the Texas Pastor Council, as well as all the community leaders that we have here for your involvement. Listen, I know you all have been involved in a multitude of issues for years now, but your involvement in this issue about crime and criminal justice in this region is more important than ever and needed now more than ever before. As I will be explaining to you here shortly, the state is stepping up and addressing the rise in crime, and we are using every tool that we have to ensure criminal justice in this region and across the entire state of Texas. That said, what the state does is it responds to crime-based issues that occur. The better approach than responding to crime is to get ahead of the curve and to prevent the crime. There is no better crime prevention tool than good parenting. We need to get back to the social fabric of what will improve our communities. We need better parenting, greater parental involvement. We need to restore God in our communities. If we do that, we will be able to reduce crime in this region. Now, to put this in context, let me just tell you what I know you already know, and that is there has been a substantial increase in crime of all different kinds. There's been an increase in aggravated assaults, an increase in domestic violent crimes, and worst of all, homicides in Houston have increased by more than 30% this year alone. Lives are being lost because the criminal justice system in Harris County is not working the way that it should. Now, the deal is there are some clearly identifiable reasons why this is happening. So another way to say that is it's kind of easy to diagnose the causes for the increase in crime in the Houston area. One is what I already mentioned, and that is an erosion in family values. Another that we've seen a rise over the past 2 years in Texas in Harris County, but also across the United States, there is increasing disrespect for law enforcement, disrespect for authority that has grown quite aggressive against law enforcement. At the same time, there has been lax enforcement of laws by prosecutors. And then worse, something that we will delve into even greater today, and that is there has been a revolving jailhouse door because of lax bail policies. And here in Harris County, more so than any other place I've seen in the state of Texas, you're facing a crisis that is a consequence of having elected a lot of judges to the bench in Harris County who ran as Democrat socialists. These Democrat socialist judges, they do believe in letting people out of jail as opposed to keeping people, and that's why you have more criminals, convicted criminals, who are back out onto the streets endangering public safety. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the Texas legislature has worked to reinforce law and order in Texas. We've seen this dynamic across the country over the past year or so about the defund the police movement. You've seen it in Los Angeles, in San Francisco, in Portland, in Seattle, in Chicago, in Minneapolis, and New York. And unfortunately, we even have seen it here in Texas with Austin, Texas, defunding the police. Let me tell you something about Texas. In Texas, respect our law enforcement officers. We will not demean or defund them. We will not allow cities in Texas to defund the police, and I am so proud of our state legislature for passing.
All right, everybody, before we go to a 2-minute commercial break, I do have a news alert to bring you here on the complete opposite side of the country. This is Troutdale, Oregon. The latest that we are hearing from Fox 12, the affiliate up there, is that one person is dead following an explosion at a home early this morning. That's according to the local sheriff's office. They said it is investigating what led up to the explosion. Fire crews responded to the home about 2:20 this morning. There is a house and cars involved in the explosion, although it is unclear where the explosion began. A house and car were badly damaged. The fire also spread to other vehicles in the area. One person living nearby said that he was sleeping and woke up after hearing an explosion that shook his home. He then saw several others. He also saw flames high above trees in the area. So again, the Fox station out there, Fox 12 Oregon, showing us these live images from Troutdale. We've seen a fire truck there at the scene, and you do see the police crime scene tape still up there as well. So when and if we get any updates, we'll bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're going to see a 2-minute commercial break for most of you. We'll be right back.
The union says more than 80. Where do you get the number 72%? Where's the source of that data?
I'll turn to the chancellor, but just emphasizing we have more information coming in all the time. Now, again, a lot of respect for the union. What we need is just to see people's vaccination proof. We have a portal, and actually a lot of information is coming in, as often happens in human life, right up at the deadline, school's beginning, so now people are coming forward with their information. I am very hopeful that as we get more information, we'll have proof of a much higher rate, but we need to see it. Chancellor, you want to speak to that? Is the chancellor out there? I guess not again. Okay, we're having technical difficulties all around today, but that's okay. But Henry, that's the overall point. We do expect, I think by the end of the week, we're going to have a much clearer picture. Go ahead.
Eric Adams addressed a conference of people in the financial industry today at the SALT conference in Javits. And he said the following. He said, New York will no longer be anti-business. This is going to be a place where we welcome business and not turn into the dysfunctional city that we have been for so many years. He said government must do its job to create an environment for growth. You've been very supportive of Mr. Adams. How do you feel about what he is telling these financial professionals?
Henry, I learned a long time ago, even though I know you're doing your job and I appreciate your good work, but I'm not going to take a couple of lines out of context. Obviously, this is a city that has done so much to work with our business community to bring businesses back, bring jobs back, extraordinary levels of support, constantly working with businesses big and small. So I'm very confident that what we've done in New York City is supported businesses while also supporting working people and striking that balance. And particularly during the COVID era, bending over backwards to help the business community come back strong. That's all I'll say. And you know, again, I'll respond to comments when I have a full sense of them. Now, I'm confused who's last here.
Last question goes to Julia Marsh from the Post.
Go ahead.
I just lent Henry my laptop, so I'm back on it now.
Noble of you, Julia. You're a good colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You talked about the vast majority of kids being back in class. When will we see school attendance records for today?
We'll put out information later in the day based on what we're seeing initially. It's a vast system, so information takes a while to come in, but we will get out what we have. And then over the coming weeks, we'll get a picture of enrollment. But as is true every year, we're not going to be able to give you a final sense of that until end of September, beginning of October. But in terms of today, we'll give you an answer later on today on what we're seeing. Go ahead.
Great. And then, Juliet had asked you about the hit and run in Brooklyn. And you did reference this new law that, you know, allows a car to be impounded if someone has a history of reckless driving. Where is that at in terms of being implemented, and what, if anything, does the city need to do to make that happen?
So the way it works, and I'm working from memory here, I think I have it right. The first step is that the penalty is to have to go and take classes, and then if there's continued problem, there's seizure of the vehicle. So the classes are beginning now. We're going to use this as a brand new tool. It's a very powerful tool. I think when people start to see that you could lose your vehicle, period, if you are reckless, it's going to make a very big impact. But we need all of these tools. I can't say it strongly enough. We need the speed cameras, particularly for the school zones. We need them to be 24/7. We need the Crash Victim Rights and Safety Act. We have been fighting this scourge without the support we need from Albany. I know there's a lot of people in Albany who care. It's time for them to step up and give us laws that actually help us protect the lives of our kids, our seniors, that help us take Vision Zero to the next level. And with that, everybody, look, it's an amazing, amazing day, and you all earned it. I want to emphasize it one more time. The reason we got this day is so many New Yorkers stepped forward. This number is staggering. 79.4% of all adults have received at least one dose. We're on the verge of 80%. Overall, over 5.6 million New Yorkers. So that's 2/3 of all New Yorkers have received at least one dose. This is amazing. A lot of other places, sadly, cannot cite figures like this. What this means is every single time someone stepped forward, made the decision to do the right thing to protect themselves, their family, their community, and we need more and more people to do that starting today. So let's keep moving forward, and let's enjoy this recovery day as we celebrate our schools coming back and so many of the good things in New York City. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody, again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. My name is Pilar Arias. Myself and Regina Gonzalez have been here with you this morning. We are preparing to pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. However, here in just a few moments, most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. We are on standby, being told that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking in Newberry, Florida. That is not too far away from Gainesville. So as soon as that gets underway, we will likely bring it to you live, raw, unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. One more 2-minute commercial break, though. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Live Now from Fox. We are live in Troutdale, Oregon, where we have learned one person has died following an explosion at a home. That's according to the county sheriff's office. It looks like the reporter might be coming to the camera there, so I'm going to let you know the updates that we have learned. I am not out in Oregon, but I will provide you the latest. The sheriff's office said it is investigating what led up to the explosion. We're hearing there is a house and cars involved. It is unclear where the explosion began, but a house and car were badly damaged. The fire also spread to other cars. So we'll continue to monitor that breaking news for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, before we pass things off to Phoenix, I do want to show you this recall roundup from Fox 13 Tampa.
Hi, everyone. Yes, it is time for your recall roundup. Let's start with those benches. The teak shower benches made by Avena International were sold exclusively through Costco, and they've been recalled due to a possible collapse during use. That's obviously a fall hazard for any users. The benches are made of light brown teak wood. They're about 20 inches long, and they have some padding on the feet. About 70,000 units of this product have been sold, with 81 reports of collapsing or breakage during use. So now the Consumer Product Safety Commission says you should stop using them immediately and return them to Costco for a full refund. Costco should also be contacting purchasers of those benches and letting them know. Also today, a warning for parents. A children's pretend shaving kit has been recalled over a banned substance that could be dangerous. Jura Toys has recalled its Janet children's shaving kit. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the brown trim in the shaving kit bags contains levels that are too high of phthalates. Phthalates can be toxic if they're ingested by young kids. They can also cause other health issues. Phthalates are used in the making of some plastics to try to create more flexibility, durability. If you want some more information on the batch numbers in the recall and contact information for Jura Toys, you can go to the Consumer Product Safety Commission's website. All of it is there. Okay, anyone who loves living the RV life, watch out because your stove might be leaking gas continuously. NRC Modifications is recalling 2 model year 2019-2020 motorhomes. Freightliner, Cascadia, and Western Star brands are affected. Here's the issue. Stove valves inside could leak gas. They have the Dometic, that's the brand name, Dometic 3-burner stoves. And the valve bolt, it might be over-tightened. That could damage the O-ring seal, and that's what causes that continuous leak. But there is a remedy kit available. Just contact the company. And that's a look at what recalls need to be on your radar.
Principles.
Thank you for your leadership in this very trying moment. Our custodians, our facilities teams who've made our buildings safe and clean and created amazing ventilation. Our nurses, our cafeteria workers who fed so many families throughout the pandemic. Our crossing guards who were out in the streets throughout the pandemic. There are so many people, our school safety agents who never left the buildings, our social workers, our guidance counselors. So many people, our school nurses, the team that just stepped up. So many people to thank. So many people are responsible for this moment. This is a tremendous day for all of New York City, and I am the biggest cheerleader for this system. So I'll be in the Bronx today, heading to Queens later, covering the rest of the boroughs this week because I want to spend a day in each borough watching the excitement of homecoming. And now, forgive a former principal and teacher because I have a job to do, and it's to make sure that everyone does their homework. And everyone probably already knows what the homework is, but if you don't, let's be clear, get vaccinated. Vaccinations are our passport out of this pandemic. Vaccinations are our key to recovery, and it's our responsibility in this moment to not just protect ourselves, but to protect our community and protect the babies who can't get vaccinated. So it is my pleasure to be here today. You have no idea what an amazing leader we have in Principal Peavy. I've been trying to make her a principal for so long, but it was the right place and the right time in this moment at
And good morning to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Looks like we got that event interrupted as you are now taking a live look at the big board. You can see here we are seeing a lot of green here. Unsure why that shot went away, but if we are able to get it back, of course, we can always head back into that event as, again, officials are welcoming students back into schools. It is a big moment, especially as a number of schools across the country continue to try to use as many safety measures as possible as kids and teachers and staff all return to those schoolroom buildings. I know my own nephew was even starting kindergarten, so very exciting time for a lot of these kids to go back to in-person learning. And of course, we're all hoping everyone can take the right protocols, have the right safety measures in place to keep everyone healthy and safe. So good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We do have a number of things that we're waiting on to begin here. So as mentioned before, we do have a press conference coming to us from Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis is going to be speaking here. And we're also listening in, we do have a Chicago police briefing that I just came across. So let's listen in here as, again, the city really does try to address crime, not only in Chicago, but across the entire state of Illinois. We're going to be listening in live on Unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
But for business owners, consumers, and workers victimized by acts of theft, fraud, and violence. With that, I want to bring up next our State Director of Police, Brendan Kelly.
Good morning. On behalf of Governor J.B. Pritzker and on behalf of the hard-working men and women of the Illinois State Police, let me say thank you to Attorney General Kwame Raoul and all our critical partners and stakeholders that are here today as part of this effort against organized retail crime. The Illinois State Police leads a central role as the hub for state, federal, and local law enforcement agencies in Illinois. And as we begin our second century of service to the people of this state, that role is only growing, becoming more important to the missions the public expect us to fulfill to protect public safety. With the Governor's 2019 State Police Modernization Executive Order and unanimous passage of those measures into state law this year, the Illinois State Police Division of Criminal Investigation was formally reestablished to prioritize this essential criminal investigative role. As public safety threats emerge and quickly evolve, partnerships between all affected agencies must be built upon and focused on the acquisition, sharing, fusion, and analysis of criminal intelligence needed to respond and prevent criminal activity, the kind that we're talking about here today. The Illinois State Police Criminal Intelligence Fusion Center, otherwise known as STIC, exists for this purpose. Part of that purpose can include working cooperatively with the private sector, such as social media platforms and other online mediums to obtain evidence, and as we are committed to employing these tactics as part of the Attorney General's task force here today. For example, evidence of possible retail theft investigations and allegations with potentially more systemized, organized, and albeit sometimes organic and spontaneous modus operandi can often be found online through open sources and other lawful means of criminal intelligence gathering, as may have been mentioned, been the case during the period of civil unrest last year mentioned by many of you here today. The nature of the crime, organized retail theft, means we too must be organized to investigate, prosecute, and prevent this kind of crime. And that's why the Illinois State Police appreciate the leadership of Attorney General Raoul by organizing this task force that we are pleased to be a part of. The businesses represented here today that drive the economic activity of the state have our commitment to supporting this effort with the resources and skills at the disposal of the Illinois State Police. So with that, let me turn it over to my friend and former colleague, State's Attorney Glasgow.
Thank you, Brendan. I want to thank, Attorney General Raoul for having the foresight to form this task force. Obviously, he has a much better position to work on the interstate nature of this organized crime, and it truly is that. When Illinois passed its retail theft statute, it never imagined this type of theft from these stores. And the good news is that we do have laws on our books already that can help us deal with this situation. I'm here today as the president of the State's Attorneys Association, and I want the Attorney General to know that all of us who are members of that State's Attorneys Association across the state are fully behind this effort that he has created and look forward to working with him. But the burglary statute, right off the bat, if you enter a building with the intent to commit a theft therein, and we can prove that, that's a Class 2 felony as opposed to a Class A misdemeanor retail theft. Now, normally, the average retail theft case doesn't go there. Available as a continuing financial crimes enterprise to a Class A misdemeanor retail theft. Now, normally, the average retail theft case doesn't go there. Available as a continuing financial crimes enterprise. And the neat thing about that statute is if we get one offender in Will County and then he has 4 other offenses in 4 other counties, I can do all 5. And now working with the Attorney General, that's going to give me even more flexibility to work outside of my county and with the Attorney General's office. And the continuing financial crimes deals with the reselling of these items. Most people that do retail theft, they're stealing it for themselves on the misdemeanors. But these people, they have online stores, they have actual stores, and that triggers another crime that we can charge them with. They normally don't file the proper sales tax forms or remit the sales tax. So there's 2 different crimes. One is for failure to remit, and the one is for deliberate evasion. And it runs to everywhere from a Class 4 evasion, and it runs to everywhere from a Class 4 felony to a Class 1 felony. When I mentioned the continuing financial exploitation, it's if you're the organizer of that organized crime, it's a Class X felony. That's minimum 6, maximum 30 years in prison. That has some wallop to it. And money laundering, that's another one. We use money laundering mostly with drug dealers, but it also applies 100% to what these individuals do with the organized and planned thefts that they do. They have certain items that they send their different their thieves in to steal. They're very easily marketed, very easily concealed so that they can be stolen. And these aren't the people that bum rush the store or grab a bunch of stuff and run out the door so everybody sees them. They're much more sophisticated than that. And as the general said, we're talking about $45 billion in losses. And that hurts every one of us in this room too, because when those things are stolen, all of our prices go up. And it's something that we don't think about on a daily basis, but what this task force can do is stop that from happening. So again, I'm very grateful for the general asking me to come up here today, but he has our support 100%, and we look forward to working with him. And I'd like to turn the microphone over now to Rob Carr.
Thank you and good morning. I want to add our thanks to the Attorney General for his initiative here today. Every segment of IRMA's membership has impacted by organized retail crime. Since the early 1980s, IRMA has taken a leadership role in trying to combat retail theft in all its forms. And for decades, Illinois was seen as a leader, and its laws were utilized as a model for many other states. Unfortunately, over time, retail theft came to be seen as a crime largely committed by the young or the needy, and that perception was always and remains false, but it led to Illinois losing its leadership role. For example, Illinois is one of 3 states without a statewide organized retail crime partnership, and that is what is hopefully changing here today. As you've heard, retail theft has morphed into an organized retail crime. The focus has expanded into every product line, but it also goes into identity theft and financial data and other things that are unrelated to products themselves. It's basically anything that can be monetized to fund illicit activities, not limited to, but including the illicit drug trade, money laundering, human trafficking, weapons, and much more. We witnessed this most dramatically twice within 30 days last summer. First, they utilized U-Hauls and created staging areas in the downtown loop. Then they used legitimate protests as cover to break into stores and retail corridors throughout the city of Chicago, but also several locations in Illinois. They stole what they were after and they left the stores. They were gone in a very short period of time. And many of those businesses, having been struck twice within 30 days, struggle to recover those losses today. Why does organized retail crime matter? It endangers retail team members and legitimate consumers. It significantly erodes the viability of retail. It has a measurable and significant impact on tax revenues of the state and units of local government. And conservative estimates, as you've heard, are $45 billion. Nationwide, it runs into the hundreds of billions of dollars. It touches every region of Illinois, and it's a major revenue source of many criminal enterprises. The state of Illinois has become one of the central hubs of much of this criminal activity and all the related criminal activity it funds. For example, according to USIT, Chicago ranks 10th in human trafficking, and we believe it's long past time Illinois refocused and took organized retail crime seriously. That is why IRMA is so pleased to stand here today in support of Attorney General Raoul's efforts to return Illinois to its leadership role. We're deeply appreciative of the fact that he recognizes the importance of comprehensively addressing organized retail crime and his willingness to lead and bring the considerable resources and influence of his office to this issue. We look forward to adding IRMA's decades of experience and activity and that of its members, a small sampling of whom are represented here today, to this area and into coordinating the response of Illinois retailers and partnering with the Attorney General not only to strengthen Illinois' laws, but enhance information sharing, and collaboration, raising awareness and giving this plague the attention it has so long deserved. It's a global problem requiring a coordinated, sustained, and long-term response. And that's why we're here in support of Attorney General Raoul's efforts and look forward to working with he and the rest of law enforcement. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce the Hazel Crest Police Department Chief and President of the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police, Mitchell Davis. Chief.
Good morning. On behalf of the 1,200 members of the Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police, I would like to thank General Kwame Raoul for his foresight and leadership in developing the Organized Retail Crime Task Force. While we don't condone retail theft at any level, we realize that there are those who commit retail theft and similar fraud offenses for immediate personal needs. Many of the needs of these people who commit these offenses could be resolved by providing proper social resources, which is entirely a different conversation. But oftentimes, these individuals are exploited and victimized by larger criminal entities, and the proceeds are used to fund their criminal enterprises. Criminal organizations prey on these individuals and eventually consume them in the processes that they have established to attack retailers throughout the state. The expansive levels of operation of these criminal organizations are often above the level of detection by many local law enforcement agencies because our focus is primarily on specific crimes within our communities. And even if we are able to detect these resources, we don't have adequate investigative resources to enable to go after the organizations as a whole. So this is where the Organized Crime Task Force comes into play. The resources and information that the task force brings to the table will allow every community in Illinois to address retail theft criminal enterprises, oftentimes that we may not even know exist within our communities. The Illinois Association of Chiefs of Police looks forward to supporting the efforts of this task force, and again, we applaud General Raoul for his leadership in this area. I now bring up First Deputy Superintendent Eric Carter.
Good morning. Just on behalf of the Superintendent David Brown, we just want to thank Attorney General Kwame Raoul for organizing this task force and allowing us to be a part.
All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt here because I do want to just get to some breaking news that we have coming to us out of Maryland. We're taking a look here at Cape St. Clair. This is over in Maryland again. We do have reports of an armed person who fired shots at a police vehicle. So here's what we do know at this time. A shelter in place has been ordered in part of Anne Arundel County after officers say an armed person fired and struck the window of a police vehicle. Now, this incident was reported just around 10 a.m. near Hilltop Road and Blue Ridge Drive in the Cape St. Clair area. Now, officials do say no injuries were reported. The shooter, though, is still at large. That's why police have advised anyone in this area to shelter in place. They did have also Broadneck High School principal sending the following message to families saying, quote, "Due to an ongoing incident in the community, Broadneck High School is operating under our lockout protocols. All classes, including those in portables, have been brought inside." Now, she continues on to say all classes, including those in portables, have been brought inside. Operations are continuing. Just a warning, you are seeing our chopper video just going a little bit in and out, but until further notice, students and parents and visitors not permitted to leave or enter the school. If we do get those pictures, as I mentioned it, we are getting some of those pictures back. But again, this is just a developing story happening out of Maryland. You can see we do have a couple of those police SWAT vehicles that have responded to the area, and a heavy law enforcement presence again as this shooter is still at large. One good piece that has come from this, though, again, has been the report that officials say no injuries did take place, although that person did shoot at the window of one of the police vehicles. So this is some breaking news we wanted to bring to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. Of course, if we get more updates on this situation, we'll be bringing it to you right here. Until that time, let's go ahead. We're going to head into a quick 2-minute commercial break. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Again, taking a look at some breaking news that we have coming to us from Maryland. There is a shelter in place in order for residents here in this area, as they do have a shooter at large at this time. Now, this is in part of Anne Arundel County after officers did say an armed person had fired and struck the window of a police vehicle. So at this time, again, the incident had been reported just around 10 a.m. They do not have that person in custody. You can see some of this law enforcement getting ready and prepared to be on the move here. And this area where this happened, the incident was reported to have happened at Hilltop Road and Blue Ridge Drive in Cape St. Clair area. Again, our chopper video going a bit in and out, so if we do get more information and, of course, more pictures, we'll be bringing it to all of our viewers here with us on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead. We're going to go into some other news stories that have been happening here across the country. Going to take us out to West Philadelphia, where earlier this morning we had our Attorney General along with police talking about some of the results that they've already been seeing in a new partnership that's been addressing crime in their neighborhoods. We're going to be listening into that just took place again over in West Philadelphia.
Hey everybody, we got some smiles on our face today. It's good to be in this neighborhood and smile. It's good to be in this neighborhood, of course, with our great police commissioner, Commissioner Outlaw. Thank you, Commissioner. You're going to hear from the commissioner in a few moments. I also want to salute and thank several of our elected leaders who are here with us. My friend, Senator Tony Williams, is here. A new state rep, but one who's already having a lot of impact in this community, Representative Almond Brown. And let me also give special mention to the leader of the House who couldn't be with us today but sends her regards, Representative Joanna McClinton, who is a great partner and friend, and Senator Vince Hughes as well, who couldn't be with us. I have several members of my team that I just want to acknowledge. These are people who work hard every day in communities across Pennsylvania. My Executive Deputy Attorney General, Jennifer Selber, is with us. Thank you, Jen. Our chief, who I'm going to talk about here today, Chief John Kitzinger, is with us, along with several members of our leadership team, Chief Deputy Attorney General Brendan O'Malley, Section Director Pat Mangold, BNI Director Nehemiah Hagler. Make sure you hug Nehemiah on the way out. This man's doing great work. Nehemiah, raise your hand. Where's Nehemiah? He always hides over there. Thank you, Nehemiah. Supervisory Narcotics Agent David Carolina. Supervisory Narcotics Agent Bill Rouston. And I want to thank all of the community leaders who are here with us today. You are taking back your block, and we're proud to be here to help you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. I came back to this community today to talk about the progress that we are making in our shared effort to address violence here in the city of Philadelphia. We cannot and will not accept the level of violence that we have seen. We will not accept the gun trafficking that too many of our neighborhoods endure day in and day out. Across law enforcement, the Commissioner and I understand this, that the best way to shut down the drug and gun trafficking organizations and operators, well, it's to coordinate, it's to share information, and it is to work together. That is why 6 months ago, I deployed the Office of Attorney General's Strategic Response Team right here in Philadelphia, in the 18th and 19th District, to work with their narcotics enforcement team and with the Philadelphia Police Department's Intelligence Bureau to find new ways to deal with the violence that we were seeing. We have been in these communities, working together to protect people, to stop the violence, to get guns. By the way, too often times those guns are in the hands of criminals and those who are not legally permitted to possess them. To get the guns off the streets and give these neighborhoods back to these good people that you see standing with me here today. I'm here today to announce the results of our work over those last 6 months, and we are getting results. Since the start of this operational partnership 6 months ago, we have arrested 65 individuals for gun and drug trafficking charges in the 18th and 19th districts alone. We have executed 45 search warrants. We have seized 41 crime guns, including 3 ghost guns, as well as $82,000, the fruits of that illegal activity. Additionally, we have seized a significant number of drugs, including more than 200 lethal doses of heroin. Look, more evidence that too often drug dealing and violence go hand in hand, and drug trafficking is a violent enterprise. And let me be very clear about something. We are not stopping here. We are running every single firearm that we've taken off the streets through the Office of Attorney General's Track and Trace program, which we started in 2019, to find out who bought these guns. Have they been used in other crimes? And how did they get in the hands of criminals? That work is ongoing, but make no mistake, each one of these guns is a driver of the illegal activity and violent crime in our communities. And while murders and violent crime, Madam Commissioner, are down in this neighborhood, our work is just getting started. We are committed to doing our part to protect these communities. The moms and dads, and dare I say grandmoms in this community, the brothers and the sisters from Cobbs Creek and Carroll Park. This collaborative work with the Philadelphia Police Department, which started back in April, well, we've had additional agents on the ground, some of whom you've seen, some of whom you've not seen, centered right here in the 18th and 19th, where we had a particularly high number of shootings. Thanks to the investment by Senator Williams, Representative Brown, and the others, we were able to have the necessary woman and manpower to deploy our strategic response team right here in Philadelphia. We did this because we have found time and time again that the best way to take down gun and drug trafficking organizations and stop the flow of guns into our communities is to work together, the community and law enforcement together. Look, it's also why we've taken an aggressive role in expanding our partnership with local law enforcement, both here in Philadelphia and across the river in New Jersey, where just 2 weeks ago we announced an operation that took nearly 24 ghost guns off the streets of Camden and Philadelphia. Across the board, we have found that enforcement from every jurisdiction and community group must continue, and we must continue to band together to take on this public health crisis, as well as protecting public safety. We're grateful to the response that we have seen in these neighborhoods. We know that these operations and our joint efforts, well, we know that they have the support of the good women and men who live in these communities. Following 2 of our operations, I want to tell you that residents came out of their homes to thank the officers of the Philadelphia Police Department, to thank the agents of the Office of Attorney General. They thanked them for helping reclaim their blocks. We've been working with the residents in the 18th and 19th, and I want you to know, notwithstanding some of the reporting out there, these individuals are a valuable source of information to all of us in law enforcement to help reclaim their communities. They are the ones committed to building neighborhoods where they can be confident that they are safe, where all of our kids can come out and play safely in our communities. Look, I want you to know we're going to keep showing up in this community and other communities across the great city of Philadelphia, both in a law enforcement capacity and to make sure that everyone knows we're not leaving any block behind. You know, back at the beginning of the summer, the Philadelphia police and the community came together just a few blocks from here, actually, to launch a basketball skills camp at the Christie Rec Center just weeks after the fatal shooting of Kyrie Simmons. Well, we're going back there this week, actually, with the Sixers. I wanted to bring the Sixers back to show them where I beat Amon Brown in a game of basketball. And we're going to keep being present in the neighborhood. I'm just kidding, by the way. We want to keep being present in this neighborhood and building trust with community partnerships like that, and building trust with strong law enforcement collaboration like this. This is an important part of making a difference. And hear me on this. Talk and finger pointing, well, that ain't enough. and that's not going to get the job done. But to be direct, neither are arrests alone, nor education alone, nor engagement alone. It's all of this together. It's all of us working together that's going to make a difference here. When we say we're taking an all-hands-on-deck approach to stop gun violence, this is what we mean. I want to just say this in closing. This is really dangerous work, and this is really difficult work. And I just want you to know how grateful I am to the agents in the Office of Attorney General and to the brave women and men of the Philadelphia Police Department. They risk their lives every day. They kiss their kids and their spouses goodbye and come out here and do a job for us to try and keep us safe. The public needs to know about their bravery and their service. And I want to thank those brave women and men of law enforcement doing their jobs here in Philadelphia. We're not going to stop until every neighborhood and street corner can be safe for our children. All of us, these residents, our community groups, law enforcement, and elected officials, we all know that working together will save lives. And now with that, it's my pleasure to turn it over to the Commissioner for some comments. Commissioner Outlaw.
Mr. Attorney General, thank you. I just want to take a second to publicly thank you for the public thank you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got you.
If it makes sense. You know, and I say that because, you know, we've all been through so much, you know, since the beginning of the pandemic. And if you listen enough, folks will make you think that it's not okay to come together as community. It's not okay to smile. It's not okay to laugh. How dare you laugh? Don't you know that this is going on? Absolutely. We know this is what's going on. But this is what makes us resilient as communities, when we can say, you know what, thank you for what you did for me today. But then also have the same relationship, because of the relationship we have, can turn around and say, now let me tell you about how you did this yesterday. I didn't like it. Let's sit down and fix that. Right? They're not mutually exclusive. We can do both. We can uplift one another. We can encourage, but we can also hold each other, one another, all of us accountable, and still be working towards the same goal. So I really, really value you and appreciate you for saying that. I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. What AG Shapiro has announced today is just the latest example of the awesome work that's being done through collaboration with our local, our state, and our federal law enforcement partners. We know that law enforcement agencies cannot operate in silos. We just can't. And that there is a continuous need for our agencies to work hand in hand with one another in order to make our communities safer places to live, work, and to play. The AG's office, along with many of our other law enforcement agency partners, are committed to working with the PPD to fight this scourge of violence and drug trafficking that has plagued our communities for far too long. And today's announcement is just the latest of that commitment. Like many neighborhoods in our region, communities in Southwest Philadelphia have continued to face numerous challenges. The proliferation of guns, narcotics, poverty, and crime that comes along with it has caused unimaginable harm to the people who call these communities home. Recognizing the power of partnership, our department's 18th and 19th districts, along with our Intelligence Bureau, teamed up with the Office of Attorney General's Strategic Response Team in order to find new ways, often asking us, well, what are you doing that's different? What's new? We teamed together to find new ways to bring relief to our communities. While we're only 6 months into this initiative, as the AG just announced, we have been able to make a significant impact into the operations of those who bring harm to neighborhoods like these. And while the results announced today are certainly a cause for optimism, we refuse to rest on our laurels. Make no mistake, it's going to take a continued and sustained collaborative effort in order to combat the crisis of violence in our neighborhoods. And we will continue to work together to accomplish our common goals of keeping our communities safe and secure. I want to thank our law enforcement partners who've worked on the operation announced today, particularly the commanding officers of the 18th and 19th districts. under the leadership of Chief Inspector Kelly, Captain Matt Gillespie, raise your hand, and Captain Rob McKeever. Really, you just...
Gave it half. He gave like a half low.
A little shy. Come on, Bob.
As well as the officers and supervisors in their commands who work so hard each and every day to honor their oath of service. Finally, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of the community members who play such an important part in helping us not only reach our collective goals to ensure that we're safe, ensure that we're doing our jobs and we're doing it with dignity, treating those with respect and fairness, and that, again, reminding us that we are of the communities that we serve. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
You ready to answer some questions? She's giving a speech. All right. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Well said. Oh, okay. No. You don't get to ask the question. Go ahead, gang.
Josh, a lot of folks who are...
I'll answer.
Good morning. Joe Holden from
Hey,
CBS
Joe.
3. How are you?
Good.
The question continually comes up from crime scenes that we go from one to the next, is that when the police department is doing their job, sometimes in this jurisdiction, there is not always the appearance of accountability. How do you balance this announcement with, I believe you said 65 arrests, in making sure that this is not a revolving door that we hear about a lot in this jurisdiction?
Yeah. Look, I think it starts with holding those who are holding people back in these neighborhoods accountable. The criminals who are dealing drugs, the criminals who are running guns. And when we make those arrests, we keep them behind bars. And so it's critically important that that be a step in this process. As I said before, arrests alone aren't going to fully deal with this crisis. It's going to have community involvement. It's going to have important social services and others. This is one part of it. I'm here today to announce this operational step that we took 6 months ago and the results of that. So we're going to all keep doing our parts to make sure, as the commissioner said, there's accountability across the board for everybody, and we can reclaim these neighborhoods for the good people who live here. They're all part of a violent enterprise. Many of them possess guns illegally. Nearly all of them were bringing poisons into our communities that could have killed our kids, could have killed others. We're happy to give you a list of each and every one of the individuals charged in the crimes they were charged with.
Can you explain, is there like are they kind of connected to each other, or give any specifics?
Chris and some are connected, some aren't. The reason we got them is because we deployed our strategic response team here. We had outstanding partners in the Philadelphia Police Department who we could work with. We shared intelligence. We went to the hot spots, and we're getting results.
So they're not necessarily,
This is not one broad unit. Some of them were working together, some weren't, but all of them were wreaking havoc on this community. Okay? It depends. No, I'm not paying any attention. I'm focused on the important work that needs to happen right here in this community to take back these porches, to take back these blocks, and protect these good people, okay? Thank you all so very much.
Go ahead.
Yes, Senator.
Senator Tony Wells.
So, you asked, I want to make sure I'm responding to the right thing. You asked about accountability, right? And making sure, I wasn't quite sure whether you're saying we're overzealous, or was that the nature of what you were trying to get to?
Was I asking you if I didn't use the word overzealous?
No, I know you did not. I want you to make sure. So, bottom line is this. I think the AG did a great job of saying this is a start. I think the police commissioner said this is a start. I want you to understand something. For those of us who've lived through the past the pandemic and the homicide rate increasing dramatically in this part of our community, people are finally being arrested and charged. And for us, we're so grateful that when Josh came down with the governor months ago to listen to local concerns, that rather than sort of dividing and going in different paths, the governor, the AG, the legislators with their money, the local police commissioner decided to join forces together to resolve the differences in this community. So you see a lot of community folks out here today that normally don't come out to these events because it's sort of like more politicians showing up. They're showing up, but they're showing up today. And I want you to understand, we have stalwarts of people, and these are people who hold people like me accountable on a daily basis, who complain to me about the misery and the pain that they felt for their children being shot and nothing happening. This is a moment, and I think the commissioner said it right, and the AG said it right. We were able to smile, at least for one day, because someone is actually on the ground in a modest income, black and brown community, paying attention from a level that we would not expect and historically has never happened. And so I want to make sure there's nothing missed in terms of how excited we are about what's being done. It is a first step, and there's a lot more to be done, but at least someone is now arrested and charged for the pain that they've lived upon our community. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Appreciate you. What was your question?
All right, so remarks again wrapping up here. What we want to do is, of course, continue to keep you updated on all the stories that are happening across this country. I do have a couple different live looks I want to bring to you just to show you some of the events that we do have coming up. So here we do have a shot of a podium. This is a live look on Capitol Hill as we are expecting to have members of Congress here participating in a congressional remembrance ceremony. This is to mark 20 years since the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001. They're going to be here on the front center steps, east front center steps of the U.S. Capitol, again, to honor and remember those lives that were lost. And then, of course, the 20 years since these terror attacks. And so we'll be headed out to this event here shortly on Live Now from Fox. Also wanted to just give you a live look at the White House. President Biden, though, not in D.C. He's going to be traveling around here today. We're going to be following POTUS around as he's going to be headed to Idaho as well as California here today. He's going to be checking out some of the damage from wildfires and, of course, getting some tours of some of the communities that have been hit the hardest, especially out in California. That Caldor fire is going to be an aerial tour that President Biden is going to be taking. Then he's also going to be speaking with Governor Newsom as the governor is facing a recall election tomorrow. We've had you fully covered on that recall election, going to be following it closely tomorrow as, again, many Californians going to be putting their ballots in the box on September 14th, which is just one day away. We have a lot more coming up here on Live Now from Fox with stories from across the country when we return after a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox again. President Biden going to be touring around to multiple destinations here today. Of course, we're going to be following the POTUS's visit to Idaho and California. We'll have you fully covered on those right here again on Live Now from Fox. Also taking a live look at an area where we'll soon see members of Congress joining together to honor those whose lives were lost. And again, this has been 20 years since the terror attacks happened on September 11th. We ran a big special right here. Hope you were all able to join us as we had a lot of amazing stories and ceremonies across the country. A lot of stories from people who were right there down on the ground or who knew someone who was right there responding after, again, our Twin Towers and other places around the U.S. were attacked by terrorists. So we'll definitely be jumping out to this event as soon as it does take place. But I do want to continue to give you some of the other stories happening here across the country. Of course, we've been hearing a lot from some governors and leaders across the country after President Biden had made the announcement mandating for some to have the vaccine, especially when it comes to federal workers. Governor Ron DeSantis down in Florida is just one among many Republican governors who plan to resist his vaccine mandate and are threatening legal action. We do have Governor DeSantis speaking about this at Newberry, Florida. Let's go jump into that event right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Well, thank you. It's great to be here. I was in town earlier this morning, actually, over at the university. The University of Florida is now the 5th highest rated public university in the country. Pretty good. Now, if you can only cap the week off by beating Alabama this Sunday, then everything would be good in the world. But we'll see. That's a tall order. I want to thank Attorney General Moody, Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronis, Congresswoman Kat Kamak, Senator Keith Perry, and Representatives Clemens and Brannon for being here. We also have a number of folks joining us today, folks who are work for the city of Gainesville as well as Orange County in Central Florida. We have Darius Friend, City of Gainesville. Christine Dam, City of Gainesville, Jonathan Sissio, Gainesville Fire Rescue. Who I happened to meet a couple months ago when folks from this area were down there responding to the Surfside Tower collapse. And you had guys from this area down there doing great work, dangerous work. And then Maria Bernard, a firefighter from Orange County Fire Rescue. So I want to thank them. We're here today to make it very clear that we are going to stand for the men and women who are serving us. We're going to protect Florida jobs. We are not going to let people be fired because of a vaccine mandate. And you'll hear from some of the folks here, but you have people who've worked for police, who've worked for fire. They've worked the whole time. While a lot of these politicians were on Zoom and not going out or doing anything, these folks were there protecting us day in and day out. And so you don't just cast aside people who've been serving faithfully over this issue, over what's basically a personal choice on their individual health. And so we cannot let these folks be cast aside. We cannot allow their jobs to be destroyed and their families and livelihoods potentially to be destroyed as well. And we've seen places like City of Gainesville, some other places around the state that have basically said, we are going to fire you unless you take a vaccine. And these first responders in particular have been exposed to all kinds of, many of them have already had COVID, okay? Let's just be honest. They have had COVID, they've recovered, and most of them, well, the ones that have recovered have very strong immunity. That's very clear from every study that's been done. Fortunately, the state of Florida passed a law this most recent legislative session, SB 2006, that did a lot of different things. It prevented private businesses from requiring proof of vaccination to just do normal things like go to a movie or go to a restaurant, vaccine passports, but that also applied to government agencies. And so if a government agency in the state of Florida forces a vaccine as a condition to employment, that violates Florida law, and you will face a $5,000 fine for every single violation. And so if you look at places here in Alachua County, like the city of Gainesville, I mean, that's millions and millions of dollars potentially in fines. Orange County, many, many more than that. At the end of the day, you know, look, we did a lot in Florida to distribute access. And in December, when the Pfizer and all this stuff came out, you know, I said we would work very hard. We'd prioritize our seniors, that we'd make it available for all, but mandatory for none. And that's been the policy that we've had from the beginning. And so I think it's an important issue with these mandates, and we're going to hear from some folks, and then I'll also talk about the Biden mandate as well, which is even more problematic. But you know, it raises important questions. I think, or even go beyond this. If you can have people wear these uniforms, and police and fire, and obviously there's other very important jobs that folks are here doing, and they're always the ones on the front lines, they're always the ones that have to sacrifice, and you just throw them out like they're chopped liver, that is just fundamentally wrong, okay? And we're not going to let that happen. We're going to protect these jobs. We're going to protect these people's families. We're going to protect their livelihoods. And Ashley Moody is going to speak in a minute, but she filed an amicus brief in support of the employees who are seeking legal protection against the mandates that have come down from the city. And then, of course, the state government, you know, we will certainly move to impose the fines as the law requires when we see people that are denied access like this. So we have folks here who are being put in a very difficult situation. And I'd also point out, you know, you go back 6 months, everyone admitted it would be wrong to fire someone over this. Like, nobody was saying that this would be something that should be coerced. Everyone agreed from Fauci on down that this is something that should be provided, but it should ultimately be someone's individual choice to make in consultation with their physician. So now we're in a situation where you're going to have thousands and thousands of people could be losing their jobs, not because they haven't performed well. In fact, many of them performed heroically, but simply because of a very intrusive and I think illegal policy that's being imposed in different parts of the state and is now attempted to be imposed across the United States. So we have Darius Friend here. He's eligible to retire in 1.5 years. Now he's facing termination. He could lose his pension, but he believes that that this is a matter of principle, so he's been willing to stand up. And so here's Darius.
I don't have a speech, and forgive me for sweating. I was out there on the road trying to get all you great people in here to see the governor, so thank you for coming out today. like the governor said, I've been with the city since 1999. I'm about a year and a half out from retirement, and for me, it's not about the vaccine, it's about mandatory vaccination. No one should tell you what to put in your body. I choose what goes in my body. Of course, I eat hamburgers and French fries, but that's my choice of what I put in. So there are people out there that choose to eat non-GMO food, or they are vegetarians, or they don't want to eat foods that were grown with pesticide and herbicide. No one should force those people to eat meat or vegetables that were grown with pesticide or herbicide. The vaccine changes your RNA, so for me, that's a problem. So I'm here with you folks. We don't want to have the vaccine. It's about our freedom and liberty. It's not about the vaccine. They're taking away our freedom and liberty little by little. They're using the vaccine for cover. Last year, they took away our religious rights. They are not defending our freedom of speech. And this is just one way to take us to the next step. So thank you for coming out today, and thank you, Governor.
Just a heads up, some of our viewers are going into a quick 2-minute commercial break.
She's a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, Semper Fi. She has 4 children. Both her and her husband work full time, and she's in a position now where she will lose her job potentially based off this mandate. So, Christine.
Thank you, sir. We are a 3-generation household. My elderly father lives with us. We have 4 amazing children. Sadly, we lost my mother last year, not to COVID. I hold a master's degree. My husband is a Gator. I have worked for the city of Gainesville for the past 10 years. Citizens of the city of Gainesville and residents of the state of Florida should not be given mandates which require them to either lose their job or their freedom to make their own informed medical decisions. I do not believe it is anybody's business if the citizen next to you is or is not vaccinated. Amen. The majority of the citizens of the city of Gainesville do not support this mandate. The majority of the city employees do not support this mandate. My body, my choice, my business. Every person I know who applied for a religious or medical exemption has had it denied by the city. The Pope has said that if the people want to take the vaccine, he thinks it is morally okay if it is voluntary. That is a far cry from demanding every Catholic blindly take the vaccine. As far as I'm aware, the city has never required any vaccine, not flu shots, not anything, and then required employees to furnish proof of those medical procedures to be kept on file, to be offered up to anybody who wants to see what your vaccination status is. Floridians have the right to autonomy of their bodies under the Florida Constitution. My body, my choice. Nothing should require me to say or share what that choice is with my employer or with my fellow coworkers unless I choose to. My health status does immediately affect my children. If I am sick, they suffer. If I am dead, they suffer. If I am disabled, they suffer. If I lose my job, who is paying my rent? My husband needs a healthy partner to help raise our children. My father needs a daughter willing to help him as he closes in on his final chapters of life. My body, my choice, no one else's business. I am the only adult female family member who's able to be with my children at this time. They lost their grandmother who lived with us for their entire lives last year. I will not put my children through the possibility of losing another maternal figure in their lives. I love my children far too much. My family means everything to me. My body, my choice. City workers are the people who show up to help the citizens of Gainesville when they are in most need, regardless of the color of their skin or their religion or their socioeconomic status or sexual orientation or vaccination status. If you need help, the people employed by the city of Gainesville will come help you, as they always have. We are smart, educated, and easily employable individuals, many of whom have standing job offers but are waiting to see what happens here, many of whom have already left at the city's detriment. We just want to do our jobs. We want to show up and do our jobs, to make medical decisions without our employer dictating to us what to do, to not be required to share our medical decisions with our employer or openly with other employees. We are your neighbors. We are just like you. We live or work in the city of Gainesville, and we love Gainesville, and we love Florida. My body, my choice, no one else's business. I will not comply.
All right, So once again, a lot of people upset about this mandate for federal workers, and especially a lot of Republican governors have been speaking out against the president. Again, President Biden here today is going to be traveling, so we'll be following him around. President Biden going to be first going to Idaho, and so he's going to be flying into Boise here very shortly. He is up in the air at this time. He's going to be visiting the National Interagency Fire Center, and then he's going to be departing Boise, headed out to California, where he's going to also be surveying some damage from the Caldor fire. He's going to be taking an aerial tour of some of the communities that have been hit really hard in El Dorado County. And then he's also going to be advocating for Governor Gavin Newsom, who is facing that recall election tomorrow. Again, one of his biggest competitors is going to be Larry Elder, the Republican candidate. So again, we'll be covering President Biden all day today, but I do want to move things along as, again, a lot of us saw so many great, wonderful pieces over the weekend about 9/11. We had our very own special running right here on Live Now from Fox, where it's some great interviews with some individuals marking moments as, again, many people are remembering those lives that paid the ultimate sacrifice. And so let's go out to Washington, D.C. You can see here members of Congress. They are here on the steps at the Capitol, where they are holding a congressional remembrance ceremony. This is again marking 20 years since the terror attacks on September 11th. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, House Chaplain Margaret Grun-Kivett.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, we approach you today, remembering a clear blue sky and a nation at peace. We ask your presence among us as that memory is shattered by the tragedy that followed, when in an instant, our country was robbed of its security and bereft of thousands of its citizens. We pray your peace over us as we wrestle with the aftermath of that defining day in our nation's history, the sacrifice of too many of our sons and daughters who gave their lives to defend the freedom assaulted on that serene September day, the grief of countless families, and the violence and upheaval which then ensued across the globe. As we gather today, remind us that while preserving freedom has clearly not been free, you have consecrated the sacrifice of the noble men and women who have given of their lives to defend our liberties. Neither their deaths, the ongoing suffering of those who have survived, nor the depth of our grief will ever be in vain. These sacrifices are a monument to the virtue, the liberty, the peace and justice on which our nation was founded and to which you have called each of us to uphold. Holy God, may we be worthy of their legacy and ennobled by the depth of your compassion and the hope of your salvation. God bless America, and receive our prayers as we offer them in the strength of your name. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, Republican leader of the United States House of Representatives.
Winston Churchill once said that courage is rightly esteemed the first of human qualities because it's the quality which guarantees all others. Churchill knew that without courage, nothing else is possible. And there is no better example, none, than how Americans responded on September 11th, 2001. Many gave their lives for strangers, inspired by a sense of duty and of love for others. It is impossible not to admire them. Their courage in the most difficult circumstances is an inspiration to us all, and we will never forget. Todd Beamer and the heroes on Flight 93, who as the attacks unfolded, took a vote, said a prayer, and took matters into their own hands. Why? Because that is what Americans do. The firefighters who cleared the rubble from Ground Zero in search of survivors, determined to leave nobody behind. Why? Because that's what Americans do. The warriors who took the fight to the enemy and kept us safe from another 9/11 for more than 20 years. Why? Because that's what Americans do. 20 years ago, we saw true evil. An evil that tried to destroy us. But good people become heroes in hard times. And that's how the American people responded, heroically. We rallied around the principles of freedom that came under attack. We comforted families, friends, and neighbors. Churches flung open their doors, and we flocked in, calling out to God for help and hope. We had the sense to know there was something more important than politics. We stood together, united, proud to be Americans. We flew the American flag in homes across the country to honor the first responders who lost their lives and to celebrate the undying American values that a cowardly act of terrorism could not extinguish. That is a record of how a dark hour of American history became one of our finest hours. The cowards who wanted to destroy our way of life tried to break our spirit. Instead, they revealed that those who live in freedom have a rare reservoir of strength that nobody else has. 2 decades later, we continue to mourn the victims and honor our heroes. We cannot mourn without honoring, and we cannot honor without resolving to do everything we can to prevent another terrorist attack on American soil. Together, we can continue to honor the memories of the fallen by making Never Forget a 365-day commitment. It is up to us, everyone, to make this pledge meaningful. Thank you, and may God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mitch McConnell, Republican leader of the United States Senate.
Hmm. 20 years ago, the United States of America was reeling. Our initial shock was settling into deeper pain. Early confusion was becoming lasting anger. But as the stories of September the 11th began to be told and heard, one thing became clear. In the long run, that evil day would not only be remembered as a time when America was briefly laid low. No, that day and the days that followed, we also showed the world how the greatest country in the world sticks together, stays strong, and stands back up. When routine flights became deadly weapons, ordinary passengers used their final moments to save more innocent lives, and quite likely, this Capitol. When clear blue skies clouded with smoke, first responders rushed fearlessly toward the biggest calls of their careers, and for too many, their last. As families grieved and cities mourned, citizen volunteers piled up prayers, donations, and patriotism into mountains of goodwill, even higher than the piles of rubble. And for 20 years, thousands of our bravest deployed to lands from which this evil was launched to make our refrain, "Never again," into reality. The attacks of September the 11th have stolen the lives of about 3,000 of our people. For thousands of families and friends, this anniversary will forever be deeply, terribly personal. And over 2 decades of fighting back against terrorist killers, thousands more newly minted Gold Star families have been dealt their own life-changing sorrows because of this day. Know that your country still stands with you. Your fellow citizens will share your grief. Not one American sacrifice has been in vain. We renewed our commitment that we will never be broken. We ensured our unity and resolve runs even deeper than our sadness. Our job is to keep that resolve, preserve our vigilance, and never surrender to the tempting but mistaken myth that evil alone by America will leave America alone in return. Today we solemnly remember the day we said, "Never again." Let us also remember what it takes to keep that promise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Majority Leader of the United States Senate.
Madam Speaker, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, my colleagues and friends, 20 years ago, on a beautiful day much like this one, our country, our people changed forever. In just over an hour, 2 planes collided into the towers of the World Trade Center. A third struck the west side of the Pentagon, and a fourth crashed down in a field in Pennsylvania. The worst act of terrorism in our nation's history. I remember clearly what it was like. President Bush sent then Senator Clinton and I in a plane to go back to New York the day after. The smell of death hung in the air. And a scene I'll never forget and think of all the time. Hundreds of frightened, scared, worried people were holding up makeshift little posters and signs with pictures. Have you seen my brother, Bill? Have you seen my daughter, Joan? I still remember the people I knew who perished. A guy I played basketball with in Brooklyn, who was on Flight 93. A businessman who helped me on the way up. A firefighter I did blood drives with. And so many just average folks, good Americans, good New Yorkers in that tower. Cooks and waiters, clerks, healthcare workers, government workers, financial executives. This most vicious act, one of the most vicious acts ever in humankind, spared nobody. Spared nobody. I called on Americans to wear the flag the day after. I still wear this flag every day in remembrance of those who were lost. Now it's been a long road since 9/11. Our country has changed in ways we could have scarcely imagined back then. But one thing does not change, our obligation to remember and honor every single American we lost that day. We honor the memory of the parents who never came home, the friends never seen, and the countrymen and women taken too soon from our midst. We mourn also for those lost in the aftermath of the attack, the first responders who, like our armed forces, thought not of themselves, but of their fellow citizens as they rushed to danger and went to work at Ground Zero in the pile. They represented the best, the very best, of what it means to be an American. We remember the legions of firefighters and cops and union workers from the building trades and rescue workers who worked the pile only to become sick years later. Far too many of them ultimately passing from their illnesses More have died of those illnesses, unfortunately, than those who died at the towers. To the first responders who survived, we hold a special obligation to care for their health and the health of their loved ones. And finally, we remember and honor all of our military members injured and killed in the service of their country. As our troops make their return home from abroad, let us commit to always care for them too, to care for their families, to never, ever lose sight of the sacrifice they made. My friends, the world has not been the same since the attacks of September 11th. The loss of that day can never, never be fully recovered. But 20 years later, let us not forget that for all its horrors, September 11th also revealed something fundamental and powerful about the American spirit. It was something revealed by the bravery of the first responders who worked at Ground Zero, by the scores of people who lined up in blood drives and gathered in prayer vigils, by a man, as I remember, whose shoe store 2 blocks north of the towers, and after the attack just gave shoes out freely to all those who had walked by who had escaped from the rubble because they didn't have shoes as they tried to rush down the stairs. In short, September 11th revealed the fundamental goodness, courage, and resiliency of the American people. It's a resiliency that brought my city back after so many counted her out. A few months after 9/11, people said New York will never come back. But just a few years after 9/11, you could walk through Lower Manhattan and marvel at how she was thriving more prosperously than ever. 20 years later, let us work together to keep tapping into that unique American sense of resiliency. There's no better way to honor those we lost that day. There's no better way to fulfill our promise, now more important than ever, to never forget. God bless all of you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Thank all of you for being here this morning. I want to especially thank Brian Lozano and the U.S. Army Band Pershing's Own Quartet for leading us with our national anthem this morning. I want to thank the members of the leadership, Mr. Schumer, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCarthy for their beautiful remarks, and thanks Steny Hoyer, member of the leadership, for being with us, as other members of Congress from all over the country. I wanted to share some thoughts with you about this weekend. Over the weekend, we've had some sad observances of what happened that day. On Friday, we began here with Flight 93, with flight attendants and pilots talking about their friends who were on that flight that was destined for the Capitol, supposedly destined for the Capitol. Flight 93. As I think about everything we heard then, and in New York at Ground Zero at the ceremony on Saturday, 3 is a number that I want us to remember so that we never forget. Flight 93, headed for the Capitol, bravery, courage on that flight spared us that tragedy. In New York, 343 firefighters lost their lives. I'm not talking about other consequences following. I'm talking about 343 firefighters lost their lives that day. 31 members of the New York Police Department. 93, 343, 31. 13 of our young people in the last days of Afghanistan. So let the number 3 be a way for you to remember and never forget what happened. On Saturday, we heard presentations were only made by family members, which was beautiful and appropriate. We heard little grandchildren say, "I never met you, Grandpa, but I know you're a guardian angel of me in heaven." People filled with faith. Moms talking about their children looking like their dads or acting like their dads. The connection, so beautiful, but faith-filled because praying to them as they remembered them. Just comrades in the battle there, talking about their friends that they lost. Demonstrated faith in God, faith in each other, faith in America. It was a very, it has been a very unifying time, as it was right from the start with President Bush's beautiful remarks that day and this weekend, as well as President Obama. President Lincoln cautioned against the silent artillery of time, the harsh artillery of time eroding our memory. Today and always, we renew our vow. Time shall not dim the memory of our fallen heroes. We pray that the years might ease the pain of the bereaved, but never the luster of the deeds of the fallen. When we visit the memories of September 11th, we tread on sacred ground. As we all know, 20 years ago, on that clear Tuesday morning, America was forever changed by an act of terrorism. In a moment, nearly 3,000 lives were taken, and the innocence of a generation was lost. Yet at our darkest moment, America showed the world our greatness. In the heroism of the first responders who rushed into danger, in the strength of strangers bonded by the loss, in the courage of a nation that found unity in our agony. As Americans across the country mark this solemn day over the weekend, we recommit to our sacred promise to never forget both what we lost and the unity and strength that we found. May God bless the families of those who lost their loved ones, those who helped those families, and may God bless America. Now, I invite all of you to join us in a moment of silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our shelter and shield, today we again remember 9/11 as we recall the tragedy, infamy, and heroism of that day. We better understand that freedom isn't free. We remember how the pain united us so that we knew that we were not hyphenated Americans, but one people. Lord, infuse us in these contentious times with a similar spirit of oneness, inspiring us to work for the well-being of all people. We are grateful for the protection you have provided us for the 20 years since that calamitous day. As we embrace the promise to never to forget, help us to never forget that you continue to be our refuge and strength, a very present help in times of trouble, so that we have no need to fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, singing God Bless America, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone.
And just a heads up, some of you are going into a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you.
Well done.
So members of Congress, again, remarks made by a few different leaders there as they are remembering 20 years ago, those 9/11 attacks. And as some of them mentioned, the effects last way longer than just that one day. Again, a lot of people who helped drop everything, respond to help those who were still stuck in the tower or who were escaping the towers, still feeling and have had some long-term effects from the dust that came up in clouds that took over those clear blue skies on 9/11 when those two towers collapsed. And it's not just in New York City. Again, the Pentagon also had been attacked on 9/11. We also have that field that no longer is just an empty field. It's going to be a field remembered forever in Pennsylvania, as we had some brave men and women on those airplanes who knew exactly what had been happening in the country and decided to take some action into their own hands. So again, we honor and remember all of those lives who were lost, not only on 9/11, but also in these years after as well. All right, once again, we do have a live shot here of our White House, but President Biden not there. He is wheels up in the air. Air Force One going to be landing very soon in Idaho. So President Biden has a busy schedule here today. We're going to be following him around as he does make a stop first at the National Interagency Fire Center in Boise, Idaho. And then he's also going to be departing Idaho, going out to California, where he's going to be touring damage of that Caldor fire that has burned hundreds of thousands of acres near Lake Tahoe and across California. And he's going to be taking an aerial tour of some of those communities that have been hit the hardest from these wildfires, including El Dorado County. And then he's going to be meeting with California Governor Gavin Newsom. Again, we do know California governor is facing that recall, which will be the election taking place tomorrow. So, of course, if we have more events on that campaign trail out in California with either California Governor Gavin Newsom or some of the people whose names will be out there on the ballot. You know, we've been chatting with some of them here on Live Now from Fox, including Kevin Faulconer. We've been following Larry Elder, who seems to be one of the biggest threats for Gavin Newsom. We've also seen some events from Caitlyn Jenner. So a lot of these folks going to be out here in these last 2 days to push again, for their name to be put on the ballot. And again, Gavin Newsom asking his supporters to send in their ballots to stop the recall. So if we do get more of those events out in California, we're going to be bringing them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, though, and take a quick look here. As we do know, we do have a tropical storm that we are keeping a close eye on. A lot of residents down on the Gulf Coast also keeping an eye on Tropical Storm Nicholas. Now, this is threatening the Gulf Coast with heavy rains. Some areas down in Texas expected to get up to 10 inches of rainfall. That's the same for southeast Louisiana, who've already been still trying to recover from Hurricane Ida. So it is headed towards Texas coast on Saturday night, and it's been threatening the area with heavy rains. Now, again, forecasters from the National Hurricane Center in Miami said Hurricane Watch was issued for the central portion of Texas coast, with much of the state's coastline now under a tropical storm warning. And Nicholas expected to approach the middle of Texas coast here late on Monday. It could be bringing those heavy rains and then also some of the flash flooding as well. So we are continuing to keep our eyes here, as it is expected over several days to bring those heavy rains. And again, maximum, some isolated maximum amounts of up to 20 inches across portions of coastal Texas beginning tonight and in through the rest of the week. Now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott did say that the state has placed rescue teams and resources in the Houston area and along the Texas Gulf Coast, saying in a video message, this is a storm that could leave heavy rain as well as wind, probably flooding in various different parts of and regions along the Gulf Coast. And we urge you to listen to local weather alerts, heed local warnings. Now, Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards did say on Sunday night that he declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm's arrival in a state that's still recovering from Hurricane Ida and, of course, last year's Hurricane Laura and historic flooding. Edwards did say the most severe threat to Louisiana is in the southwest portion of the state, where recovery from Hurricane Laura and the May flooding is ongoing. In this area, heavy rain and flash flooding are possible. However, it is also likely that all of South Louisiana will see heavy rain this week, including areas recently affected by Hurricane Ida. So this storm, again, was forecasted to pass near or just offshore the coasts of northeastern Mexico and South Texas on Monday, then hit south or central Texas here Monday evening and into early Tuesday. So maximum sustained winds have been clocked at about 40 miles per hour, and it was moving north at about 2 miles per hour, though it's expected to increase its speed here on Monday gradually. Gaining strength is also possible as it reaches the coast tonight and into early Tuesday. We'll have you covered here on Tropical Storm Nicholas as more updates come our way. Let's go ahead, though, take a quick 2-minute commercial break. More to come your way here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. What we're going to do is listen in here as the UN Secretary General is holding a hybrid meeting of government ministers and other top envoys aimed to ensure funding and access for humanitarian aid into Afghanistan. We're going to be listening into this meeting live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Zelensky, a joint statement was adopted on the need to protect women, children and families in conflict situations. And particular emphasis in that statement was made on the situation of Afghanistan. We call for a safe and unhindered humanitarian access for humanitarian actors to ensure that the assistance reaches the affected population. We express our support to those neighboring countries with Afghanistan who have been most affected by the recent events and need international solidarity to overcome the emerging challenges. Sustainable peace in Afghanistan is a key for ensuring peace in the whole region. The international community should provide unwavering support to the efforts towards a durable solution of the crisis in Afghanistan. We hope that this high-level meeting will provide the necessary impetus to address the humanitarian and other challenges posed by the evolving situation in Afghanistan. I thank you.
Representative of Ukraine for your statement. I would now like to welcome the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Permanent Mission of the State of Kuwait, Ambassador Jamal Al-Ghunaim. Ambassador, are you here?
أتقدم في البداية بخالص الشكر على مبادرة السكرتير.
Thank you. To begin with, I would like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for having had the initiative of convening this important conference to help our brotherly country of Afghanistan to avoid an imminent humanitarian catastrophe and to express the solidarity of the international community with this country. According to UN statistics, the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan has affected over 10 million people, that is to say over 50% of the population. The state of Kuwait shares the appeal launched by the UN Secretary General to all parties present in Afghanistan to allow humanitarian actors to have an unimpeded access to provide services and assistance to the people. Excellencies, this is a humanitarian crisis. The repercussions of COVID-19 have furthermore fatigued the international community, and we would like to take this opportunity to recall that it is necessary to put an end to armed conflicts. It is essential to uphold international humanitarian law, to reorient our efforts to move from an emergency phase to a development phase.
All right, guys, going to be interrupting here real quick as we do have some breaking news out of the Atlanta area. A Cobb County SWAT team responding here to a hostage situation in Smyrna. This is according to the Cobb County Police Department. Now, police do say shots have been fired at the Concord Crossing Apartments. This is on 2935 Old Concord Road. So we do have some crew members on the way here, but you're getting some live pictures. You can see a very heavy law enforcement presence here, as again we're hearing reports of shots that have been fired. As we do know, SWAT team here has responded to this hostage situation. You can see those law enforcement agents all gathering together, also probably talking about their next approach to deal with this situation. So again, we're taking a look at this breaking news scene again in Smyrna, Georgia. This is near Atlanta. Cobb County SWAT team had responded to a hostage situation here at these apartment buildings. And when our Skyfox was up in the air earlier, you could see a lot of residents standing outside, but obviously also being kept at a distance. Obviously, law enforcement's going to try to keep people in the area protected from this, especially as there have been shots fired at this time. And again, we're still trying to learn more information as we're getting these live pictures from our Skyfox up above. But this has just been some breaking news that happened about 20 minutes ago. Skyfox arriving here on scene, giving us this live look. And we do also have some team members who are trying to help dig for more information. You can see, though, just the amount of law enforcement cars and vehicles that have surrounded this apartment complex. Again, little information coming here at this time, but we do know that there's a hostage situation going on, and this is obviously breaking news coming to us out of the Georgia area. So if we do get more developments, we'll of course be bringing it to you, all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. And you can see these apartment complexes has a number of buildings here in this area. Again, a lot of then residents going to be asked to either shelter in place, or if they are out and about, to be kept at a distance. We do have a crime scene tape that is blocking off some of this area here. And we've also been seeing some of these law enforcement first responders gathered together down in the parking lot to try to help help de-escalate this situation. Of course, they're going to be trying to keep their own personnel here as safe as possible, but also try to keep it as safe as possible for those who are involved in this hostage situation as well. So once again, Skyfox 5 giving us this look at these apartment complexes. And although we have little information, we do know that this is the Concord Crossing Apartments. The address there, for people who are familiar or from that area, is 2935 Old Concord Road. And Cobb County SWAT team has been responding to this situation in Smyrna. This is all according to Cobb County Police Department. So again, if we do get more information, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But this is just a live look at some breaking news happening here in our country. Of course, if there's other breaking news that happens, we'll be jumping out to that here with all of our viewers. Always keeping an eye on all of our sources as we continue to give you some of these stories. What we're going to do is go back down to Florida, where we were listening in just a little bit earlier. Governor Ron DeSantis was speaking with a number of people after President Biden again issued some mandates when it comes to COVID-19, especially when it comes to some of the federal workers needing to get that COVID-19 vaccine if they haven't already. And so a lot of Republican leaders have been speaking out against this. So we're going to be jumping back into that press conference that was taking place earlier here this morning out of Newberry, Florida.
Where, she will lose her job potentially based off this mandate. So, Christine?
Thank you, sir. We are a three-generation household. My elderly father lives with us. We have 4 amazing children. Sadly, we lost my mother last year, not to COVID. I hold a master's degree. My husband is a Gator. I have worked for the city of Gainesville for the past 10 years. Citizens of the city of Gainesville and residents of the state of Florida should not be given mandates which require them to either lose their job or their freedom to make their own informed medical decisions. I do not believe it is anybody's business if the citizen next to you is or is not vaccinated. Amen. The majority of the citizens of the city of Gainesville do not support this mandate. The majority of the city employees do not support this mandate. My body, my choice, my business. Every person I know who applied for a religious or medical exemption has had it denied by the city. The Pope has said that if the people want to take the vaccine, he thinks it is morally okay if it is voluntary. That is a far cry from demanding every Catholic blindly take the vaccine. As far as I'm aware, the city has never required any vaccine, not flu shots, not anything, and then required employees to furnish proof of those medical procedures to be kept on file, to be offered up to anybody who wants to see what your vaccination status is. Floridians have the right to autonomy of their bodies under the Florida Constitution. My body, my choice. Nothing should require me to say or share what that choice is with my employer or with my fellow coworkers unless I choose to. My health status does immediately affect my children. If I am sick, they suffer. If I am dead, they suffer. If I am disabled, they suffer. If I lose my job, who is paying my rent? My husband needs a healthy partner to help raise our children. My father needs a daughter willing to help him as he closes in on his final chapters of life. My body, my choice, no one else's business. I am the only adult female family member who's able to be with my children at this time. They lost their grandmother who lived with us for their entire lives last year. I will not put my children through the possibility of losing another maternal figure in their lives. I love my children far too much. My family means everything to me. My body, my choice. City workers are the people who show up to help the citizens of Gainesville when they are in most need, regardless of the color of their skin or their religion or their socioeconomic status or sexual orientation or vaccination status. If you need help, the people employed by the City of Gainesville will come help you, as they always have. We are smart, educated, and easily employable individuals, many of whom have standing job offers but are waiting to see what happens here, many of whom have already left at the city's detriment. We just want to do our jobs. We want to show up and do our jobs, to make medical decisions without our employer dictating to us what to do, to not be required to share our medical decisions with our employer or openly with other employees. We are your neighbors. We are just like you. We live or work in the City of Gainesville, and we love Gainesville, and we love Florida. My body, my choice, no one else's business. I will not comply.
We also have Jonathan Sissio here. He's a Lieutenant Tech Rescue Specialist and paramedic with the Gainesville Fire Rescue, also a member of one of our urban search and rescue task forces, and was deployed down to Surfside a couple months ago when they were other USAR teams throughout Florida were assisting our South Florida teams in what was a very, very difficult mission. He has 10 children, 5 of his own and 5 foster children, and he's been with Gainesville Fire Rescue for 16 years. He expects to be fired, unfortunately, but he's going to come up here and tell his experience.
Hello, thank you for coming out, and thank you to the governor for the leadership and his guidance to this event. My name is John Sissio. I'm a lieutenant search and rescue specialist and paramedic for the City of Gainesville. I'm here with my beautiful wife and best friend somewhere, and our 10 children. Like you said, we do have 5 biological children. We adopted 4 siblings that after we fostered for a few years, and we're currently also fostering a little 8-month-old baby girl. I've been with the city for 16 years and have been able to go on many search and rescue missions. More recently, went to the Bahamas after Dorian struck. And that was a tough one. And just recently, like the governor said, to Surfside, where I got to meet him as he came out to support the event. These missions were accomplished next to other dedicated and selfless coworkers. We do and see things that many don't have to, and I pray never will. Many of us would just say that's part of our job, but the commission has been proud and very happy to put us out there as the face of their good works. I would like to take a minute and talk about doing the right thing. Doing the right thing, I was raised always do the right thing no matter if it's tough or not. And for frontline workers like us and our law enforcement friends and our GRU friends, the right thing for us was to continue to be out there and be answering calls for help, alleviating pain and suffering, keep our neighborhoods and our streets safe, and our friends at GRU to keep the utilities on, power, gas, and water, so folks that could stay home would be able to do it. Due to our calling, we were out there serving while they were doing that. And it's great for them, but that was not the right thing for us. The right thing for us was to continue to serve through all this unknown and new virus. And that was back when we were being told that the death rate was exponentially higher than it actually is. So through all that time, we served on. But now we're being told that we don't know what's right for us. And we don't, and we cannot make our own personal health choices. We have 4 commissioners that sat behind a Zoom screen, as he mentioned earlier, and now they're telling us about it. We know. We've been there. We've been out there. Hundreds of us have had COVID and recovered, gaining natural antibodies. Many of us have immunity by exposure, and many still have gotten the vaccine. We are not anti-vaccine. We are anti-mandate. due to our unique home situation and our large crew of kiddos, we outgrew our house we've been in. So my son and I, along with the help from some firefighter brothers, we just built a new house. We were moving into it the very same week that we found out that a lot of us would get fired for not taking the vaccine. And it's just an interesting time. There is, we feel betrayed and used. While we were heroes and selfless not long ago, now we're selfish, and they'll let us go. There's an absurd amount of virtue signaling going on that we be careful about. We need to stand up and fight. There is science and studies that are either ignored or twisted to fit their agenda. Already been mentioned, those that stand up and cry, my body, my choice, where are they at now? They're silent. So, friends, do not be fooled into thinking you're the problem. Do not be fooled into thinking that you're crazy or extreme for wanting to make your own health choices. That is your choice, and you're not the problem. Let's stand for what's right, stand the fight. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. I think he points out that these mandates, this is not about science. Because if it was about science, you would recognize the infection-conferred immunity that people like Jonathan has. Israel did a study. They said it was much, much more protective than the Pfizer vaccine was. Cleveland Clinic did a study, same thing. Every single credible study always shows that it provides good protection. And so that's just the reality. So I don't support mandates at all. But if you're doing mandate based off this, if you're really following science, you would acknowledge this natural immunity, and instead they ignore it and force somebody who already has protection to take a medical treatment they may not like. And so it's really about using government power control to mandate much more than it is about the underlying medical issues that are involved. And I think that is the perfect example of why. If you do not acknowledge that, you are not following science. Okay, we have Maria Bernard, who is a firefighter for Orange County. Her husband has worked in public safety. They are subject to this upcoming vaccine mandate and could lose all their income and their ability to support their 2 children. Both her and her husband have had COVID and have natural immunity, and so she's going to come up and share what she's been through dealing with these mandates.
Good morning, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you all that are here today willing to listen and show your support. I've been employed with Orange County Fire Rescue as a firefighter paramedic for 17 years. My husband is also a firefighter and has 24 years of service with Orange County. I have always wanted to serve people and be of help to others, which is what drove me to this career. On July 28th, my husband and I found out the mayor of Orange County decided to impose a mandatory vaccine requirement for all 8,000 plus Orange County non-union and union employees. The current deadline for compliance is September 30th, or employees face termination. There were so many unanswered questions. The biggest question is why? Why is our freedom to choose what we do with our body no longer a human right? My husband and I have spent weeks trying to figure out a logical reason for this mandate. In doing so, the magnitude of what we will suffer truly hit us. If this mandate continues, not only will we lose our freedom of choice, but we will lose our jobs and our livelihood. My husband and I have been productive members of society since we began working as teenagers. We want to keep our jobs. We want to remain productive. We want to serve our Orange County citizens. We want to continue supporting our families, being able to feed our children, maintain our health care, avoid foreclosing on our home, and secure our retirement. No one should be forced to have to choose between their beliefs and their bodily autonomy or their job, and risk losing everything that they ever worked for in life to be left with no way to survive. If the reasoning behind this mandate is to help employees and protect employees, then why are we being forced into a fate that will be far worse than contracting and recovering from COVID? As the governor stated, my husband and I both had COVID. We fared well, we recovered, we got back to work. Also try to consider the cost associated with losing a workforce that has years and decades of training. It would take years to replace. Who will be left to answer 911 calls and respond to the sick and the injured? Losing potentially hundreds of firefighters will directly affect the safety of our citizens and our community. But this mandate is not stopped. It won't be just the unvaccinated that are affected. Soon the vaccinated will require boosters, and mandates will have to be revisited possibly every 3 to 6 months, and firefighters and Orange County employees will possibly be faced with termination once again. Once we give up our rights to choose, where will it end? This is why we will fight this mandate and will fight for our freedoms. Lastly, Orange County Mayor recently stated at a televised coronavirus update, and I quote, "The goal that government has sometimes is to protect individuals even from themselves." This quote really stuck with me. Here I am, a firefighter and a paramedic of 17 years, treating patients and making life-saving decisions for them, being trusted with that responsibility. Yet this statement implies that I must be incompetent because I need the government to protect me from myself. If someone in this audience was to collapse right now, I would hope you would all have faith in knowing that any one of us firefighters that are sitting here next to you would immediately act without knowing if you are vaccinated or unvaccinated. We would put our skill sets and years of knowledge to work and do everything possible to save your life. If we can make those decisions, then I can assure you we know how to protect ourselves and those that we serve. We know what is right for our bodies. We know how to weigh the risk versus benefits for ourselves and do not need the overreach of government that is being imposed, not only on us, but in the state of Florida and the entire U.S. Thank you.
These individuals went through every naval battle in the Pacific. They were also in North Africa, Italy, Sicily, the campaign to take Germany. They were at the Battle of the Bulge. And the other interesting fact was these people did not understand why the direct access to China was not available. And it had to be pointed out to them that the Japanese Navy and the Army controlled coastal access. So the route was this. They had to go through the Atlantic, which is infested by submarines and were subject to land, sea, and air German attacks. Then they went to North Africa and went to India, where they were ferried across the Himalayas, dodging Japanese fighter squadrons to land in China. So it was not a really secure and comfortable trip. So I give you those two factoids just to give you an idea of what it took for Chinese Americans to get to China to serve. They served in every major battle, among which was the Battle of the Bulge. They were in the task force that landed to take the Philippines back, as well as they were on naval vessels that fought for the first victory, the Battle of the Coral Sea. So I give you this as a brief history. I have a more complete history here, and I'm here as evidence that how dangerous it is to be Betty's friend, because I'm here as her photographer.
We're going to first begin with the invocation. Dr. Sophia Wong, who is the going to do the invocation. Sophia.
Good morning. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you on behalf of all of us who are gathered here today. We thank you for your perfect and abundant blessings that teach us that all things happen for the glory of you, and all things happen on your time according to your plan, as you know what is the best for us. Thank you for calling upon Larry Elder, who stand here today and with his heart and soul open to your guidance and grace. We know that delivering Larry Elder as our leader for California during such critical time as this would be an affirmation sign for our state's healing. We thank you for blessing Larry, for a dedicated team that fulfills your wisdom and his campaign. Their tireless work over the past weeks to bring us together, from being that Larry is the right one at this right time. We ask you to continue to shower blessings on Larry Elder, his campaign team, and all of us who yearn for a leader, that we embrace your glory, but put us on a path to our victory, both in California and the United States. We praise you for showing us how to make California great again by supporting electing Larry Elder as our governor. We pray for now and in the future for our children and grandchildren to have the brightest future possible. Keep Larry Elder safe, healthy, and happy as he traverses the political landscape of our confused state and seek to find harmony between the political divide. We pray for our freedom, liberty, and justice. We pray that Larry governs wisely and confidently, using his heart, logic, and faith to guide him to do what is right, just knowing he is both a shepherd and servant for all of us. We pray all this in advance for victory tomorrow at the polls. And may your will be done for Larry and all of us. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
We will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Major Stuart Chan, retired Major, United States Army, and commander of the Los Angeles Chinatown American Legion Post.
All right, guys, just to give a little more context into what we have going on here today, especially as tomorrow is the election. President Biden is going to be in California. Now, he is going to be taking a tour of the damage left behind by the Caldor fire, but he will also then make his visit to California to join with Governor Gavin Newsom. They're expected to be campaigning in Long Beach. Again, this is going to be the final hours of the recall election, as again, officials are going to be taking it to the ballot here tomorrow, as well as all the residents in California. Now, Newsom's campaign did confirm that the governor and Biden are going to be appearing together here today, later this evening in Long Beach for the campaign's final rally against the Republican recall, is what it's called. And they did also have the Long Beach mayor reacting to the news on Twitter, writing that they are looking forward to welcoming the president and governor in Long Beach here on Monday. So, as I mentioned, President Biden up in the air. He is going to be not only talking about wildfires, he's going to be talking in Idaho, then he's going to be out in California, but then he will be joining Gavin Newsom as he is fighting for his political life here, again, as this recall election takes place tomorrow.
Department. Tony Strickland will be here with former California State Senator and Assemblyman, with Larry, as we move forward with this program. Also, we have Council Member Judy Nelson from Glendora, Michael Ellis from Glendora, Margaret Clark from Rosemead. We also have on their way Jay Gomez, who is council member for the city of El Monte. He's coming from a procedure at the Veterans Administration. He will be here. Becky Shevlin, who is the chairman of the San Gabriel Council of Governments and member of the Monrovia City Council. She will be here after her meeting. And we have also Samuel Kong is coming from Duarte. He's had a little traffic. If you drive that 210, you know, and the 10, you do have traffic coming from that part of the county. And I mentioned Wally Emery, former mayor of the city of South Pasadena and council member, got ill and was unable to come this morning. So we're going to move forward with this on. Oh, no. We all know Gloria is here because I'm going to be introducing her, who will be introducing, Gloria Romero will be introducing Larry Elder shortly, and we mean shortly. So let me just say on the subject of the recall, the Southern California newspaper group combined has a 3.8 million circulation of people who are reading that newspaper. They are the sixth largest combined, their third largest newspaper group in the county. They have all endorsed Larry Elder for governor. And we're talking about the Daily Breeze, the Inland Valley Daily Bulletin, Pomona Valley in Ontario, the Long Beach Press Telegram, the Los Angeles Daily News, the Orange County Register, the Pasadena Star News, the Redlands Daily Fax, the Riverside Press Enterprise, the San Bernardino Sun, the San Gabriel Valley Tribune, and the Whittier Daily News. And there are also, there are also a number of other papers and ethnic papers that have endorsed Larry Elder for governor. The recall was only successful because it took independents, Democrats, and Republicans to sign that petition to have this placed on the ballot. This was not a one party, it was a one state who was concerned about failing schools, about the homeless epidemic that continues to grow, who were concerned about people being released from state penitentiary and coming back and killing, raping, and robbing in their neighborhoods. They were concerned about the loss of jobs, the loss of businesses going to other states like Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, going to red states where people have been working, they have not been locked down, where the people and the restaurants have remained open and people are being served. They can go to the store and buy what they need. They don't have to go to the big box stores because they're denied the right to go to their neighborhood stores. They're upset with those policies that the incumbent governor has been mandating on the citizens of California. This impacts every neighborhood, every community of every race, color, and creed. That's why they signed the recall petition. That's why we have an election tomorrow. That's why the people are upset. Our future rests with our children having an education so they can compete. We have about 2 or 3% who have the ability to read and write when they graduate from some of our public schools. One of those is the school that Larry attended when he was a student at Crenshaw High School. Larry and I both were raised in South Central Los Angeles, and we've seen what has happened to the county of Los Angeles, to the state of California. Every community now is being impacted by the homeless.
All right. So once again, we've been following this recall election that is going to be taking place tomorrow. So a lot of last-minute campaign stops going to be happening by all those who are putting their names on the ballot. And again, President Biden is doing a 3-state trip. He's expected to be landing very soon in Boise, Idaho. He also has a stop in Sacramento, all to address the impacts of wildfires that are currently going on. He's also expected to visit Denver tomorrow on Tuesday. So once again, this is a Larry Elder event that we're out at, but President Biden, after he tours some of the damage done by the Caldor fire, he is expected to be headed to Long Beach to show his support for the Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, who again is facing that recall tomorrow. So we're going to have everyone covered here today and tomorrow as we continue to follow this closely. But what we want to do is continue to give you some more of these different events that are taking place. I do see and just wanted to show you, we do have a shot down in Houston. We're expecting to hear from officials very soon as they get ready for Tropical Storm Nicholas. Now, again, it's supposed to bring some heavy rainfall to Texas. They're expecting also some flooding from that as well. So we'll have much more coming up here on Live Now from Fox after some of you go into a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. There you are seeing Larry Elder shaking some hands. Again, he is currently the favored Republican. He's considered to be in the lead when it comes to the efforts to replace Governor Gavin Newsom. And again, this is an event that we're going to be coming back to here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to continue to head out to some of these other events that have been taking place across our country. Going to be taking us out, actually staying in Los Angeles, where this Larry Elder campaign is going on. But we do have the mayor who is speaking at ribbon cutting. This is coming for the Civil and Human Rights and Equity Department opening. So let's listen into this. Again, that's taking place in Los Angeles.
Okay. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and what a wonderful morning it is. Because today, for the first time in city history, we are opening a home for civil rights in the city of Los Angeles. I really want to thank Mayor Eric Garcetti for supporting our department from the very beginning, as well as City Attorney Mike Fuhr, City Controller Ron Galbraith, Councilmember Nithya Raman, Councilmember Paul Koretz, Councilmember Mark Ridley Thomas, Councilmember Mitchell Farrell, and the entire City Council, as well as my fellow general managers. Please step forward. We have Gary Lee Moore, who threw down with us in this project from the very beginning, and also contributed resources to our We Are LA. I think it's really a campaign. We are LA's for Everyone campaign. I also think it's important to thank Tony Royster from GSD. You made the magic happen. I remember calling him saying, they tell me I'm a lot over budget. Can you make it happen? He said, calm down, and that was the last I heard of it. And here we are. And then, of course, the reason I went to law school, because I didn't understand technology, we had Ted Ross that came through for us, and I ordered a lot of stuff that I couldn't afford, but that's all right. But this moment was made by a lot of other people behind the scenes. I see Greg Good from Public Works, as well as our previous president of the Board of Public Works here as well. I think it is very important to know that it took a village to make this happen. And I can't thank every single person, but I definitely wanted to take a moment just to thank Candace Arnold from our team for carrying things. You hear that hoop, hoop, hoop? I also wanted to thank the good folks at Gensler, because they really threw down and they did things that they didn't have to do to make this work for us here in Los Angeles. We pulled you all here together today to help us welcome the new home of the Civil, Human Rights, and Equity Department. This office spans 3 former retail spaces in the Los Angeles Mall, and it's on the ground floor. We want it to be close and accessible for the community. And our office space includes modern workspaces. We wanted to have a place where our team would feel like they were invested in. And as we investigate discrimination and expand racial equity here, we wanted to have meeting rooms. Down the hall here, we have the John Lewis Conference Center, where we will have meeting space to grow and flourish. And that space will actually allow us to have space for about 50 people, and we will be able to get in good trouble there. By the way, this was designed by a very diverse team of architects here in Los Angeles. It has been a little over a year since the LA Civil Rights Department was started. And in that time, we've just been able to do so much. And I want to thank Jemana, Francisco, and Sheldon for helping us to host over 100 commission and ad hoc meetings for civil rights, human rights, women's rights, and transgender rights. We're in the house. And I want to tell you, we did all of this, and we didn't even have a home. Imagine what we can do when we have a workplace. But all that aside, this space is going to be vital as we grow the Office of Racial Equity. Thank you, David. Our enforcement division, as well as our work with the private sector as it relates to hate and discrimination, particularly as it relates to commerce, education, employment, housing. And we're going to do all we can to level the playing field here. But this space is not just for us. This space belongs to all Angelenos. And we know that people are going to be coming here on their worst days, on some of their toughest days. They may have just suffered an incident of hate or discrimination. And it's important for us to have an environment to help people become whole. This is a place where people can find justice. This is a place where people can make change. And this is a place where progress will lead. Long after we're all gone, this space is going to be available for future generations. This is going to be a permanent reminder that in these days when the world fell down, we stood up for civil rights here in Los Angeles, and it is here to stay. But it couldn't have happened without so many of you. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Black Worker Center and Lola Smallwood. Sister, I don't know where you are. This wouldn't have happened without you. You've been a courageous fighter for justice and equity in Los Angeles, and we honor your name even if I can't see you. UCLA Labor Center, Google, the community bills, and we had over 300 community partners we worked with. Definitely shout out to my home church, First AME, and all of our faith-based institutions that support us. City Attorney Mike Fiore and his team of attorneys, Mayor Garcetti and his entire city family, but particularly my general managers here that I shouted out early. So, folks, this is a day for justice and equity in the city of Los Angeles. We're not here for that. We hear you, we see you. So, I'd like to also acknowledge Gensler, who led the design on this project. Definitely want to honor the African American leaders and women that built this facility for us and designed it. I think it's important. I definitely want to thank the staff that worked. We wanted to thank the staff that has done a great job building this facility, and they did it in the middle of a COVID pandemic. I mean, these people, we had a couple of COVID scares, and I just want to thank the workers, the construction workers. Ken and Hunter, if you can hear me, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to also thank our city council and our awesome team. I want to thank the awesome team of volunteers. We had a number of volunteers, interns, and folks on loan. A shout out again to Candace and those that were stolen from high places. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Like our fierce, speaking of stolen, but, and definitely want to shout out my fierce Assistant General Manager, Claudia Luna. She's probably somewhere around here making stuff happen. This space was created because of you, and it will live on to make a more equitable, accountable, and diverse Los Angeles. So let's get to work, because this work is needed, and it is needed now. And it brings me pleasure to introduce our mayor and a champion for civil rights, Mayor Eric Garcetti. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Congratulations. Let me start by thanking this coalition who's here. I'll be very, very brief, because while some are yelling, we're going to be doing. And I know that goes straight into this feed here. But I want to congratulate both Capri and the folks that are here who are making sure that this isn't just about talk, but about action. And so thank you to everybody, including members of the press who are here today. Brevemente también en español, yo quiero decir, los derechos humanos son críticos.
All right, guys, so you're hearing a lot of the protests in the background. Our camera crew does turn around and show you some of those people who have stepped out in protest here today. But again, we're at this ribbon cutting at the LA Civil Human Rights and Equity Department. It includes workspaces for investigators and areas to report discrimination. And this is a 50 plus person John Lewis Conference Center, where Human Rights Commission, Reparations Commissions, and others will meet. This department responsible for enforcing LA's civil and human rights law, which prohibits discrimination in private sector areas of commerce, education, employment, and housing. And LA Civil Rights also operates the city's Office of Racial Equity, the Renew program, and the LA for All campaign against hate. You can see there those protesters who have stepped out, a lot of them protesting because Mayor Garcetti is out at this event. So what we're going to do is send some of our folks off into a quick 2-minute break. I am also keeping an eye out in Los Angeles at the Larry Elder rally that is still taking place. When we do see him step up to the podium, we'll be jumping into that event here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Capri. You know, it was an important moment in the city when Mayor Garcetti appointed Capri Maddox to lead this important department. And I want to say this, member of our staff, Heather Aubrey, did an exceptional job as a general counsel to this department. When our office intervenes to prosecute hate crime in the city of Los Angeles, it means there's been a victim. When we stand up against anti-Asian hate, against anti-LGBT hate, against anti-Semitism, it means there have been victims. Our goal in the city of Los Angeles needs to be to rise above that hate. Our goal in the city of Los Angeles needs to be that we go beyond tolerance to appreciation and respect for one another. I urge us to stand together in that spirit, in the spirit of appreciation and respect and understanding for all Angelenos. This department is a major step forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, City Attorney Mike Fuhr. Really appreciate all you've done and actually releasing me to have this position. And we've had some challenges being able to hear folks. So I just wanted to let you all know that if we can't hear, it doesn't really make sense to go forward. So we'll take a break. Thank you.
And welcome back to all of our viewers here with us who were in that 2-minute commercial break. We do appreciate you staying here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, we do have Tropical Storm Nicholas that is threatening the Gulf Coast with heavy rains. And they do say over several days it's expected to produce a total rainfall of up to 10 inches in Texas and even parts of southeastern Louisiana. So it is headed there. It started heading towards Texas last night on Sunday night. And forecasters at the National Hurricane Center in Miami said hurricane watch was issued for the central portion of Texas coast, with much of the state's coastal line now under that tropical storm warning. And it's expected to approach the middle of Texas coast late here on Monday. And it's going to be bringing not only heavy rain, but of course, flash flooding and urban flooding. So Nicholas, over several days, is expected to produce total rainfall of up to 10 inches in Texas and southwest Louisiana. Isolated maximum amounts of 20 inches, and this is across portions of coastal Texas, all beginning Sunday night and into midweek. So we have our radar up here, and today, earlier actually, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said the state has already placed rescue teams and resources in the Houston area and along the Texas Gulf Coast. So they are also keeping a close eye on, of course, its storm's movement. And he did say in a video message, this is a storm that could leave heavy rain as well as wind and probably flooding in various different regions along the Gulf Coast. We urge you to listen to local weather alerts and heed local warnings. Now, of course, Louisiana really feeling stressed, especially after they've still been recovering from Hurricane Ida and last year's Hurricane Laura in historic flooding. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards did say in a statement on Sunday night, the most severe threat to Louisiana is the southwest portion of the state, where recovery from Hurricane Laura and the May flooding is ongoing. In this area, heavy rain and flash flooding are possible. However, it is also likely that all of South Louisiana will see heavy rain this week, including areas recently affected by Hurricane Ida. So this storm forecast to pass near or just offshore of the coasts of northeastern Mexico and South Texas on Monday, and of course hit central or South Texas here Monday night and into early Tuesday. It is seeing maximum sustained winds. They're clocking at about 40 miles per hour. It is moving north at about 2 miles per hour, although it is expected to increase in its speed here on Monday and gradually strengthen is quite possible until it reaches that coast on Monday night and early Tuesday. So it is again, something that many people are going to be keeping a close eye on, especially where Hurricane Ida slammed into Louisiana just 2 weeks ago. And forecasters did not expect Louisiana to suffer from some of those same strong winds again. But again, they are still dealing with remnants and cleanup after Ida had left a path of destruction. So across Louisiana, 140,000 customers, more than that, about 6.3% of the state remained without power on Sunday morning. This is all according to the Louisiana Public Service Commission. And this storm projected to move slowly up the coastline, which could dump torrential amounts of rain over several days. So heavy rains, flash flooding appears to be the biggest threat across that region. We're going to be keeping a close eye on the tropical storm, and it is something that we've already been hearing from officials about this morning, especially as they continue to try to prepare residents as much as possible. I'm going to, while we're waiting for this live press conference to take place in Houston, I'm going to take us out to one that happened just earlier here this morning. Fort Bend saying that their city is preparing and just trying to remind residents once again to stay as safe as possible, be as prepared as possible, because you'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared, especially when it comes to losing power or possibly driving at night. They say, make sure to turn around, don't drown. So let's go again. Listen into that press conference that took place in Fort Bend, Texas earlier here this morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this early Monday morning. And as you know, we are dealing with a Tropical Storm Nicholas. Our Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management has been closely monitoring the situation as usual. Our Joint Information Center has been activated since noon yesterday. And it is fully staffed to deal with any situation arises at this point. Yesterday, tropical storm warnings were issued for the coastal Texas and northeastern coast of Mexico, with Nicholas expected to produce heavy storm. Produce storm with a total rainfall of anywhere from 8 to 10 inches. With isolated maximum rainfall, we expect up to 15 inches certain areas, which include coastal Texas and into up to certain parts of Louisiana throughout midweek. It is a heavy rainfall and flash flood warning at this point in Fort Bend County. That is a concern because we have a very flat terrain, and that is absolutely a concern for our Office of Emergency Management and emergency managers. However, this is not just a threat to the coastal communities. Highland, heavy rainfall, flooding can occur inland. The reason I say this, if any one of you remember, 2002 Tropical Storm Allison was just a tropical storm, but it created the maximum damage to our area. So we wanted to be prepared. We hope that is not the case this time, but we wanted to be prepared. Currently, Fort Bend County is under a flash flood watch in effect through tomorrow evening. We know that one of the things about these storms, as you all know, it is very unpredictable. It is a possibility for Tropical Storm Nicholas to get stronger. And we are, every step, we are watching it, we are monitoring it, and we will communicate with the residents and the people in this area. I want to say I want to tell our Fort Bend County residents, while we are anticipating Nicholas coming through our area, but we don't expect a severe condition as of now. This always can change when you talk about weather situation. You absolutely should be prepared. We are talking about this hurricane preparation since May, and I hope you are prepared. If you are not, please take care of certain steps which we repeated many times, and you might be already aware of it, and having a kit, enough food, water, medicine, and keeping all the documents together just in case, and have a plan. Just in case if you have to evacuate, where you're going to go, how you're going to manage that, have a plan and a conversation with your family members and also the people, your close family and friends. Have a conversation. Stay informed. Stay informed is the most important thing, because this storm is developing, and every step of the way it can change its direction, its intensity, and things of that nature. Stay monitored. We are monitoring, so that means please get information from the reliable sources, as our local TV stations, radio. And also, I encourage you to sign up, if you are not already, with testing with our emergency alert system, which is you dial 888-777, and you punch in FBC alert. FBC alert. So you're going to be part of that system, so that we will be pushing out information, important information, as and when it is necessary. Also, stay up to date following our social media, which include Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Our Office of Emergency Management and also Fort Bend County Judge's Office and other department will be constantly pushing out information based on availability, based on things change, and we will be updating. Please stay tuned. And also encourage, take action to minimize damages. And I will also ask our most experienced person, Mark Flathouse, to explain this in detail. How do you minimize the damages? And again, monitor local TV station and also radio and other source of information. And know your potential risk. Have a plan to evacuate if in case you need it. Be sure the emergency supplies on hand. And I will now invite our Office of Emergency Management Manager and also Fire Marshal Mark Flathouse to give a brief update how to prepare and what you need to do next. Mark?
Good morning. Mark Flathouse, Emergency Management Director, Coordinator underneath the Judge's Office. A couple of things. First, the last 24 hours we have been activated. Our Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We have been working due diligently along with the news, media, and the weather, along with the region and the state, to make sure that we're prepared for anything that comes our way. Currently right now, the report this morning is the tract is coming more a little bit inland and directly up towards our county and on north. With that being said, we get updates about every 3 to 4 hours and we adjust accordingly. We know that rain can drop anywhere from 5 to 10 inches, but the kick is we don't know where or what is going to happen in the next 24, 48 hours. It could stall out, it can move. It's very unpredictable. As we all know that live in a coastal area and a community, things change, but we are prepared and we will be prepared for anything that comes our way. Our EOC, as stated, is activated over the next 24 hours. We will be pushing out the correct information and information that's coming directly from our meteorologists, along with our drainage and everything moving to our road and bridge and our road closures or any impact. The initial threat that I see and working with my team and the experts that we have here in Fort Bend County is really flash flooding and the initial impact of large rains at a quick few minutes to hours. Flash flooding is an impact that we want to make sure that we stress is stay home, don't drive. The impact of the major of the rain is going to be throughout this next evening into Tuesday, and we want to make sure that everybody is aware and has where they get their information from Homeland Security Emergency Management, from the judge's office, and information out. With road closures, we'll keep up to date with the sheriff's office and our road and bridge to make sure we can put barricades out. And these are all things that we're preparing today to be ready for. So stay home, be alert, be prepared. We talk about being prepared. Make sure that you don't have stuff out around your house that can be debris. We're only expecting some winds, not heavy gusts being inland, but you never know what could happen during these storms that come through. So make sure your surrounding area is all safe for any debris. Also make sure that your vehicles are topped off with fuel over the next 24 hours and everything as we move forward. But again, keep in mind, flash flooding is initial impact of water, and it could impact your drive or driving at night. Minimize that the best you can and work on it depending upon what rains and how much rain drops. So thank you.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break.
As I mentioned, Fort Bend is a flat terrain. Drainage is always an important discussion, where the water is receding. And so I just wanted to call Mark Vogler, our drainage director, to come and give an update on what you see, Mark, the situation of the rivers and our ditches and bayous and all that stuff. Please come forward.
Thank you. Our rivers, the Brazos River, the Salmonard River, are both in low stages right now. So at this point, we're in fairly good shape. Our channels are all open. We've been maintaining them all through the summer. Ground conditions are relatively dry at this point, so we couldn't be in better shape with this storm coming. But that doesn't mean we're not going to have flooding problems. It depends on how fast the storm moves, how fast the rainfall comes on us, and those conditions are going to control what we see going forward. So as Mark Flathouse said, stay home if you can. Don't travel areas you're not familiar with. You know areas that have flooded in the past, and so we get significant rainfall, expect those same areas to flood. And we will continue to monitor these things and report to the Office of Emergency Management as we find information also. And with that, we'll turn it back over to the judge.
Thank you. And today, obviously, as I mentioned.
All right, guys, we're going to be switching gears here in just a moment, again, as we do have more live events taking place across the country. And welcome back to all of our viewers here with us with Live Now from Fox. We will be getting an update, again, a new one from our Houston officials as they continue to track Tropical Storm Nicholas. But until that time, let's head back out to California, where we do have Larry Elder stepped up to the podium as he again rallies to try to take that governor's spot in this recall election taking place tomorrow. We're going to be listening in right here again on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you all for coming out here. As always, Mike, you've always been there for me. Betty, you are a pistol. I wish I had half your energy. I could probably win this thing in 20 points. Abel, you know, it's difficult for somebody like Abel to be a Republican and a Hispanic. It's even more difficult for somebody like Gloria to be a Democrat, Hispanic, and cross party lines to support me in this cause. And I want to thank you so much, Gloria. The reason for the recall election, there are many reasons. There are 2 million people that signed that petition. A good quarter of them to a third of them were the very people that voted for him just 2 years earlier. I'm talking about independents and Democrats. 63% of Hispanics voted for him 2 years earlier. Now the majority of Hispanics want him out. And as Gloria just now said, one of the primary reasons is because of school choice. As Gavin Newsom sat at the French Laundry restaurant with the very people that drafted the mandates that they were violating, they weren't wearing masks, they weren't engaging in social distancing, Gavin Newsom's own kids were enjoying in-person private education. Gavin Newsom shut down in-person public education for the 80% of public school students here in California who are black and brown. And as Gloria pointed out, before the pandemic, their test scores were already abysmal, near the bottom of all 50 states. While we're spending $15,000 per student per year, our test scores are near the bottom of all 50 states. And they were denied a whole nother year of in-person education, putting them even further behind. Gloria and I support school choice. We believe the money should follow the child rather than the other way around. We support ESAs, education savings accounts. So the money would be put into an account that the parent controls. So the parent would be able to put their kid in a charter school, a private school, a religious school, or even use the money for homeschooling. The number one obstacle to this, the teachers union. The number one funder of my opponent, Gavin Newsom, the teachers union. And again, as Gloria pointed out, you look at studies about where teachers, public school teachers with school-age kids put their own kids, they are far, far, far more likely to have them in private school than households that do not have public school teachers in them. So the people who know the public school system the best are not putting their own children in them. Let me give you an idea of how hypocritical this is. I mentioned that Gavin Newsom's kids enjoyed in-person private education. Former President Barack Obama just cut a commercial for Gavin Newsom. The former president, when he was living in Indonesia with his stepfather and mother, was attending a private school that was set up for executives of oil companies. His stepfather was an executive at an oil company. But even though it was a private school, his mother felt that that was insufficient. So she sent him back to Hawaii to live with his maternal grandparents, and he went to the finest prep school in the state of Hawaii. After he graduated, he came to Los Angeles, and he attended for 2 years an exclusive private college called Occidental, and finished college at an Ivy League private college called Columbia. He then went to Harvard, an Ivy League private law school. His future wife, Michelle Robinson, while she did attend a public high school, it wasn't the nearest public high school because her parents felt it was inferior. So she got on a bus and traveled far outside of her neighborhood to go to a better high school. Their children. When Obama was an instructor at University of Chicago, his girls attended a private school that was set up for people who teach at University of Chicago. When the Obamas moved to Washington, D.C., while Michelle made a big display out of visiting public schools, presumably to determine whether or not she wanted to put their girls there, she put them in Sidwell Friends, which was a Quaker school, private school, tuition currently $40,000 a year. So the girls never set foot in a public school. Obama never set foot in a public school. And for all intents and purposes, Michelle Obama exercised school choice. Yet when Obama became president, he shut down the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program that was started by George W. Bush. Parents were complaining and complaining and complaining when the program was shut down that benefited primarily black parents, but it still ended during the Obama administration. It was revived in the Donald Trump administration. My point is this: Democrats purport to care about minorities, purport to care about inequality. There is no greater step towards leaving poverty to get to the middle class than to at least finish high school, presumably one where you can read, write, and compute at grade level. And all too often here in California, the kids who do graduate from our urban high schools, when they go to Tri-C or to a four-year school, end up taking remedial math and remedial English because their education was substandard. So what they're afraid of is that Larry Elder, from the hood, who attended a public school, is going to break that stranglehold Democrats have had over black and brown parents, specifically over the issue of school choice. Polls show that urban black and brown parents want school choice. Again, the biggest obstacle to achieving this is the teachers union, the biggest funder of my opponent and of the Democratic Party, the teachers union. This madness is going to stop. Gavin Newsom shut down this state in a more severe way than did the other 49 governors. Now, 1/3 of all small businesses are gone forever. One of the many things I bring to the table is I ran a small business. At the time, at my peak, I had about a dozen employees. The business didn't go bankrupt. I didn't liquidate it. I sold it, and it kept going on for years and years. The point is, I know how difficult it is to run a business. I know how difficult it is to run a business profitably. I know what it's like to meet a payroll every 2 weeks. Many of the people that are passing rules and regulations in Sacramento have never so much as even run a hot dog stand. Now, you know what you call a business owner who works 9 to 5? Bankrupt. Because if you're going to run a successful business, you're going to work 50, 60, 70, 80 hours a week. And men and women who did just that lost their businesses because of the way Gavin Newsom shut down this state, while, by the way, leaving his own winery open. The average price of a home in California just hit $800,000 because of the law that Betty was talking about, CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, that allows virtually anybody to stop any project for any reason for an indefinite period of time, which jacks up the price of a home. $800,000 is over 150% above the national average. And the number one reason that people cite for leaving California, and for the first time in our beautiful state, people are leaving California. It's never happened before. 170 years old, migration out of California. We've lost. The number one reason cited for leaving: cannot afford the price of a home. And businesses are leaving at record rates. More businesses have left so far this year than have left all of last year, and the rate at which businesses are leaving is twice the rate at which they've left the previous 3 years. They cite 3 reasons: high cost of living, high taxes, high regulations. We have the highest state income tax in the nation, 13.3%. Every dollar somebody makes above roughly $300,000, 13.5 cents is taxed away. And that's before federal taxes, before property taxes, before sales taxes. Now, a lot of people don't care when wealthy people leave, but the number one revenue stream for California is the state income tax. And out of 40 million people living in this state, 1% pay half of the state income taxes. So when a wealthy person leaves, he or she is bringing a tremendous tax burden away from us and to other states. We have a severe homeless problem here in California. My opponent, Gavin Newsom, when he ran for mayor in 2004, a mayor of San Francisco, said he was going to end the homeless problem in that city in 10 years. That would have been 2014. Have you been to San Francisco lately? And when he was lieutenant governor, he sat around complaining, quote, he had nothing to do, close quote. How about fulfilling the campaign promise you made to people in the city of San Francisco back in 2004? Now, I spoke with Dr. Ben Carson, the former HUD secretary, and he said in the end of the administration, they had a plan. The largest landowner in California is the federal government. And we had plans to build small, low-cost housing at a fraction of the price that they're building housing for the homeless on this property. It would not be burdened by CEQA. It would not be burdened by the other rules and regulations that cause the price of a home in California to skyrocket. And he said, and the people, of course, who are in the streets, mostly mentally ill, some of them are schizophrenic, which means of danger to themselves and to others. They need to be removed from the street for their own protection and for the protection of the rest of the homeless population and for the rest of us. The rest of them are mentally ill and or are addicted to substances. They need to be treated. But we know the government is ineffective in doing so. But you know who can treat them? Nonprofits, community activists, churches, mosques, synagogues. They should get the money. Not government money, because it always comes with strings attached, but money that we donate. And there'll be more of it because I'm going to be pushing for an across-the-board tax cut to give us more money to donate to causes like that. Contrary to popular belief, Larry is not anti-vax. I think one of his ads says I'm anti-vax. I've been vaccinated. How do you become anti-vax after you've been vaccinated? Because of my age, because of other comorbidities. I've been vaccinated, and I encourage people to be vaccinated. However, a lot of people feel very different for very logical and commonsensical reasons. And don't we still have choice in America? I recall when Donald Trump announced Operation Warp Speed, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden said if Donald Trump told them to take a vaccine, I'm not going to take it. Maybe a lot of people followed their advice. I don't know. Other people have already contracted the coronavirus and have developed antibodies, and doctors tell me that the immunity from having contracted the coronavirus is stronger than the immunity that you'd get from the vaccine. Others believe that it was approved too quickly. The average vaccine takes 5 years. This was done in less than a year. A lot of people feel it wasn't sufficiently tested. And then there's this. I was on a campaign stop in Palm Desert. I go into a coffee shop. I noticed that half the wait staff was wearing face masks and half of them were not. And I said to the young lady who waited on me, tell me, what is the policy in this place? She said, well, my boss allows us to wear a face mask if we want, and we don't have to if we don't want. I said, have you been vaccinated? She said, no. I said, may I ask why? She smiled and she said, you may ask, but I don't have to give you a reason. I choose not to. Isn't this still America? And when I become governor, one of the first things I'm going to do is, if this mandate for state workers is still in effect, that if you've not been vaccinated, you're going to be tested once a week and wear a mask at work. Now think about it. I thought the whole point behind getting vaccinated is that you're protected from contracting the coronavirus. And if you've elected not to get vaccinated, you're assuming the risk of contracting the coronavirus. So you're telling people who've assumed the risk of contracting the coronavirus to wear a mask to protect yourself from other people who've assumed the risk from contracting the coronavirus, and I'm anti-science? So one of the first acts I'm going to do is, to the extent that that mandate is still in effect, I'm going to repeal it. Crime is going up. In LA, shootings, homicides up 41%. Under this governor, 20,000 convicted felons have been released early, many of whom have been violent offenders. What could possibly go wrong? Just a few days ago, former Senator Barbara Boxer got mugged in Oakland. Her cell phone was taken. And a few days before that, the Oakland police chief complained about money being diverted from his department because of this bogus defund the police movement. And a few months before that, a mentally ill homeless man attacked Gavin Newsom. Had Gavin Newsom not had his security detail with him, Lord knows what would have happened to him. How many of us can travel around the city with a security detail? The people who are being most inconvenienced, most victimized by the release of these criminals are the very black and brown and Asian American people that Gavin Newsom and others purport to care about. We have two soft on crime DAs. And Gavin Newsom's fingerprint on both of them. The one in LA is named George Gascon. Gavin Newsom gave him his first job. Gavin Newsom gave him his first job.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
And then appointed him DA of San Francisco, where he was soft on crime. And now George Gascon is the DA of LA, of LA County, also supported by Gavin Newsom. And Gascon, again, is soft on crime. He's not allowing his assistant DAs to charge criminals to the fullest extent of their crimes, and he believes in cashless bail. Now, the other day, you might know that a woman, she appeared to be a white woman, wearing a gorilla mask, threw an egg at me. Now, I only mention her race because had I had a D at the end of my name, this would have been a hate crime. They would have had a manhunt for her. They'd be talking about this in Bangladesh. But because I have an R at the end of my name, a lot of the mainstream media didn't give a rip. Now, as I mentioned, she had on a gorilla mask. Now, at the risk of sounding sexist, I said to somebody, how do we know it was a mask? That took a while, didn't it? Now, she might have been one of the 20,000 felons released early. I don't know. She might have been one of the people that were out because of cashless bail who should have been in prison. I don't know. All I know is that had this been a Democrat to whom that had happened, it would have been a whole different ballgame. Now, so we've got rising crime, rising homelessness, an outrageous rise in the cost of living, declining public school standards. We now have 5 seasons here in California. The 5th one is the fire season. And that's because of the poor management of our forests. Gavin Newsom wants to blame it on climate change. Climate change, from what I can tell, has very little to do with it. When outgoing Governor Jerry Brown left a plan to clear 500,000 acres of fallen trees and dry vegetation, he didn't mention climate change. And Jerry Brown had an outgoing plan, 500,000 acres, and Gavin Newsom bragged that he cleared 90,000 acres of fallen trees and dry vegetation, which would have been a drop in the bucket if it had been true, but it wasn't. According to the LA Times, he only cleared 13% of what he said he cleared, so he lied by a factor of 7. And we don't have enough money, enough resources to do this, but we have enough resources for a $100 billion bullet train that's going nowhere to nowhere? We have rolling brownouts because we're not adequately investing in our energy grid. We're putting more and more pressure on our utility companies to rely on weather-dependent, so-called unreliable renewables like wind and solar. We have a war on oil and gas. The oil and gas industry tells me it almost takes an act of Congress for them to get a permit to drill a new well and to drill for natural gas. We used to be headquartered in California to all 10 of the top oil and gas companies. Now only one remains, that's Chevron, and they are increasingly putting operations in places like Texas. We used to have about 8 to 10% or so of our energy from nuclear. Now a lot of people on the left think the nuclear is a 4-letter word. They always talk about 3 Mile Island, a couple points. Nobody died at 3 Mile Island, and secondly, the technology is so much better. We have one nuclear plant left, it's Diablo, it's scheduled to be decommissioned in a few years. Now we love Japan and we love France, both of which get the bulk of their energy from nuclear. We're having a water shortage here in California. We hadn't added to our water infrastructure in about 40 or 50 years when the state was half its size. It's not like we don't know what to do. Voters vote for bond measure after bond measure after bond measure to build more reservoirs, to raise dams, for more underground water storage, and when it rains, the water goes right into the Pacific Ocean. Now there's a desert country in the Middle East known as Israel. Because of desalination, they are now water self-sufficient. They have a little body of water next to Israel called the Mediterranean. We have a little body of water next to us called the Pacific Ocean. We can't figure this out? So there's no front where I can think of where this man has done a good job. Not on schools, not on homelessness, not on the way he shut down this state to the point where we've only recovered half of our jobs pre-pandemic as opposed to 2/3 national average. Not on fire management, not on water management, not on energy management. I can't think of a single front where this man has done a good job. Now, all these politicians that have come here and cut commercial for him, whether it's Barack Obama, whether it's Bernie Sanders, a socialist who owns 3 homes, but I digress, whether it's Kamala Harris, whether it's Joe Biden, who I understand is here today, no one has uttered the following words: Gavin Newsom has done a good job for the people of California, because they can't. Now, this is hallowed ground. This is just shortly after 9/11, where 3,000 people died in the most severe terror attack on American soil. I'm here to award a Congressional Gold Medal. My father, as was mentioned by Betty, did receive a Congressional Gold Medal, got his posthumously. My dad was a Marine. He was a Montford Point Marine. They were the first black Marines. They were the equivalent of the Tuskegee Airmen, but they're not as well known. Stationed on the island of Guam. He became a staff sergeant. My older brother Kirk, my late older brother Kirk, who died on September 13, Friday the 13th, 2019, was my best friend. He was in the Navy. He served during the Vietnam era. He was on the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. My little brother Dennis was in the Army. He did go to Vietnam. I'm the only one in my family who didn't serve, and I'm not proud of that. I mentioned that once to someone, and he said, well, there are other ways of serving. I said, please, nobody's shooting at me. I want to salute all the men and women who have served their country, who've been willing to put their lives on the line for all of us so we can be here and enjoy the freedom of America that we're trying to retain here in California. So please vote to recall this man. Vote yes on the recall. And then make sure you get 10 of your other friends to vote yes on the recall. And then as for who should replace him, I have a thought. Thank you so much. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Mike, Abel, Gloria. I appreciate it. So thank you for hearing for a few words from the black face of white supremacy. May God bless you.
All right, guys, and as you are taking a look here at that small box in your lower right-hand corner, we do have a hearing that's going to be taking place. This is a live picture here as we're waiting for it to get underway. Now, Secretary Blinken going to be facing some of these lawmakers who are furious over the Afghanistan exit. So this is the House Foreign Affairs Committee. They're going to be holding this hearing on Afghanistan 2001 to 2021, evaluating the withdrawal and U.S. policies. This is called Part 1, so we'll be jumping into this here on Live Now from Fox very shortly. Let's go ahead, though, take a moment to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be waiting for this hearing to get started. Until that time, though, we will also be listening into the Pentagon briefing. So again, some of you first going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
It becomes available. On your second question, you're right. I'm not going to get ahead of what CENTCOM is doing with their assessment of that strike. I don't foresee an option at this point, and I'd certainly refer you to CENTCOM, but I'm not aware of any option that would put investigators on the ground in Kabul to complete their assessment. Yes, sir.
Can you, Travis Tritton with military.com.
Yep,
Can you
I know
speak,
Travis.
Can you speak at all about the safety of folks who are at like Fort McCoy, Fort Pickett, and whether there's any danger to them with these measles cases?
Well, we certainly are taking these cases seriously, Travis. That's why the CDC is involved, and we've paused the flights coming in. We're observing all the CDC guidelines that need to be observed, and we'll be working very quickly on the appropriate immunizations. So we're taking it very seriously, and we want. That's why we're being as transparent as we can about this. We want the people who work on these bases and the families who live there to know how seriously we're taking it, and that we are separating these individuals from the rest of the cohort there, and we're doing contact tracing right now so we can get a better sense of the scope of possible infection. Megan.
I just want to follow up on Travis's question. Are you saying that you guys are able to give MMR vaccinations to Afghans at the bases?
We're gonna. Hang on. Just let me make sure I get this exactly right, so I don't. So all arriving Afghans are currently required to be vaccinated for measles as a condition of their humanitarian parole, and critical immunizations, including MMR, are being administered for Afghans at safe havens on military bases in the United States. We'll soon be vaccinating Afghans for MMR while they are still overseas. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And my individual question, sorry. To what extent, if any, is DoD participating in any sort of rescue missions or otherwise helping people who are still in Afghanistan who want to get out, aiding the State Department or aiding any other organization?
There's no active military role in these efforts. You've seen some private groups are working towards this, and you probably saw last week we've announced that we're going to start a more formal process of working with private groups as they continue to find a way out for people. And of course, you've heard Secretary Blinken at the State Department talk about the continued communication that we have with the Taliban to get people out on charter flights or even on commercial flights as best we can. So just as we said before, while the military mission in Afghanistan has ended, the U.S. government mission to help Americans and LPRs and SIV applicants get out of Afghanistan continues. But it doesn't involve an active military component to it.
Right, just the Defense Department helping facilitate or organize or make connections.
Well, we'll continue to have these conversations, but there's no active military component to the actual movement of individuals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Yes, Zoe.
No.
Hello, John. Oops. Last week during his tour in Middle East, the secretary was supposed to do a stopover in Saudi Arabia, and it was cancelled. So who was he supposed to meet, and why was it cancelled?
Well, I would refer you to the Saudis for more specifics on that. It was the trip, as you know, was planned pretty rapidly because we wanted to get over there to say thanks to so many of the nations that are continuing to help us with these evacuations. And we certainly would have liked to have gone to Saudi Arabia. That's a key partner in the region. But it just didn't happen. And it didn't happen for some scheduling issues that we understood were on the Saudi side. And I would let them speak to what those issues were.
So does it mean that the secretary was willing to meet Prince Salman, MBS?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, part of our hope with the visit was to be able to meet with the Crown Prince. He is the defense minister for Saudi Arabia, and we have a strong defense partnership with Saudi Arabia. And so, yes, that was part of the plan. And I would fully expect that we'll get a chance to get this rescheduled. It was postponed. It wasn't, canceled forever. They're a key partner, and we fully expect to continue to be able to foster that partnership and that relationship going forward. Janie.
Thank you, John. On the North Korean missile launch, North Korea reported that it successfully test-fired newly developed long-range cruise missile on last weekend. Was the United States aware of that North Korean missile launch in advance?
All right, guys, going to interrupt Kirby here because we do have our hearing that is getting underway. Again, this is taking place live on Capitol Hill. We do have Secretary Blinken, who is going to be testifying before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs on Afghanistan. So we're going to be listening in live on Unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to all members, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. Consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. Where's the secretary? We're now waiting to bring up the secretary so that we can see him.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Before I make my opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, thank you, number one, for being here. And this is the importance, given this topic, and the importance of this topic, and this committee's constitutional responsibility of oversight, I wanted to ask you whether or not you would be willing to stay to answer all member questions. We want all members to have the opportunity, knowing that this is the first time that we're having some testimony in regards to pulling out since the August 31st of this year. Would you have the ability to stay to answer all members' questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to stay until every member's had an opportunity to ask a question. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We thank you for that. And I see that we have a quorum, and I now will recognize myself for opening remarks. Pursuant to notice, we meet today to evaluate the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan and the series of policies from the past 20 years that led to the events of August 2021. Mr. Secretary, it is good to have you back here before our committee, a third time since you've been Secretary. And thank you, and we appreciate your recognition of the important role this legislative body plays in conducting oversight on the executive. And I want to start off today by citing some numbers. 800,000. That's the number of Americans who served with the U.S. military in Afghanistan since 2001. 2,461. That's the number of American military personnel who died in Afghanistan, including the 13 brave Americans who were killed facilitating the evacuation of 124,000 people over the course of 17 days. 66,000, the number of Afghan national security forces killed in the conflict. 47,245, that's the number of Afghan civilians killed since 2001. 20, that's the number of years we have been fighting in Afghanistan. A war that has gone on for almost 20 years is a disaster. Disentangling ourselves from the war in Afghanistan was never going to be easy. And for my friends who presume a clean solution for the withdrawal existed, I would welcome hearing what exactly a smooth withdrawal from a messy, chaotic 20-year war looks like. In fact, I've yet to hear the clean withdrawal option because I don't believe one exists. Now, are there things the administration could have done differently? Absolutely yes, as always. Foremost for me is for the State Department to evaluate how it could better evacuate Americans when events unravel quickly. And I look forward to hearing from the Secretary how the State Department intends to complete its evacuation of the 100 to 200 Americans remaining in Afghanistan who want to come home, as well as for evacuating those Afghans who worked alongside us during the past 20 years. However, it is important to separate fair criticism from criticism that isn't made in good faith and divorced from the realities on the ground in Afghanistan. We've heard some criticize the decision to close Bagram, which they claim would have been better suited for evacuations, as though it would have been easier to evacuate hundreds of thousands of people from an airfield 40 miles outside of Kabul. Others criticize the decision to not keep a small counterterrorism force in the country. I ask, where was this protest when the Trump administration sidelined the Afghan government in order to cut a deal with the Taliban? Where was the protest when the Trump administration negotiated a deal with the Taliban just 1 month after the abduction of Navy veteran Mark Frericks? And where was this protest when then President Trump and Secretary Pompeo agreed to withdraw all troops by May 21st, 2020? And let me remind everyone that Trump's deal forced the Afghan government to release 5,000 prisoners and offered international legitimacy to the Taliban. It was a deal that failed to require the Taliban to separate from al-Qaeda terrorists and did not require the Taliban to stop attacking the Afghan government. The deal altered the political order of the country. Now, some may say Trump's agreement was conditions-based, but it was different, that it came with stronger conditions. But that's simply not true. The choice before President Biden was between a full withdrawal and the surging of thousands of Americans to Afghanistan for an undefined time. To argue that there was a third option, a limited troop presence where the safety of our personnel could be preserved, in my mind, is a fantasy. Had we not removed American troops from Afghanistan, we would have left them in the middle of a rapidly deteriorating war zone with no assurances that they would be spared by the Taliban. And it strikes me that many of those critical of the administration's evacuation efforts are really just angry that the president made good on his pledge to end America's involvement in the war in Afghanistan. They are masking their displeasure with criticism but fail to offer feasible alternatives. Once again, we are seeing domestic politics injected into foreign policy. The Taliban's quick takeover of provinces, Afghan security forces laying down their arms, and President Ghani's abrupt departure from the country he led, watching 20 years of effort crumble in only a matter of days, has made it all the more clear that we could no longer occupy Afghanistan, and that the president's decision to bring our troops home was the right one. And for me, as I closing this chapter of the U.S.-Afghanistan book is a difficult one. I voted to authorize the war back in 2001, after the terrorist attack on September the 11th. In the 20 years since, I've seen how this conflict cost the lives of countless Americans, Afghans, and our NATO partners. And what makes this all the more difficult is this is a war that should have ended 19 years ago with a different outcome. But our hubris, our own desire to remake Afghanistan, our own willingness to negotiate got in the way of that victory. These are hard truths, but only by examining these hard truths will we be able to understand what went wrong in Afghanistan. The task before us on this committee, one that I'm committed to making, will explore the past 20 years, but we'll be talking to individuals from the Bush administration, from the Obama administration, from the Trump administration, as well as the Biden administration. And I now recognize Mr. McCall for his opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Secretary also for agreeing to stay until every member has been heard. I believe every member has a right to ask questions on such an important topic. Over the last several weeks, we witnessed Afghanistan rapidly fall to the Taliban and the chaotic aftermath that followed. This did not have to happen, but the president refused to listen to his own generals and the intelligence community, who warned him precisely what would happen when we withdrew. This was an unmitigated disaster of epic proportions. I never thought in my lifetime that I would see an unconditional surrender to the Taliban. For weeks, our offices were flooded with requests to help people get out of Afghanistan, requests that were coming to us because the State Department failed to provide help. And then the unimaginable happened. On August 26, 13 American servicemen and women were brutally murdered by ISIS-K, trying to help American citizens and our Afghan partners escape from the Taliban. 2 days ago, we commemorated the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And while we mourn the loss of almost 3,000 innocent people, the Taliban at the same time celebrated by raising their flag over the presidential palace. Days before, they emblazoned their flag on the wall of our United States Embassy, proclaiming the defeat of the United States of America. Shockingly, the White House has described this Taliban regime as businesslike and professional. So let's meet a few of these professionals, the so-called new and improved Taliban. The acting Prime Minister, Mullah Hassan Akhund, one of the Taliban's founding leaders. He is also sanctioned by the United Nations and sheltered Osama bin Laden for years. The infamous members of the Taliban Five released from Guantanamo under the Obama administration also all hold senior positions in the new government. And finally, the worst, acting Interior Minister Haqqani. He is responsible for overseeing policing and counterterrorism. He's also wanted by the FBI. He is the head of the brutal Haqqani network with close ties to al-Qaeda and is currently sanctioned by the United States. Most of the new and improved Taliban leaders hold the same or similar positions they held prior to 9/11. And we are now at the mercy of the Taliban's reign of terror, all while a dark veil of Sharia law covers Afghanistan. The freedoms our troops help secure for Afghan women and girls have been stripped away in a matter of weeks. This, in my judgment, is not only disgraceful, it also dishonors the men and women who served our nation so bravely. Mr. Secretary, the American people don't like to lose, especially not to the terrorists. But that is exactly what has happened. This has emboldened the Taliban and our adversaries. The Taliban, a designated terrorist group, now equipped with American weapons than most countries in the world. Just a few weeks ago, thousands of terrorists, the worst of the worst, were all released from prisons as the Taliban overran the country. The situation we find ourselves in is far worse, in my judgment, as a former chairman of Homeland Security Committee, far worse than pre-9/11. To make matters worse, we abandoned Americans behind enemy lines. We left behind the interpreters who you, Mr. Secretary, and the President both promised to protect. I can summarize this in one word: betrayal. The America I know keeps its promises. The most important promise in our military is no man left behind, no one left behind. But you broke this promise. Unfortunately, it wasn't the only promise this administration broke. In April, President Biden promised, quote, "We will not conduct a hasty rush to the exit, and we will do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely." But that promise was broken. And then in July, the president said, quote, "There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of the United States Embassy in Afghanistan." That promise was also broken. Our standing on the world stage has been greatly diminished. Our enemies no longer fear us, and our allies no longer trust us. And our Afghan veterans are questioning if their sacrifice was worth it. For those veterans who are watching this today, I have a message for you. Your service was not in vain. It is because of your heroism that we have not witnessed a large-scale attack by the terrorists since 9/11 in the last 20 years. And for that, I say to all of you, thank you. And so we're here today to better understand how this administration got it so wrong. And I hope you will directly answer our questions, Mr. Secretary, succinctly, because we have quite a few. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be going into a quick 2-minute commercial break as we continue to listen in to this live hearing on the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming before the subcommittee. Obviously, this is not going to be an easy hearing. There'll be a lot of questions back and forth. And we certainly, over the course of the next few months at the subcommittee and full committee level, will do some more oversight on the information and so forth that decisions were made on. I want to focus, though, on the mission that's still at hand. You know, my district has the largest Afghan refugee population in the country. We've submitted over 10,000 names of U.S. citizens, visa holders, family members, et cetera. And, you know, that mission still remains. I've got close to 30 school-age kids that are still in Afghanistan, U.S. citizens, visa holders, along with their parents. And we've got to do everything we can to get those folks to safety. And I look forward to working with you, your staff, and others to make sure we don't leave folks behind and we get those folks out as reasonably as possible to safety. And I look forward to the testimony. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chair Barra. I now turn to the ranking member, Mr. Shabbat, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, this administration's bungled pullout from Afghanistan just may be the worst foreign affairs disaster in American history. You've essentially surrendered that country and its people to the good graces of the Taliban. And the Taliban doesn't have good graces. Afghanistan is once again a haven for terrorists. And those terrorists now have our weapons and equipment to use against us. As Mr. McCall correctly stated, our allies may well not trust us as much, and our enemies may not fear us as much. Yes, the majority of the American people wanted to leave Afghanistan, but not like this. Pulling our troops out before civilians, abandoning Americans behind enemy lines, as well as thousands of Afghans who worked with us and fought with us and their families, and leaving half the population, about 20 million women and girls, to be brutalized once again by the Taliban. This is a disgrace. And I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shabbat. Now I'll introduce our witness. Secretary of State Anthony J. Blinken was sworn in as the United States Secretary of State on January 26, 2021. And as I mentioned in my opening statement, this will be the third time Secretary Blinken testified before this committee, and we are grateful for his appearance before us today. I'll now recognize the witness for his testimony, which I understand will be a little longer than 5 minutes, but being that he's going to be here for all of our questions, I think it's important for his statement to be heard in its entirety. Secretary Blinken, I now recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McCall, thank you for today. I welcome this opportunity to discuss our policy on Afghanistan, including where we are, how, and where we're going in the weeks and months ahead. For 20 years, Congress has conducted oversight and provided funding for the mission in Afghanistan. I know from my own time as a staff member for then Senator Biden how invaluable a partner Congress is. As I said when I was nominated, I believe strongly in Congress's traditional role as a partner in foreign policy making. I'm committed to working with you on the path forward in Afghanistan and to advance the interests of the American people. On this 20th anniversary of 9/11, as we honor the nearly 3,000 men, women, and children who lost their lives, we're reminded why we went to Afghanistan in the first place: to bring justice to those who attacked us and to ensure that it would not happen again. We achieved those objectives long ago. Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011, a decade ago. Al-Qaeda's capabilities were degraded significantly, including its ability to plan and conduct external operations. After 20 years, 2,641 American lives lost, 20,000 injuries, $2 trillion spent, it was time to end America's longest war. When President Biden took office in January, he inherited an agreement that his predecessor had reached with the Taliban to remove all remaining forces from Afghanistan by May 1st of this year. As part of that agreement, the previous administration pressed the Afghan government to release 5,000 Taliban prisoners, including some top war commanders. Meanwhile, it reduced our own force presence to 2,500 troops. In return, the Taliban agreed to stop attacking U.S. and partner forces and to refrain from threatening Afghanistan's major cities. But the Taliban continued a relentless march on remote outposts, on checkpoints, on villages and districts, as well as the major roads connecting them. By January 2021, the Taliban was in the strongest military position it had been in since 9/11, and we had the smallest number of troops on the ground since 2001. As a result, upon taking office, President Biden immediately faced the choice between ending the war or escalating it. Had he not followed through on his predecessor's commitment, attacks on our forces and those of our allies would have resumed, and the Taliban's nationwide assaults on Afghanistan's major cities would have commenced. That would have required sending substantially more U.S. forces into Afghanistan to defend themselves and prevent a Taliban takeover, taking casualties, and with at best the prospect of restoring a stalemate and remaining stuck in Afghanistan under fire indefinitely. There's no evidence that staying longer would have made the Afghan security forces or the Afghan government any more resilient or self-sustaining. If 20 years and hundreds of billions of dollars in support, equipment, and training did not suffice, why would another year, another 5, another 10? Conversely, there is nothing that our strategic competitors like China and Russia, or adversaries like Iran and North Korea, would have liked more than for the United States to re-up a 20-year war and remain bogged down in Afghanistan for another decade. In advance of the President's decision, I was in constant contact with our allies and partners to hear their views and factor them into our thinking. When the President announced the withdrawal, NATO immediately and unanimously embraced it. We all sat together on the drawdown. Similarly, we were intensely focused on the safety of Americans in Afghanistan. In March, we began urging them to leave the country. In total, between March and August, we sent 19 specific messages with that warning and with offers to help, including financial assistance to pay for plane tickets. Despite this effort, at the time the evacuation began, there were still thousands of American citizens in Afghanistan, almost all of whom we evacuated by August 31st. Many were dual citizens living in Afghanistan for years, decades, generations. Deciding whether or not to leave the place they know as home was an incredibly wrenching decision. In April, we began drawing down our embassy, ordering non-essential personnel to depart. We also used this time to significantly speed up the processing of the special immigrant visas for Afghans who had worked for us and by our side these past 20 years. When we took office, we inherited a program with a 14-step process based on a statutory framework enacted by Congress and involving multiple government agencies, and a backlog of more than 17,000 SIV applicants. There had not been a single interview in the SIV program in Kabul for 9 months, going back to March of 2020. The program was basically in a stall. Within 2 weeks of taking office, we restarted the SIV interview process in Kabul. On February 4th, one of the very first executive orders issued by President Biden directed us to immediately review the SIV program, to identify causes of undue delay, and to find ways to process SIV applications more quickly. This spring, I directed significant additional resources to the program, expanding the team in Washington of people processing applications from 10 to 50, and doubling the number of SIV adjudicators at our embassy in Kabul. Even as many embassy personnel returned to the United States under order of departure, we sent more consular officers to Kabul to process SIV applications. As a result of these and other steps, including working with Congress, by May, we had reduced the average processing time for special immigrant visas by more than a year. Even amid a COVID surge at Embassy Kabul in June, we continued to issue visas. And we went from issuing about 100 special immigrant visas per week in March to more than 1,000 per week in August, when our evacuation and relocation efforts began. That emergency evacuation was sparked by the collapse of the Afghan security forces and government. Throughout the year, we were constantly assessing their staying power and considering multiple scenarios. Even the most pessimistic assessments did not predict that government forces in Kabul would collapse while U.S. forces remained. As General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has said, nothing I or anyone else saw indicated a collapse of this army and this government in 11 days. Nonetheless, we planned and exercised a wide range of contingencies. Because of that planning, we were able to draw down our embassy and move our remaining personnel to the airport within 48 hours. And the military, placed on standby by President Biden, was able to secure the airport and start the evacuation within 72 hours. The evacuation itself was an extraordinary effort under the most difficult conditions imaginable by our diplomats, by our military, by our intelligence professionals. They worked around the clock to get American citizens, Afghans who helped us, citizens of our allies and partners, and at-risk Afghans on planes out of the country and off to the United States or to transit locations that our diplomats had arranged and negotiated in multiple countries. Our consular team worked 24/7 to reach out to Americans who could still be in the country, making in those couple of weeks 55,000 phone calls, sending 33,000 emails, and they're still at it. In the midst of this heroic effort, an ISIS-K attack killed 13 service members working the gates at H-Kaya, wounding 20 others, and killing and wounding scores of Afghans. These American service members gave their lives so that other lives could continue. In the end, we completed one of the biggest airlifts in history, with 124,000 people evacuated to safety. And on August 31st in Kabul, the military mission in Afghanistan officially ended, and a new diplomatic mission began. I want to acknowledge the more than 24 countries that have helped with the relocation effort. Some served as transit hubs, some welcoming Afghan evacuees for longer periods of time. And I want to recognize the extraordinary efforts by Congress as well. To name just a few examples, Congressman Fitzpatrick worked with the State Department to reunite an Afghan family in New Jersey. Congressman Keating worked with our folks on the ground to help a Voice of America reporter and his family get to the airport. Congresswoman Jacobs and Congressman Issa worked across party lines to draw attention to cases of legal permanent residence and Afghans at risk. Please know your emails, your calls made a real difference in getting people out, and we continue to use the lists and information you're providing in the next phase of the mission. Let me now just briefly outline what the State Department has done over the last couple of weeks and where we're going in the days and weeks ahead. First, we moved our diplomatic operations from Kabul to Doha, where our new Afghan affairs team is hard at work. Many of our key partners have joined us there. Second, we're continuing our relentless efforts to help any remaining Americans, as well as Afghans and citizens of allied and partner countries, leave Afghanistan if they so choose. This past Thursday, Qatar Airways charter flight with U.S. citizens and others on board departed Kabul and landed in Doha. On Friday, a second flight carrying U.S. citizens and others departed Afghanistan. These flights were the result of a coordinated effort by the United States, Qatar, and Turkey to reopen the airport and intense diplomacy to start the flights. In addition to those flights, a half dozen American citizens, about a dozen permanent residents of the United States have also left Afghanistan via an overland route with our help. We're in constant contact with American citizens still in Afghanistan who have told us that they wish to leave. Each has been assigned a case management team to offer specific guidance and instruction. Some declined to be on the first flights on Thursday and Friday for reasons including needing more time to make arrangements, wanting to remain with extended family for now, or medical issues that precluded traveling last week. We'll continue to help them, and we'll continue to help any American who still wants to leave, and Afghans to whom we have a special commitment, just as we've done in other countries where we've evacuated our embassy, and hundreds or even thousands of Americans remain behind. For example, in Libya, in Syria, in Venezuela, in Yemen, in Somalia. There is no deadline for this mission. Third, we're focused on counterterrorism. Taliban is committed to prevent terrorist groups from using Afghanistan as a base for external operations that could threaten the United States or our allies, including Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K. We'll hold them accountable for that. That does not mean we will rely on them. We will remain vigilant in monitoring threats. We'll maintain robust counterterrorism capabilities in the region to neutralize those threats if necessary. And we do that in places around the world where we do not have military forces on the ground. Fourth, we continue our intensive diplomacy with allies and partners. We initiated a statement joined by more than half the world's countries, over 100 countries, as well as the United Nations Security Council resolution, setting out the international community's expectations of a Taliban-led government. We expect the Taliban to ensure freedom of travel, to make good on its commitments on counterterrorism, to uphold the basic rights of the Afghan people, including women, girls, and minorities, to name a broadly representative permanent government to forswear reprisals. The legitimacy and support the Taliban seeks from the international community will depend on its conduct. We've organized contact groups of key countries to ensure the international community continues to speak with one voice on Afghanistan and to leverage our combined influence. Last week, I led a ministerial meeting of 22 countries, NATO, the EU, the United Nations, to continue to align our efforts. And fifth, we'll continue to support humanitarian aid to the Afghan people. Consistent with sanctions, this aid will not flow through the government, but rather through independent organizations like NGOs and UN agencies. Just today, we announced that the United States is providing nearly $64 million in new humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan to meet critical health and nutrition needs, address the protection concerns of women, children, and minorities, to help more children, including girls, go back to school. This additional funding means the United States has provided nearly $330 million in assistance to the Afghan people this fiscal year. In Doha and Ramstein, I toured the facilities where Afghans that we evacuated are being processed before moving on to their next destinations. Here at home, I spent some time at the Dulles Expo Center, where more than 45,000 Afghans have been processed after arriving in the United States. It's remarkable to see what our diplomats, our military, and employees from other civilian agencies across the U.S. government have been able to achieve in a very short time. They've met an enormous human need. They've coordinated food, water, sanitation for thousands, tens of thousands of people. They're arranging medical care, including the delivery of babies. They're reuniting families who are separated and caring for unaccompanied minors. It's an extraordinary interagency effort and a powerful testament to the skill, the compassion, and the dedication of our people. We should all be proud of what they're doing. And as we've done throughout our history, Americans are now welcoming families from Afghanistan into our communities and helping them resettle as they start their new lives. That's something to be proud of as well. Thanks very much for listening. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McCall, I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
And some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Secretary Blinken, for your testimony. I will now recognize members for 5 minutes, and pursuant to House rules, all time yielded is for the purposes of questioning our witness. I'll recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans. Please note that I will be strict in enforcing the 5-minute time limitation for questioner. What do I mean? I don't want members to ask questions for 5 minutes and then not leave the secretary time to respond. So when addressing your questions, please keep in mind that the 5 minutes is for questions and answers. I'll start by recognizing myself. Mr. Secretary, you've mentioned in an area of concern that I know is shared by all is the status of American citizens, green card holders, and our SIV heroes who are yet to be evacuated. Can you tell us how many of them remain in the country, and what is our plan to facilitate their evacuation now?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as of the end of last week, we had about 100 American citizens in Afghanistan who had told us that they wished to leave the country. And I want to emphasize that this is a snapshot in time. It's more accurately a moving picture, as you know, stepping back for a minute. To know precisely at any given moment in time exactly how many American citizens are in any country is something we can't and don't know. Americans are not required to register when they go to a foreign country or if they reside there. And so from the start of this effort, we've been engaged in an intense effort to identify every American citizen that we could in Afghanistan, to be in touch with them, in contact with them, and to work with them if they wanted to leave. We've also benefited greatly from information provided by Congress to help us fill out this picture. But as of last week, there were about 100 who we were in contact with who continue to express an interest to leave. We offered seats on the planes that got out last week to about 60. 30 came forward and used those seats. What happens at any given moment is that people are making decisions hour by hour, if not day by day, about whether to leave or not. And as I said earlier, these are incredibly wrenching decisions because for the most part, This is a community of people who've been living, residing in Afghanistan for all their lives. Afghanistan is their home. They have extended families, and it's very, very hard for them, understandably, to make that decision. But that is the group that we're working with. Now, what also happens is, as people will identify themselves, including since the end of the evacuation, as American citizens in Afghanistan who wish to leave. So they get added to the picture. We get information from you, from NGOs, from other groups, veterans groups, about people purporting to be Americans in Afghanistan. We immediately seek to contact them. Over time, but that is the rough population that we're working with right now.
Thank you. Let me ask, next question. I know that the Trump administration's deal with the Taliban meant that there were 2,500 troops remaining with less than 5 months to complete the withdrawal. At any time, did the Biden administration consider whether to renegotiate the deal with the Taliban?
The Taliban made abundantly clear in many public statements, private statements, to us, to others around the world, that it was going to hold us to the deadline that the previous administration negotiated in terms of withdrawing the remaining American forces. It made very clear that if we moved past that deadline, it would resume the attacks that it had stopped on our forces and on our allies and partners, as well as to commence the onslaught on the cities that we've seen in recent months. And so that was exactly the choice that President Biden faced, whether to go forward with the agreement and the commitments that his predecessor had made in terms of withdrawing all forces by May 1st, or return to war with the Taliban and escalate, not end the war. Now, Mr. Chairman, as you know, what the president did do was to take some risk in extending past May 1st the time we would use to actually withdraw our forces so that we could do it in the safest and most orderly way possible.
Let me try to get in one more
he extended that deadline until September.
So also, we know that there was appointed recently in the government hardliners in the new Taliban group. Taliban's commitments to share power with other Afghan political and social groups excludes women and minorities. How does the appointment of this new government factor into the administration's strategy to engage with the Taliban, or assumptions that the Taliban may have changed?
So the interim government named by the Taliban falls very short of the mark that was set by the international community for inclusivity. That is to have a government that was broadly representative of the Afghan people, not just the Taliban and its constituency, to include women, which this interim government does not. And as has been noted, it includes many key members who have very challenging track records. We've been very clear that when it comes to engaging with that government or any government to be named on a more permanent basis, we're going to do so on the basis of whether or not it advances our interests. And those interests are very clear. They're the expectations that we've set and the international community has set. The ongoing freedom of travel, for a government that makes good on the Taliban's commitments to combat terrorism, not allow Afghanistan to be used as a haven for launching attacks directed against other countries, to support the basic rights of the Afghan people, including women and minorities, and to allow humanitarian assistance to get to people who so desperately need it. That will be the basis upon which we engage any Taliban-led government, whether it's this interim government or one they may name in the days and weeks ahead.
And as lawmakers continue to question Secretary Blinken, we're going to go ahead and take our last quick 2-minute break. More right here on this House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing when you return.
On the phone with very high-ranking officials at State, DOD, White House, trying to save lives. We had Americans that couldn't get out. We had interpreters that couldn't get through the perimeter of the Taliban. They are left behind. They will be executed. They do have a bullseye on their back. We had 4 buses of Afghan girls, orphans, at the American University School of Music that sat there for 17 hours when I was finally told the State Department would not lift the gate to let them into safety, even though they had an aircraft waiting. Will you guarantee to this committee, now we are at the mercy of the Taliban, though, can you guarantee to this committee that we will get them out?
First, Ranking Member McCall, thank you for every effort that you made, as well as other members of this committee made, to help people in need, to try to help them get out. Those are deeply appreciated, and going forward, we continue to look to them. Now, I have men and women in my department, the State Department, who raised their hands from around the world and ran into the building. They went from posts around the world into that airport to help people get out. They were serving at the gates right alongside our brothers and sisters in uniform, including the 13 who gave their lives, literally trying to pull people in as necessary, or to walk them in, to talk them in, to do everything they possibly could to bring American citizens, to bring Afghans at risk, to bring the nationals of our partners and others into the airport.
If I could reclaim my time, it's just limited. And we thank.
No, it's important, sir, for you to recognize.
We thank the service.
Well, you did.
We also thank the service, and we also thank the service of people like that worked in Operation Pineapple in Dunkirk. I would ask that the State Department work with them. Those are heroes as well as the State Department officials that you're talking about. My last question, very important. Bagram went down, the embassy went down, and we went dark. We have no eyes and ears on the ground. We've lost intelligence capability in the region. That includes Russia, China, and Iran, as you know. This is a national security threat as China moves in. For all I know, they may take over Bagram Air Base. But this over-the-horizon capability, I believe, is exaggerated. It's not a viable option. It's too far away. Did you negotiate with countries like Uzbekistan or Tajikistan to put an ISR capability there? And my last question is it true that President Putin threatened the President of the United States, saying he could not build intelligence capabilities in the region?
This is an important question, and one that in its detail and substance I think we need to take up in another setting for reasons I know that you very much appreciate. Let me just say this very broadly, and you know this very well given your focus and expertise on these issues. The terrorist threat has metastasized dramatically over the last 20 years, and it's most acute in places like Yemen, like Libya, like Iraq, like Syria, like Somalia. And of course, we have much greater and different capabilities than we had 20 years ago in terms of dealing with that threat. And in many countries around the world, we deal with it effectively with no U.S. boots on the ground. We lost some capacity for sure in not having those boots on the ground in Afghanistan, but we have ways, and we are very actively working on that to make up for that, to mitigate for that, to make sure that we have eyes on the problem, to see if it reemerges in Afghanistan. And to do something about it. But what I would propose,
and if I could reclaim, sir, I would like to work with you, because if we can't see what's happening on the ground, we can't see the threat, we can't respond to it, the threat's only going to grow, it's going to get worse, not better, and we have to have that capability. Let me ask you one last question. We had these planes grounded at Mazar-e-Sharif, and the Taliban seems to be holding these planes up. What are you currently negotiating with the Taliban with respect to these Americans that are trying to get out on these planes? And also, are you negotiating with the Taliban on the issue of legitimizing them as a real government?
Not only us, but virtually the entire international community, including in a United Nations Security Council resolution, has made clear what we expect and will insist on from the Taliban if they want to seek any legitimacy or any support. And that includes, it starts with freedom of travel. So we've been intensely engaged with Turkey and Qatar to get the airport in Kabul up and running again, which is now the case. And we started to get flights out last week with American citizens on board. And with regard to Mazar-e-Sharif, you're correct. There have been charter flights there that have been there for some time that have not been allowed to leave. We want to see those flights leave. We need to see a process put in place to allow those flights to start to move. And we're working on that every day.
Thank you. Now yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, we've requested such a classified briefing not too long ago, and we welcome your assurance to schedule this briefing sometime in the immediate future.
Yes, absolutely.
I now recognize Representative Brad Sherman from California for 5 minutes.
Secretary Blinken, thank you for reminding us that Americans were not required to register if they were in Afghanistan, and I hope my colleagues will support my legislation to require Americans to register if they go to a war zone. The ranking member says that he never thought he'd see an unconditional surrender of the United States to the Taliban. He saw it in 2020 when President Donald Trump announced that we'd be out by May 1st of 2021, forced the release of 5,000 of the Taliban's best fighters, and most importantly, created a circumstance where there was not even a credible possibility that we would engage in force to support the Afghan government. There are those who say we should get out all of our Afghan allies and all those who face oppression or death from the Taliban. I would point out that the Afghan army, together with all of its veterans over 20 years, together with all their families, you're talking about millions of people. And while the Taliban may be harsh to the girls who are music students who are orphans, imagine how harsh they'll be to a girl whose father was in the Afghan army trying to kill the Taliban. When the administration took over, the American people made it clear we had to get out in 2021. The Afghan government, some thought, had some chance to fight to a stalemate. But by spring, those closest to us, those most in the know, were demanding visas to get out, to flee as quickly as possible. They weren't asking for guns to build trenches around Kabul to fight the Taliban. They were asking for visas. They were demanding visas. They were making videos about how they were going to be killed. When they started to flee, that started a stampede, and there is simply no way the administration could have an orderly or successful stampede. And it seems absurd, at least in retrospect, to think that the average Afghan grunt would fight in the trenches while seeing those who were best connected desperate to flee in a matter of days. Secretary Blinken, when you came into office on January 20th, we were committed to pulling everyone out of Afghanistan within 3 months, by May 1st. Did the Trump administration leave on your desk a pile of notebooks as to exactly how to carry out that plan? Did we have a list of which Afghans we were going to evacuate? Did we have a plan to get Americans from all over Afghanistan to Kabul and out in an orderly way? How meticulous was the planning for the Trump administration declared May 1st withdrawal?
Thank you, Congressman. We inherited a deadline. We did not inherit a plan.
So no plan at all. It's amazing that it wasn't much worse. It was controversial when we gave up 5 Taliban for Bergdahl, not the most meritorious of American fighting men. But the Trump administration gave 5,000 of the Taliban's top fighters back to the Taliban. What did we get for that, other than empty promises that were broken?
Congressman, the deal that the previous administration struck involved, as you rightly said, committing to remove all U.S. forces from Afghanistan by May 1st of this year. And in addition, as that deal was being negotiated and then put into effect, pressing the Afghan government to release these 5,000 prisoners, many of whom went back to the battlefield. And at the same time, in return, getting from the Taliban a few commitments. One, not to attack our forces or allied and partner forces during the time of the agreement, from the time it was reached until May 1st, when we were supposed to pull out all of our forces, as well as not to go at the major cities, and to take steps to ensure that Afghanistan would not be used by Al-Qaeda or any other terrorist group.
So, Secretary, I've got one more question. They're criticized for not getting our weapons out. Our weapons were given to the Afghan military. They were all over the country. Was there a way to disarm the Afghan government without being seen by the world as betraying the Afghan government? And was there a way without casualties to go all over Afghanistan and grab the trucks and the tanks, et cetera?
Simply put, no. Of course, a lot of excess equipment was handed over to the Afghan security and defense forces, partners that we had worked with for 20 years, supported, financed, and equipped for 20 years to take on some of that equipment. And of course, when those forces collapsed in the space of about 11 days, some of that equipment wound up in the hands of the successor forces, the Taliban. Our folks worked very hard to disable or dismantle equipment that we still controlled before we left Afghanistan. And what we see now is much of the equipment that was left behind, including in the hands of the Afghan forces that then fell to the Taliban, much of it, based on what I understand from my colleagues at DOD, is inoperable or soon will become inoperable because it has to be maintained. It's not of any great strategic value in terms of threatening us or threatening any of Afghanistan's neighbors, but it does give the Taliban, as we've seen in pictures, all of us, uniforms and guns and some other equipment that is now in their hands.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you testified that you had encouraged Americans to leave the country, but simultaneous with that was statements being made, including by President Biden, that Afghans' military capability was 300,000 man strong, and that they had the best training imaginable. So at best, I would say they were misled. And you don't mention withdrawal conditions that were placed by President Trump on any exodus from Afghanistan. But I do have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. Did you concur and support President Biden's July 23rd phone call telling President Ghani to be untruthful about the Taliban's success? According to Reuters, which reviewed both the transcript and the audio, President Biden said, quote, "And there's a need, whether it be true or not, there is a need to project a different picture." Was that an ad lib by President Biden, or was that lie scripted into the phone call? And if it was scripted, by who? Secondly, have any Americans been arrested, beaten, abducted, or killed by the Taliban or ISIS-K since we left? And do we have the capacity and the capability to know that? Third, were there any gaps or weaknesses in the vetting process of Afghan evacuees, especially in light of the fact that reliable information on some, perhaps many, who got parole wasn't available to conduct a meaningful background check? Are you concerned that the Taliban may have embedded its members as evacuees? I visited our base at Fort Dix recently with some of the other members of Congress and our governor, and asked a number of questions. But I was very concerned about the vetting, or lack thereof, and the fact that parolees, about 70% strong at our base at least, and we're going to go up to about 13,000, they can leave if they would like. They're free to leave. It's not clear whether or not they can return, but they are free to leave. And finally, one of the profoundly negative consequences outside of Afghanistan has been China and Taiwan. The state-controlled Chinese Communist Party media, including CCP-run Global Times, and I read it every day, are saturating the Taiwanese with messages to give up and surrender to Beijing, because the United States will, just as it did in Afghanistan, abandon them too. That's what the Global Times is saying. But if you could start off with the first question, I would appreciate it, and go through them.
Thanks very much, Congressman. Let me see if I can address all those questions. First, with regard to the phone call you cited, I'm obviously not going to comment on purportedly leaked transcripts of phone calls. Here's what I can tell you. What the President said in that conversation with then President Ghani is exactly what he was saying in public. And it's this, that the issue was not the capacity at that point of the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces to hold the country and to hold Kabul. It was their will and whether they had a plan to do so. And we were concerned that they were not demonstrating that will or that plan. He pressed President Ghani on the need to consolidate his forces based on the military advice from our military leaders to make sure that he could defend the places that needed defending and not overstretch those forces. And he needed to bring people together.
I understand that, but my question is about the truthfulness.
That's what he said.
I only got a few minutes. Whether or not it's true or not.
If I can.
Was it a real, I mean, is the transcript untrue?
Again, I'm not commenting on any purportedly leaked transcripts. I'm telling you what, based on my knowledge of the conversation the president said, and what he said is exactly what he said in public. Second, with regard to American citizens remaining behind, the ones we're in contact with, we have 500 people on a task force and teams dedicated to them to be in regular contact with them. And I have not heard from those people that concern raised. I can't say whether there are any American citizens who are not in contact with or don't know of who may have been mistreated in some fashion in Afghanistan. Third, with regard to the background checks, and this is very important, and you're right to focus on it. As you know, before Afghans evacuated from Afghanistan reach the United States, they go to a transit country, and that's where the initial checks are done. We've surged Customs and Border Patrol. We've surged our intelligence and law enforcement capacity to do those initial checks. And then when they get to the United States, first at a military base, those checks are continued using all of law enforcement, intelligence, security agencies to do that, so that we can make sure that we are not letting anyone into the country who could pose a threat or a risk. It's exactly that balance that's so important as well in the SIV program. We all want to bring Afghans at risk into the United States. We also have an obligation that you rightly point out to the security of our fellow citizens. Finally, on China and Taiwan, as I said earlier, whatever protestations they may be making in newspapers or in their propaganda, there is nothing that China would have liked more than for us to have re-upped the war in Afghanistan and to remain bogged down for another 5, 10, or 20 years. That would have been profoundly against our strategic interests and profoundly in China's strategic interests. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Albio Sires of New Jersey, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being with us for the third time. And I want to also say thank you to the work that the State Department has done in getting people, including 11 members of one family that were all united and are here now in this country. So my hat is tipped off to those people who work so hard. The question that I have is, the Taliban seems to be having a complete hold in the country. But I understand there are other groups in Afghanistan. How fragile or how strong, firm is the Taliban's hold on this country? And do you see that breaking apart as everybody wants their peace down the line? Because it seems that this country is made up of pieces of people that control certain pieces of the country.
Thank you. It's a very good question and an important one, and it is very hard to predict with any certainty. The country is, in so many ways, as you pointed out, fractured among different groups, different ethnic groups, north, south, east, and west, different outside actors that may be supporting one group or another. And so, for the Taliban to fully consolidate control, I think that remains an open question. It's also why, ironically, it would be profoundly in the Taliban's interest to actually put forward a genuinely inclusive and representative government, because to the extent it doesn't, to the extent that everyone other than the Taliban is left out, that's only likely to, at some period in time, whether it's tomorrow, next week, next year, or thereafter, cause those who are left out to try to assert one way or another their rights and needs. So all of that, I think, is an open question at this point. One last thing I'd mention. The country itself is in desperate straits. The UN estimates that fully half the population is in need of humanitarian assistance. We have severe malnutrition, health problems, COVID-19, droughts, etc. And so there too, the Taliban has a big problem on its hands. And of course, it is generating very, very little revenue in order to deal with that. All of which, I might add, gives the international community very significant leverage and influence going forward.
I also read where they're running out of food in the next few months.
Yep, that's correct. We've seen a terrible drought, growing nutrition problems. It's one of the reasons that we think it's so important to make sure that, regardless of anything else, we and other countries find ways to continue humanitarian assistance to the people of Afghanistan. We've committed additional funds to do that. There's a pledging conference called by the United Nations that's ongoing, and we can and will do that consistent with the sanctions, consistent with our laws, by directing assistance through NGOs, through the United Nations agencies, not through the government. We need to do everything we can to make sure the people of Afghanistan don't suffer any more than is already the case.
I would like to see if we're going to help Afghanistan with food and aid, that we extract certain commitments from them before we just give them food.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And the last thing I want to say, I want to commend the country of Colombia. I think they've taken thousands of Afghanistans and they're vetting them before they get here. Is that accurate?
There are a number of countries around the world that have made those commitments, that are either serving as transit countries or serving as resettlement countries, taking in Afghans as refugees. And we deeply appreciate the countries that have stood up and agreed to do that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Greg Meeks, and I'm glad to join with our dear colleague Albiel Series in thanking our great ally of Colombia of helping the Afghan refugees. Sir, in my service on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Global Terrorism Subcommittee, the Armed Services Committee, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the Helsinki Commission, I've always been impressed by American Foreign Service diplomats worldwide. Their dedication to service is inspiring. That is why I am shocked at your actions superseding military advice, leading to the surrender in Afghanistan to be a safe haven for murderous terrorists. Biden and Harris have also opened the southern border, stopping the wall of President Donald Trump. This allows identified terrorists of the terror watch list to enter American neighborhoods as lone wolf suicide bombers to murder as many Americans as possible. In American history, American families have never been at a greater risk of attack at home than today. As the global war on terrorism is not over, it has been moved from abroad to American homes. As the grateful father of an Afghanistan veteran, I especially see your actions as indefensible. With 12 visits by me across Afghanistan to thank the South Carolina Army National Guard troops, the 218th Brigade, commanded by General Bob Livingston, I know firsthand they appreciated serving with their Afghan brothers. I saw the United States Agency for International Development success in building schools, agricultural projects, hospitals, and bridges and roads. My beliefs have been actually expressed by the New York Post editorial board on September the 1st, and that is, quote, 6 lies Joe Biden told about Afghanistan. How can any American believe anything Biden says after he's lied so blatantly? Lie. If there are American citizens left, we're going to stay until we get them out. Truth. Biden himself admits Americans remain stranded in Afghanistan. Lie. We're making the same commitment Biden said to Afghanistans who assisted America. Truth. A senior State Department official confessed to NBC News that the majority of Afghans didn't make it out of Kabul. Lie. The United States stands by its commitment that we've made to vulnerable Afghans, such as women leaders and journalists. Truth. Team Biden didn't even ensure American employed journalists made it to safety. Lie. asked by a reporter, "Do you see any parallels between what happened in Vietnam?" None whatsoever. Zero. Truth. Not even a month later, pictures came from Kabul of a helicopter flying over the American embassy. Lie. Biden vowed to continue to provide Afghan army with air support. Truth. In the wake of Biden's withdrawal decision, he pulled the air support, intelligence, and contractors. The Afghan militaries couldn't operate. Lie. July 8th, Biden added that the likelihood there's going to be a Taliban overrunning everything is highly unlikely. Truth. In fact, Biden knew the Taliban were overtaking the Afghan government and asked President Ghani to lie about it, whether it's true or not. Sadly, the advanced military equipment left to the terrorists, and I end the quote of that article. Sadly, the advanced military equipment left to the terrorists is comparable to all of the military equipment that we've provided to Israel since 1948. The countries who have suffered most from Islamic extremist terrorist attacks, India, Israel, and America, are endangered. They chant death to Israel, death to America. We must never forget the May 8th bombing in Kabul, where Islamic extremist terrorists slaughtered over 80 innocent young girls. You should have changed course then because of this gruesome, revealing fact. The murderers of that attack now will have a safe haven to attack American families at home. Your bizarre abandoning of Bagram airfield led directly to 13 Marines murdered in Kabul. You should resign. I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, we only had 43 seconds left of the 5 minutes, so your response, I know you will not be able to answer many of the questions that was put forward by Representative Wilson, but if you choose, you have 43 seconds of which to respond for whichever questions were asked to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me simply thank the member for his support for the men and women of the State Department. I appreciated that part of the statement. Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia, who's the president of the NATO Parliamentarian Assembly, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess I would say to my friend from South Carolina, if I were the member of Congress who committed one of the most grievous acts in a State of the Union address when the President of the United States, Mr. Obama, was our guest, to shout out, "You lie," I might take more care about enumerating other alleged lies in a hearing with the Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, what we're listening to on the other side of the aisle, sadly, is sort of a salad mix of selective facts and a lot of amnesia in the salad dressing. The history of instability in Afghanistan didn't begin on August 14th of this year, did it?
It did not.
Am I correct in remembering that, in fact, you could trace direct routes to 1977, 1978, when there was a communist coup and the president of Afghanistan was assassinated in the presidential palace? Is that correct?
It is.
And 1 year later, the Soviet Union, because of that instability, decided to invade Afghanistan. Is that correct?
It is.
And 10 years later, the Soviets left Afghanistan because they had mounting and maybe really unsustainable military casualties and felt that they were engaged in a process that could not be won. Is that correct?
It is.
And meanwhile, because the United States decided once that happened, it would disengage primarily from Afghanistan, groups like the Taliban had 12 years in which to create political power. Is that correct?
It is.
And in 2001, we re-entered Afghanistan in response to the tragedy we just remembered, 20-year remembrance this week, And we rolled up the Taliban by making alliances with various militia groups in the north and moved south until they lost control of the country in that year in 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the purpose of our involvement was to defeat al-Qaeda because the Taliban were harboring this virulent terrorist group that had attacked America. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say that we achieved that objective?
It would.
Would it be fair to say that, in fact, 10 years later, the leader of that group who masterminded the attacks of 9/11 was, in fact, killed by a United States specially trained military unit?
That's correct.
So what happened ultimately on August 14th has lots of history. I know it's convenient to pretend that didn't happen. And I know that we want to give ourselves sort of the pleasure of attacking a political leader of the other party. And so let me engage in that too. I'm going to assert that the events of August 14th had their direct antecedent with a bad decision by President Trump and Secretary Pompeo in 2018 to elevate and legitimize the Taliban in Doha, Qatar, by agreeing to have face-to-face negotiations. That tragedy was compounded exponentially by an unbelievable decision to exclude the government of Afghanistan, ostensibly we were defending, from those very negotiations. Is that an accurate statement, Mr. Secretary?
Certainly that's what we inherited.
But the Afghan government was in fact excluded from the negotiating table in Doha by the Trump administration. Is that not correct?
That's essentially correct, yes.
And when those 5,000 people were released from prison, since the ranking member is so concerned, and correctly so, about 2 Haqqani members in the current cabinet of the Taliban, were there any known terrorists or declared terrorists by the United States among those 5,000 people released with the consent and negotiated agreement of the Trump administration?
Almost certainly, yes.
I guess our concern about terrorists is pretty selective and limited to partisanship. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. I now recognize Representative Steve Shabbat of Ohio, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Non-Proliferation for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On August 16th, Mr. Secretary, President Biden said that the administration had considered every contingency and was executing the evacuation according to your plan. Was it part of your plan to rely on the Taliban to ensure the safety of Americans trying to flee the country? Because that's what happened.
We through the course of the spring and summer, did indeed, as the president said, look at every contingency for dealing with our drawdown. And
we relied upon the Taliban to be our security. In essence, we ended up getting 13 of our military personnel and over 150 Afghan civilians killed by relying upon the Taliban. They didn't provide very good security. We never should have relied upon them. Let me move on my second question.
We were not relying upon the Taliban. As you know, what happened was the Afghan security forces and the government collapsed within the space of 11 days. We then executed the plans that we had in place to safely draw down our embassy, move it to the airport. The military came in, took over the airport, and started getting evacuation flights out within 72 hours. Those were the plans that were in place.
We certainly relied upon it at the airport. It didn't work out so well. Mr. Secretary, President Biden has laid the blame for the evacuation debacle in Afghanistan on others rather than on himself, where it really belongs. He blamed President Trump, as we've discussed already to some degree here, basically claiming that he was just following Trump's policy. But he hasn't hesitated to disregard every other major Trump policy, our southern border, the Keystone Pipeline, the Paris Climate Accord, the Iran deal, Mexico City policy, and on and on. Yet this was the one Trump policy that he had to follow. Do you understand why this is pretty hard to fathom for a lot of people?
I think what's perhaps, Congressman, hard to fathom, or people just don't understand, is that the agreement reached by the previous administration required all U.S. forces to be out of Afghanistan by May 1st. In return, The Taliban stopped attacking our forces, our partners, and it didn't commence an onslaught of the Afghanistan cities. Had the president not followed through on the commitments that his predecessor made, those attacks would have resumed. We would have re-upped the war in Afghanistan after 20 years for another 5, 10, or 20 years. We would have had to send more forces back in. And I recognize that a lot of people don't understand that, don't know the agreement that was reached, and the choice that President Biden faced for May 1st.
Let me ask you this. When he wasn't blaming Trump, he was blaming the Afghan military forces for allegedly not being willing to fight. But whereas we had suffered a single U.S. military death in a year and a half, and that's a wonderful thing, the Afghan military forces had lost about 3,000 of their military personnel during that same time. So wasn't the president being a little unfair to those 3,000 Afghans who lost their lives fighting the Taliban during that period of time?
Congressman, many Afghan soldiers fought with incredible bravery and gave their lives. You're right. But as an institution, after 20 years of investment by the United States, by the international community, hundreds of billions of dollars, equipment, support, training, as an institution, it collapsed in 11 days.
Mr. Secretary, we went into Afghanistan in the first place because the Taliban had harbored al-Qaeda, correct? And they attacked us on September 11th. Now, 20 years later, we have the Taliban back in charge there, and they have billions and billions of dollars worth of our equipment and our weaponry. And once again, they're a haven for terrorists. How is this not a debacle of monumental proportions?
Congressman, as we were discussing a little bit earlier, the al-Qaeda, the group that attacked us on 9/11, long ago was vastly degraded to the point where it is currently not capable in the assessment of our intelligence agencies of conducting an externally directed attack against us or against others. The Taliban should remember as well what happened the last time it did, as you rightly said, harbor al-Qaeda, and it engaged in an outwardly directed attack against us. It knows the consequences of continuing to do that. And it has made commitments not to allow that to happen. But of course, we're not relying on those commitments. As we discussed a little bit earlier, we are putting in place what we do in countries around the world where we don't have boots on the ground, which is an over-the-horizon capacity to detect the reemergence, should it happen, of any threat, including from al-Qaeda, and the means to do something about it.
This
Gentleman's time has expired.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Ted Deutsch of Florida, who's the chair of the subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and global counterterrorism, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate you being here today. And we do need to look back. This is a really important hearing, but we also need to look forward. The reality is we have a Taliban government. We have terrorist groups already surging. Potential threats to U.S. interests remain. It is true that we are not the world's policeman, but we know that a strengthened ISIS-K or al-Qaeda pose a threat not only to the U.S. homeland, but to Americans abroad, our interests abroad, and the region. The Middle East and North Africa in particular were fundamentally changed in the aftermath of 9/11 with the rise of al-Qaeda and ISIS affiliates. We clearly can't trust the Taliban to keep terrorists at bay. So, Mr. Secretary, you traveled to Doha to conduct diplomatic talks with partners and allies on our continued counterterrorism role. What do you assess to be the operational capacities of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan? And how is the administration planning to hold the Taliban to its commitment to ensure that al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups are unable to use Afghan soil to plan terrorist attacks on or threaten the security of the U.S. and our allies?
Thank you very much. A few things on this. First, as we were discussing a little bit earlier, as you know from your focus on this, the terrorist threat has metastasized significantly from 9/11, and it is much more acute now in terms of potential threats to the homeland and threats beyond the countries in question from Somalia, from Yemen, from Libya, Iraq, Syria, a number of other countries in Africa as well. And so we have to be able to make sure that we're focused everywhere. That's a possibility. and resourced appropriately. And we are. And in a number of those places, as you know very well, we don't have boots on the ground, but we find ways to deal with that threat, including with over-the-horizon capabilities. In the case of Afghanistan, a couple of things. The current assessment of the intelligence community is that long ago, al-Qaeda was so significantly degraded that it's not in a position to conduct externally directed attacks. But we will remain hyper-vigilant about any reemergence of that threat. And we will be working closely with partners and other countries to be in a position to do that. I think the chairman referenced earlier that we hope and expect in the near future to be able to do some classified briefings on this, because there are a number of things that it would not be appropriate to discuss in this setting.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and we appreciate your commitment to ensuring that those classified briefings occur. Secretary Blinken, the war in Afghanistan was the first mission in the history of NATO arising out of the invocation of Article 5. There are over 50 NATO members and partner countries sent troops. 36, it's been reported, had troops there at the time of the drawdown. They invested political capital, our allies invested political capital and funds and certainly troops. And often those troops gave their lives as well. The criticism that we've heard from some of our allies is that there was not adequate consultation and coordination with our NATO allies. We heard the Secretary General of NATO say just this week that there was. Others doubted that. I'd like you to speak to that. But finally this, we had an administration, Mr. Secretary, that wanted to go it alone, a president who failed to appreciate and often criticized the importance of NATO allies while embracing Xi and Putin. If you could also, in their final time with me, speak to, at a time when democratic values are being threatened and at risk in so many places around the world, if you could also speak to the importance of that transatlantic relationship and how to reassure those allies of ours who have raised concerns about how we went about pulling out of Afghanistan and about failing to coordinate with them as we did.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of things. First, you're so right to point to our allies and partners who stood with us on 9/11 and in all the days and time thereafter. And you're exactly right that Article 5 of NATO, an attack on one is an attack on all, in essence, was invoked for the very first time in its history in our defense by our allies and partners, something that I will never forget, and I suspect no one on this video conference today will ever forget. And we determined that when it came to Afghanistan, we went in together and we would go out together. And that's exactly what we did. I engaged with the Secretary of Defense in intense consultations with our NATO partners well before the President made his decision, going to Brussels for a special session of the North Atlantic Council and listening intently to every single partner, relaying what we heard directly to President Biden to factor that into our thinking and into our planning. I've spent more time in Brussels, either in person or virtually, than in any other place since I've been on this job, working very closely with these allies and partners. On the day that the President's decision was announced, I was back in Brussels with the Secretary of Defense. And NATO immediately and unanimously endorsed that decision. Now, in the discussions and conversations that we had throughout this time, including individual conversations, people brought various perspectives to the table, but each recognized that given the deadline that existed, that is, that our forces had to depart Afghanistan by May 1st, pursuant to the agreement negotiated by the previous administration, that the alternative, should we choose to stay, was for the Taliban to resume attacks, not just on us, but on our NATO partners and allies, as well as to engage in this countrywide offensive that we've seen to retake the major cities, in effect, to re-up the war. And all unanimously endorsed the proposition that we would leave together, and that's exactly what we worked on doing and what we've been doing. I know from talking to many allies and partners the tremendous solidarity we saw together at the Kabul airport, working to help each other to make sure that we could get out our fellow nationals, Afghans who had helped each of us, and our embassy personnel. I heard a lot of gratitude from allies and partners about the work that our folks did in making sure that we could deliver on that commitment to them. So from my perspective, at least, there was tremendous and genuine consultation with allies and partners throughout this process. And going forward, right now, we are deeply engaged with them at NATO and in other organizations on working together on the way forward to collectively hold the Taliban to the commitments that it's made to the international community.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blinken, assuming it's not classified, can you tell us where you are today?
Yes, I'm at the State Department.
Oh, couldn't be bothered to come down here and see Congress. All right, that's great.
Sir, excuse me, sir. My understanding is that the House is not in session, and that's why the session has been.
I'm right here, Secretary. So is the chairman. So is the ranking member. We're here, Mr. Chairman. Reclaiming my time. Did state at any point in the evacuation process block American citizens from leaving Afghanistan?
No, we did not.
None. Your testimony before Congress is that state didn't block any American citizens leaving Afghanistan.
To the contrary, my officers, men and women, ran into the building from around the world to help Americans get out.
It's a simple yes or no. I heard you do it with Mr. Connolly. You can do it with me. Yes or no? I just want to clarify. You didn't block anybody. State didn't block any American citizens.
No. They were there to help Americans get out.
How many Afghans not meeting the qualifications of SIV have been brought to the United States? Prior to, I want to know how many Afghan citizens came to the United States that had not met the qualifications for special immigrant visa?
We're in the process of
No. How
going
many?
through.
How many? How many did you bring? You were just at Dulles. How many did you bring?
We will have, by the end of the month, we will have brought a total of approximately 60,000.
That have not met the SIV process.
Some of those will have been through the SIV process. All of them, regardless of SIV status, will have gone through rigorous security checks, first at the transit points outside of the United States.
It'd be nice if that was done before we brought these people to the United States of America. Mr. Secretary, are Afghan refugees required to be vaccinated for COVID before coming to the United States of America?
They are vaccinated in the United States before they are resettled into the United States.
There are none of these Afghan citizens that are allowed to leave these resettlement communities, Fort Dix, Dulles, et cetera, that are allowed to leave at any time they want. None of them are leaving unless they are vaccinated for COVID. Is that your testimony?
They're tested for COVID and vaccinated for COVID.
Vaccinated before they leave?
That's my understanding.
All right, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is it the policy of the United States of America to take hard-earned tax dollars and pay terrorist organizations?
It is not.
It is not. So your testimony earlier is that we're sending taxpayer dollars to Afghanistan right now for humanitarian relief. Who are we sending that to?
To NGOs and to the United Nations agencies who are using that assistance, not to the Afghan government.
Not to the Afghan, the Taliban government. How are you accounting for that? How are you making sure that the Taliban government is not receiving that?
As we do around the world in places of conflict where we provide humanitarian assistance, working through UN, working through NGOs with long-tested methods to make sure that the assistance provided goes to the people who need it, not to the government in question.
Is it your understanding that over the past 20 years, the United States taxpayers have paid Pakistan, who has then used that money to support the Taliban, the Haqqani Network, ISIS-K, Khorasan Group, et cetera, for the past 20 years? Is that not true?
There's a long history that we should all look at together about the involvement of Pakistan.
So I would say that we should no longer pay Pakistan and we should pay India. Let me ask you this. I just have a couple more questions for you. A little off topic here, but I think it's interesting. How long was your recent interview with the FBI, and was it a deposition?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring.
Are you saying that you have not had a recent interview with the FBI since becoming Secretary of State?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, and I'm happy to take that up with you offline.
Did the State Department turn over documents to the FBI related to Hunter Biden, Burisma, and or the Blue State Strategies Corporation?
You'll have to
So you have no knowledge of this. You have had no. Are you saying you have not had an interview with the FBI since
It would
becoming
not be
Secretary of
appropriate
State?
for me to comment in a public forum on any legal proceedings that the department
I'm not
or I
asking
may
you
or may
to
not have been
cooperate.
involved
I'm
in.
not asking you to comment on the legal proceedings. I'm just asking if you've been interviewed by the FBI since becoming Secretary of State.
Again, I'm not going to comment one way or another on any legal proceedings or not that may or may not have happened.
Have you sought to?
Let me remind the gentleman that the topic of this hearing is Afghanistan. That's what we're.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, but the Secretary generally refuses to answer questions about Afghanistan, so I just figured we'd talk about something he should be intimately familiar with. Have you sought to alter any of your testimony from last year's Senate investigation regarding this topic? Mr. Secretary.
Gentleman's time has expired. And let me also, for the record, make clear that this is a hybrid hearing. Just as members had an option to come or to be other places, the Secretary also. It's a hybrid hearing because we are not in session.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry, if I could.
Who seeks recognition?
This is Congressman Issa. Just for my edification, was it expressed to the Secretary that he had a choice of either one, or was he invited to come here, or was he alerted to remain there? And I only ask because I think we all agree that if he could have been here in person, it would have been better. But if it was an option or for whatever reason, because I want to make sure that it's clear that the Secretary may have done no wrong, even though many of us would prefer him to be here.
The Secretary has done no wrong. It was an option, and I made it as an option as I've done with every member.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize
And some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Africa, global health, and global human rights for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for attending this hearing and for your patience with putting up with the theatrics of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I want to thank you again for spending the time and agreeing to take everyone's questions for 5 minutes. The departure from Afghanistan has provided really unprecedented insight into our foreign policy. In addition to demonstrating the bravery, dedication, and professionalism of our military, diplomats, and Afghan partners, it has also shown how a 20-year effort and billions of dollars have really raised questions about what the return of investment is that we desired in terms of sustaining peace and stability in Afghanistan. The assumption of power by the Taliban has secondary and tertiary effects on the most vulnerable segments of the population, especially women and children. And we're concerned that it will reverse any gains that were realized in the last 2 decades. So my first question, yes or no, Mr. Secretary, did the agreement from the last administration include any protections for girls and women?
Not to my knowledge.
So many people are concerned about the status of women and girls in Afghanistan under the Taliban. The restrictions on education, movement, health, physical safety under their regime paints a grim picture. I'd like to know how the administration will work with partners to support advocacy for women's rights and the rights of ethnic and religious minorities in Afghanistan. Here's what I found. Go ahead.
Thank you, Congressman. One of the truly great achievements of the last 20 years was the progress made by women and girls in particular in Afghanistan. And one of the things that we should be proud of is the support, the leading support that we gave to that when it comes to access to education, to healthcare, to the workforce, entrepreneurship. Those gains were significant, and we were the leading contributor. I was in Kabul in April. I sat with a number of women who had benefited from our assistance, including women who'd gone on to become leaders in their parliament, in the media, NGOs, et cetera, and of course heard their profound concerns about the future. Just recently, when I was in Doha and at Ramstein, talking to people who'd been evacuated from Afghanistan, I spoke to a lot of women and girls and heard their deep concerns about the future, as well as people who are still in Afghanistan. And so we have an ongoing commitment to use every tool at our disposal through our diplomacy, through our economic assistance, humanitarian assistance, programmatic assistance, to do whatever we can to continue in coordination with many other countries to support women and girls and minorities in Afghanistan. The assistance that we announced today will go in that direction. The assistance we'll provide going forward will do that. And with regard to women and girls in particular, given the incredible fragility of the situation that they're now in, I will be naming a senior official here at the State Department to focus entirely on the ongoing effort, both from the United States government and in coordination with other countries, to support them.
Well, thank you very much. And so will the administration expand the license to operate humanitarian programs in Afghanistan? And how will that take place? And which partners do you see us continuing to work with?
In short, yes, that's exactly what we're looking at. And you rightly point out we've already issued a license to make sure that humanitarian assistance could go forward. We're looking at whether that needs to be expanded, consistent, of course, with our sanctions and consistent with our national security, to allow appropriate assistance to get to those who need it.
Who approves that license? Who are we making that request to?
The Treasury Department is responsible for the licenses, but we do this in coordination or consultation with us and other agencies in the government, as well as, of course, the White House.
And which partners on the ground are we continuing to work with?
We have, and we can get you the list. We have a number of NGOs that remain active in Afghanistan, as well as
NGOs or NGOs.
Some are. There are, I believe, a couple of U.S. NGOs that are still active, international NGOs, and UN agencies. I met with the head of the UN's humanitarian assistance program just a few days ago when I was in Doha, and we spent a lot of time talking about how this assistance could continue to go forward and what some of the mechanisms were that could be put in place to make sure that it was getting to the right people and being used effectively.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Dara Issa from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, before we get into the tougher part of this, I want to thank you for the effort that has gone on by the men and women of both the State Department and the Department of Defense, and a lot of independent actions that occurred to try to help get people out in the aftermath of the withdrawal. I would not be doing my job, though, if I didn't ask some tough questions. One of them is up here on this board, and it's pretty straightforward. A response I received from the State Department said to my staff when we asked about continued work to get people out, it said, make contingency plans to leave when it is safe to do so. That do not rely on U.S. government assistance. How do we square the fact that in an official response that I waited weeks for, that we do not have any assurance for assistance, but that when people get out, typically they are lauded by the State Department as success stories? That includes an 80-year-old couple that was announced to have gotten out when, in fact, we saw no real assistance by the State Department, had to find out there was a non-government flight and get these 2 American citizens onto that flight, and we still have a number of others. So in a nutshell, how do I explain don't rely on the United States? Do we or do we not rely on the United States of America for blue passport holder American citizens who want to get out?
The answer to that is yes, absolutely. And could you tell me, because I'm sorry, I can't see it clearly from here, when and to whom that statement was made?
We'll give it to your staff so that you get it without it being fully disclosed, but it is a correspondence
and
directly.
Congressman, I'd really welcome following up with you, with your team, with your staff to make sure that we are following up on that particular request. I've got here, because I really want to express deep appreciation to members of Congress, this committee. I have here a very lengthy document of all of the inquiries that we've received from HVAC, from members of HVAC on people who've come to you seeking assistance, all of which has been factored into our databases, our information, our efforts. But if someone is not getting the response they need, please come back to us and let me know, and we'd be very happy to work with you on that. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, if I can quickly go through a few dates and a few statements. On July 8th, President Biden was asked if he listened to the intelligence assessment that the Afghan government was likely to collapse. He answered, "That is not true. They are not. They did not reach that conclusion." In other words, the IC hadn't reached that conclusion. I believe that we'll find that as of July 8th, the President misspoke. The President also said the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely. 2 days later, on July 10th, the Taliban was reported to have 85% of the country. Then on August 12th, the Wall Street Journal reported that on July 13th, you received an urgent dissent memo from 23 U.S. Embassy personnel in Kabul warning that the advances of the Taliban and the rapid collapse of Afghanistan. Your spokesman said you read every memo sent to you from the dissent channel. So if you do, then you knew that, in fact, a major portion of people in the embassy believed that they were going to quickly overrun. On August 18th, President Biden said the intelligence community did not say back in June or July that, in fact, this was going to collapse like it did. But the embassy told you, or at least a great many, in July that it would. The question really is, how do we regain confidence in the State Department and its spokespeople, yourself included, and the President, if in fact we cannot square what we receive, members of Congress, both publicly and privately, that indicate some of those statements that I just read, including ones by the President, are not supported by the facts?
Thank you. As you know from tracking this as well, throughout the year, assessments were made of the resilience of the Afghan government, the Afghan security forces, and the possibility of the Taliban taking over the country. And this was typically done in a series of different scenarios, worst, mid-case, best-case scenarios. In the worst-case scenarios throughout the spring, I think it's fair to say that the general assessment was that the government and security forces would be able to hold on to the country well into next year, 2022. At some point in July, there was an assessment that it was more likely than not that that time frame was down to the end of the year. And then, of course, as things fully unraveled in August, that changed. To my knowledge, Congressman, no one predicted the unraveling before our forces and embassy left Afghanistan on August 31st. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, has said, nothing I or anyone else saw indicated a collapse of the government and the security forces in 11 days. The Director of National Intelligence has said in the days leading up to the Taliban takeover, intelligence agencies did not say collapse was imminent. This unfolded more quickly than we anticipated, including in the intelligence community. And there are a number of other conclusory statements of that kind that I can share with you. With regard to the so-called dissent channel cable, it's something I'm immensely proud of. It's a tradition that we have, and you're right. I read every such cable, I respond to it, I factor it into my own thinking and actions. And that cable did not predict the collapse of the government or security forces before our departure. It was very focused and rightly focused on the work we were doing to try to get Afghans at risk out of the country and pressing to speed up that effort. As it happens, a number of the things that were suggested in that very important cable were things that we were in the process of doing. The very next day, I think the cable came in on the 13th of July, the 14th, we launched Operation Allies Refuge, which of course had been in train for some time, as well as the 24/7 task force to help those in the SIV program get out and even to relocate them, which is not part of the program. So that was a very important cable. I'm grateful for it and grateful that we have a process at the State Department where people can clearly express their views and differences on policy or recommendations on policy. That's usually important.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Bill Keating of Massachusetts, who's the chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your service. And as head of the Department of State for our country. I want to thank all of your people for the work they've done. They stood side by side with our military, risking their lives in helping people evacuate in the most dangerous situation. So my sincere appreciation to everyone at State that was part of that. I'm also glad that you reinforced, as my conversations have, the renewed commitment, the strength that is there with our transatlantic allies going forward on our mission, not just in the region, but also through worldwide through our counterterrorism efforts. So I must say this, though. This is a period of reassessment, I think, as we go forward, where we have some lessons learned, where we go embarking on a new mission, where we're trying to do the best in that area and so many fronts. But there's one relationship that really has always troubled me a great deal, certainly over the last couple of decades, and that's our relationship with Pakistan. You know, from its Pakistan's played an active and by so many accounts a negative role in Afghan affairs for decades, not just recently, but for decades. From the very beginning, its inception, they helped in actually branding the name Taliban. And by 2005, when the Taliban was reconstituting in East and South Afghanistan, and importantly across the border in Pakistan, and as Pakistan's ISI, their Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, had such strong ties and cooperation with the Haqqani network, responsible for so many things, including the deaths of some of our soldiers. And even recently, when the Taliban took over in the last month, Pakistan's Prime Minister Khan, claimed that Afghanistan had, quote unquote, broken the shackles of slavery. So we used to always hear diplomatically that we have a complicated relationship with with Pakistan. I would say it's often duplicitous. So as we go forward in the region, as we go forward dealing with our counterterrorism missions, how do we reassess that relationship? How have we learned from their actions? And when we go forward, what do we do? What are some of the big issues that we should have, stakes in the ground, that we should have in dealing with Pakistan and the way they've acted over these decades?
Thank you, Congressman, and I think you're very right to point at the role that Pakistan has played throughout the past 20 years and even before. And it is one that is involved hedging its bets constantly about the future of Afghanistan. It's one that's involved harboring members of the Taliban, including the Haqqanis. It's one that's also involved at different points cooperation with us on counterterrorism. And so there are a number of things that have come into play. It has a multiplicity of interests, some that are in conflict, clear conflict with ours. When it comes to Afghanistan, it's focused, of course, as well on India and the role that India is playing in Afghanistan, and it looks at it through that prism as well. All of these things, I think, have influenced what it has done on many occasions detrimental to our interests, on other occasions in support of those interests. And so going forward, what we are looking at, what we have to look at, is an insistence that every country, to include Pakistan, make good on the expectations that the international community has of what is required of a Taliban-led government if it's to receive any legitimacy of any kind or any support going forward, to include ensuring freedom of travel, to include making good on its commitments on not allowing Afghanistan to be used as a haven for outward-directed terrorism, to include upholding the basic rights of the Afghan people, including women and girls and minorities, to include allowing humanitarian assistance in, to include having a more representative government. And so Pakistan needs to line up with the rest of with a broad majority of the international community in working toward those ends and in upholding those expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'd like to
Gentleman's time has
continue this
expired.
at another time, and thank you for your work with the U.S. Agency for Global Media. We'll continue to work on that front and many others. I yield
The
back.
gentleman's time has
Thank you.
expired. I now recognize Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here and spending this time. It's very important. You know, watching some of this debate, I think it's important to remind people, yes, the Trump administration failed in the setup, and I think the Biden administration absolutely failed in the execution of this. I also want to make it clear, Mr. Secretary, we support the members of the State Department and their heroic action in the evacuation. I think the broader point is they never should have been put in a place where they had to act heroically. We found ourselves many times, we talk about Bagram and leaving that, and I think that's important to point out. But there was also moments where the U.S. military, with the 6,000 people that we sent in, could have defended Kabul proper. It was clear that the Taliban were not intending to move into Kabul as early as they did. But we put them in a position where they had to act heroically. And we shouldn't ask that of our State Department employees, even though we appreciate that they did. I also think it's important to point out, you know, there's a lot of blame of the Afghan military. And I certainly, as a military man myself, wish that the Afghan military would have helped. But keep in mind, prior to that, there were assessments coming out that it was only a matter of time. Maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's a year, until the whole place collapsed. You know, we had built a military in our own image that relied on air power, that relied on logistics. And then we pulled our logistic and air power support from the Afghan military. And as they received night letters from the Taliban saying, we're going to kill your family because the United States is vacating, they're leaving you. It's, to me, as much as I would love for them to have stayed and taken a stand heroically, I don't know many even of our allies' militaries that frankly could have stood in those conditions in that kind of an onslaught. Let me ask you, though, Mr. Secretary, you know, you talk a little about the Taliban legitimacy, and we're going to see how they act. I want to ask you a question, because I'm not sure where that changed. At the beginning of all of this, we were talking about building a worldwide coalition to not recognize the Taliban, and all of a sudden this is on the table. Is the Taliban the legitimate government of Afghanistan? And if not, would you consider what the Taliban have done in Afghanistan to be a coup d'etat?
First, let me just start by thanking you for your strong words in support of the men and women of the State Department. I very much appreciate them and appreciate you saying them. Second, with regard to the Taliban and your question, it is the de facto government of Afghanistan. Those are just the facts. And
I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to. Has there been any discussion of an Afghan government in exile, vice president, even if the president had left? Is there any discussion of that? Because this, to me, appears to be an armed military coup against the legitimate elected government of Afghanistan.
Congressman, I will certainly look to see what the lawyers say. From where I sit, this is the product, alas, of one side getting the upper hand in a civil war.
Let me ask a couple of questions here on something too about that. So if we look at the list of new key players in the regime, we have the current prime minister who was deputy during the 9/11 attacks, the current deputy prime minister who served as #2 defense official during the 9/11 attacks, the current foreign minister who's your counterpart was the minister of culture and information during the 9/11 attacks. And we have designated terrorists in key positions like those that are responsible for preventing Afghanistan from becoming a safe haven and terror once again. So we look at that list and we see those individuals who not only defended al-Qaeda, but have committed crimes against women and vulnerable populations. And I think anybody would look at that and say, this is the same regime that failed to hand over Osama bin Laden 20 years ago. But let me just ask you, have these individuals committed to denouncing al-Qaeda, to denouncing the Haqqani network, and ensuring that they will execute any attacks against them should they try to organize in their territory?
Well, in the agreement that was secured by the previous administration, the Taliban, now represented by these individuals, made commitments not to allow Afghanistan to be used as a launching ground for externally directed terrorism, whether by al-Qaeda or by anyone else. The big question now, and you're right to point to it, is whether they will make good on that commitment. But of course, we can't and won't rely on them to do that, even as we insist that they do.
Let me ask you too. Just thank you, and I'm sorry to cut you off. Just
No, please
two
go ahead.
quick points. Number one, we absolutely have to be executing any attack against Al Qaeda that we can, where we see them form. And secondarily, because I'm running out of time, let me stress to you the importance of State Department working hand in hand in a public and private way with these NGOs made up of former veterans that are doing stuff that unfortunately the government can no longer do. And let me encourage you to give them top cover and work with them to provide the assets necessary to get these people out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. I yield back.
Let me just say, I really appreciate you saying that and putting the spotlight on that, because veterans groups are doing remarkable work. We're in close contact with them. I met with about 75 veterans organizations and groups virtually about a week ago. We followed up with a number of other meetings, and we deeply appreciate the work that many veterans on this committee, as well as organizations, are doing, and we're looking to work even more closely together on that. Thank you.
Good news.
I now recognize Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You explained that you inherited an agreement with a deadline but no plan, a backlog of 17,000 special immigrant visas, and a responsibility to evacuate safely both Americans and those who helped us in this effort. As a candidate, President Biden promised to end the war in Afghanistan, and he kept his word. I agree with him. It was the right thing to do. And while today's hearing is focused on the U.S. withdrawal, I think it would be a mistake to lose sight of the misjudgments and lessons learned over the long arc of the past 20 years, and I hope Congress will have an opportunity to do its own self-reflection. But I want to begin, Mr. Secretary, my question about the evacuation. You were cut off when you were trying to explain the vetting process, and I wonder if you could quickly finish that answer about what the State Department did with respect to vetting people that were being evacuated out of Afghanistan.
Sure. And two things, and by the way, I very much agree with you, and I heard the chairman say at the outset that this committee, among other things, will be focusing on the 20-year history of our engagement in Afghanistan, and I think there are lots of lessons to be learned across the board through every administration, including our own. With regard to the vetting, two things I would point out here. First, we've spent a lot of time talking about the Special Immigrant Visa Program and our commitment, and the commitment I know of so many members of this committee, to the Afghans who worked with us, who stood side by side with us, and the work that we did these first months of the administration to take a program that was in pretty much a dead stall and to put it into
Mr. Secretary, I don't want to be impolite, but if you could just quickly say what you did, because I know how thorough it was. Yeah. I have two more things I want to get to.
Thank you. Simply put, when it comes to vetting people coming out of Afghanistan, they go to transit countries. We negotiated agreements with more than a dozen countries to transit Afghans at those countries, and we do security screenings there. We've sent Customs and Border Patrol agents to all of those countries. We have the law enforcement, intelligence, and security agencies all there doing vetting, biometrics, biographic information. Then they come to the United States, but before they're resettled anywhere, they're also at one of our military bases, and any vetting continues there. And under authorities that we've asked Congress for, including the ability for people who are resettled in a year's time to apply for a green card, the vetting and background authorities will continue so that if anything comes up, we can continue to do that.
Great. Thank you. As you know, Mr. Secretary, the LGBTQI community in Afghanistan is extremely vulnerable to punitive actions from the Taliban. It's important, in my view, that we take steps to ensure that those who would be subjected to violence or worse because of their sexual orientation or gender identity are safe. The Council for Global Equality, the Human Rights Campaign, and LGBTQI+ refugee support groups released a 10-point plan to protect Afghan LGBTQI refugees. My question is, have you seen this plan? And if so, is the administration prepared to implement it? And is it consistent with the presidential memorandum of early 2021 that speaks of the responsibility to help Afghan refugees that make it to neighboring states as outlined in that memorandum?
Well, thank you for very rightly putting the spotlight on concerns about the LGBTQI+ community in Afghanistan and the particular threat that they may find themselves under. This is something that we are focused on. I have not personally seen the report that you referred to. I'm going to ask to see it. I'm pretty sure that my team has, but I'll take a look at that myself, and I thank you for sending it to us.
Great, and I look forward to following up with you on that. And finally, Mr. Secretary, the Brown University Cost of War Project has compiled a sobering list of figures as it relates to post-9/11 conflicts, including Afghanistan. Trillions of dollars spent, over 900,000 lives lost in Afghanistan, 2,641 Americans, and 38 million people displaced around the world. And, Mr. Secretary, the war in Afghanistan went on, as you know, for 20 years, leading to extraordinary costs in terms of dollars spent, lives lost, and political capital expended. Taking stock of these costs, my question is, what do you think are the most important lessons after 20 years in Afghanistan and 20 years of post-9/11 conflict that we should learn?
I think all of us have to come together to do just that, to try to look at the lessons and then reflect those lessons in what we do together going forward. To my mind, at least, one of the lessons is while we are very effective at dealing with terrorist threats to our country and eliminating them, which we did very successfully in Afghanistan, the idea of using military force to try to remake a society is something that is beyond our means and beyond our capacity. And we need to think really hard about whether we want to engage in these enterprises going forward. You're right to point to the cost. Let me just say very quickly, I think that Brown study concluded that on the basis of about $2 trillion being spent on Afghanistan over the last 20 years, when you include indirect costs, that averages out to $300 million a day for 20 years. And I know people will say, well, that wasn't the case the last year or so, but had we not ended the war and brought our people home, we would have had to have re-upped it to deal with the renewed attacks by the Taliban, to deal with the onslaught nationwide. And those costs would have gone right back up again. And we have to ask ourselves very hard questions about whether that is the right way to spend our money.
And as that question wraps up, let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Terry, one of my colleagues claimed earlier in this hearing that the last administration's agreement with the Taliban was unconditional. That was false. In fact, you, sir, actually started to outline some of those conditions and you were stopped. To recap, Mr. Secretary, the last administration's agreement with the Taliban was conditions-based, correct?
The conditions that you refer to included a commitment not to allow Afghanistan to harbor outwardly directed terrorists. It had very loose, let me just be clear though, in response to your question.
No, I know you listed it earlier, but the question is, it was a conditions-based agreement, correct?
Yes, except that those conditions were so loose, particularly with regard to commitments it made.
You can criticize the agreement all you want, Mr. Secretary. I just wanted you to answer the question. Next, are you aware that President Biden says in the transcript of his George Stephanopoulos interview that he would have withdrawn from Afghanistan regardless of that prior agreement?
Yes, that's right. Okay. But not necessarily in the time, place, and manner that we did, which was imposed upon us by that agreement.
On July 8th, as Congressman Issa referred to earlier in this hearing, President Biden said, quote, "The likelihood that there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely." That is a very different prediction than what the U.S. intelligence community actually was saying. Mr. Secretary, where did the president get the highly unlikely intelligence estimate from?
As the intelligence community has actually said, including in the days leading up to the Taliban takeover, they were not, and no one was predicting the rapid collapse of the government and the security forces throughout the year. Throughout the year, the intelligence community looked at a range of scenarios, worst case to best case, about the durability, resilience of the government security forces. In the springtime, it was anticipated.
The question is, where did the president get highly unlikely from?
Again, based on what the intelligence community was saying and the military. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs has said that no one anticipated that the government or the security forces would collapse in 11 days. Nothing he suggested.
Mr. Secretary, it would be good, though, if you were giving answers that were consistent with the answers that we were getting behind a closed-door briefing that we had with you and others. What is the number of Americans who are in Afghanistan as of the last update you received?
The Congressman, going back to this weekend, we had about 100 American citizens in contact with us who seek to leave Afghanistan. Those are the Americans we're working with.
Do you have an exact number?
I can't give you an exact number. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's really a snapshot at any given moment, because what happens is.
I asked you as of the last update you received.
Yeah, as of the last update, it was about 100.
Okay, how many green card holders?
Green card holders is something that we don't track directly. So what we've done is we've solicited people, if they are green card holders, to let us know. I think the best estimates are that there's several thousand green card holders in Afghanistan.
How many SIV applicants?
SIV applicants, those are numbers that we're working on right now as people come out of Afghanistan, some of them in the United States already, others at these transit points. We're collecting all of that information. The overwhelming majority of Afghans who've come out are Afghans who are at risk in one way or another. Some of them will be SIVs, applicants. Others will be people who are eligible for refugee visas. Still others will be at risk in some fashion. We are putting all those numbers together, and we should have that in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this was fatally flawed, poorly executed. We had the loss of U.S. service members as a result. We should not have been operating off of an arbitrary July 31st deadline. Instead, what we should have done was tell the Taliban that we are going to leave Afghanistan when we're done bringing every last American home, not operating off of some arbitrary date. We shouldn't have collapsed Bagram when we did. We shouldn't have been relying on the Taliban to provide security at the airport. We shouldn't have been allowing billions of dollars worth of U.S. weapons and equipment to get turned over to Afghanistan. The administration should not have been lying and misleading the American public, like when the White House press secretary is standing out there to the press and to the American public and saying that Americans aren't stranded, even though we all know that they are. And I'm concerned that this administration with incompetency is exposing a vulnerability that other countries, like we see North Korea now testing long-range missiles. We see Iran enhancing uranium enrichment. What happens when China and Russia and Hamas and Hezbollah and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, they continue to press forward because we have an administration that doesn't know how to confront an adversary, understanding that they do not respect weakness, they only respect strength. And it is so greatly unfortunate, the consequences, and I believe that you, sir, should resign. That would be leadership. I yield back.
To the contrary, Congressman, I believe that there's nothing that our strategic competitors like China or Russia or our adversaries like Iran, like North Korea, would have liked more than for President Biden to have re-upped the war in Afghanistan for another 5, 10, or 20 years, to be bogged down in that conflict. Nothing they would have liked more. And we're now able, as a result of the decision the President made, that none of his predecessors made, to end the war after 20 years, to ensure that a third generation of Americans didn't have to go off and fight and die in Afghanistan, while bringing 125,000 people out. We are now in a much better position to confront the challenges and threats that we actually face in 2021.
This isn't a Democratic.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ami Bera of California, the chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, once again, I want to reiterate our thanks as a committee for your appearing before us, answering all the questions and giving every member a chance. That is not something your predecessor did very easily. Look, I agree with President Biden's decision to withdraw. I think most of the American public agrees with that decision. I sat in many hearings, sat in many classified and open briefings as we were looking at various scenarios of what that withdrawal looks like, what the capabilities of the Afghan government were. And, you know, unfortunately, the worst case scenario played out. And, you know, the images that we saw coming out of Afghanistan were painful, frankly, in the last few weeks of August. And I do think the men and women in the military and State Department in difficult circumstances stepped up. I do think the logistics of that airlift and getting the numbers of American citizens, visa holders, SIVs, vulnerable Afghans out in such a short period of time was remarkable. I think we all mourn the loss of life of Afghan civilians, but also the 13 men and women that were serving our country and meeting the mission. And there will be time to kind of go through and do the oversight and get a sense of where did our estimates go wrong? Where were the flaws? But at this moment in time, knowing that we still have American citizens there, knowing that we still have vulnerable Afghans and so forth, I really do want our focus to be getting those folks to the safety of the visa holders, the SIVs and others. And I won't ask you to guarantee a commitment that you'll get everyone out. Nobody can make that promise. But what I will ask is working with my office, working with the various congressional offices, the men and women in the State Department, that we will use every resource that we can in a difficult situation, in a challenging security situation on the ground, to do the best job possible to get every American citizen, visa holder, SIV, and vulnerable Afghan out to safety. Can I get that promise that we'll do everything?
Absolutely. You have that commitment, and I welcome working with every member of this committee to do just that.
Great, thank you. And your staff, and again, the men and women within the State Department and elsewhere, again, in trying circumstances, have been very readily available to work with us. As, you know, again, we've submitted over 10,000 names of folks, just given the size of our population in the community. Secondly, and we haven't talked about this, is, as I mentioned earlier, we have the largest Afghan refugee population in the country, and we're proud of that. You know, we've welcomed these men and women. We've got great resettlement agencies that are working with folks, but we've also got real challenges just because of the rapidity of folks leaving country and arriving after being vetted in the United States. Many of these folks now are coming as humanitarian parolees under a visa status that doesn't necessarily have the resources that are available. I know we will be working on a budget supplemental to help provide the resources to get medical resources, get visa resources, and ramp up your staffing at the State Department to process these refugees. I would hope that the men and women on this committee, Democrat, Republican, as well as everyone in the House and Senate, overwhelmingly support the supplemental requests that will be coming, as hopefully within the next few weeks, to provide those resources. Because the one thing, when I talk to our veterans community, and many that are served in Afghanistan and are wondering about that service, the one thing we can do to make them whole is to welcome these folks that served them, worked side by side, often saved their lives, and really do everything we can to get those folks to safety. Those that are coming to the United States, to help them reassemble their lives. So, Mr. Secretary, I would imagine that supplemental is coming. We've already heard some top line numbers the president's asked for. Are there specifics that, from your vantage point with the men and women who work for you, that you see on that horizon?
Yeah, thank you so much for flagging that. Let me just say very quickly, yes, we're going to be looking for support from all of you on this, and particularly a few things. For Afghans who are paroled into the United States to receive the same benefits that refugees do, so that they have some ongoing support, the ability to work in the United States, HHS benefits that they wouldn't otherwise get. We'd also like them to be able to apply for a green card after 1 year of being in the United States. And there's some significant funds that will be requested to support both the efforts that we've already made at the different transit points where we've incurred significant expenses, as well as to continue to relocate people, to bring them to transit points into the United States, process them, et cetera. So that is coming. And in fact, we need to get this done quickly in the CR, I think. So we have just a few weeks to do it. And I really welcome your support and everyone's support for that. Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Ann Wagner of Missouri, who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Blinken, I represent the people of Missouri's 2nd Congressional District, and today I'm also here on behalf of the family of Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz of our region. Let me tell you about this heroic and selfless young man. Lance Corporal Schmitz from Wentzville, Missouri, was 20 years old when he lost his life in the terrorist attack at the airport in Kabul, just days before Joe Biden's arbitrary deadline of August 31st. He was passionate about his military service. He was totally committed to making a difference as a U.S. Marine, and had gotten his parents' permission to enlist at just 17 years old. I don't believe that this hearing will allow us to truly understand why he and his fellow military servicemen and women were killed on August 26th of 2021. His family, their families, and all Americans deserve answers, sir. I am outraged to hear this administration claim its retreat from Afghanistan, its surrender, was a success. How could anyone say that 13 precious young men and women who lost their lives is a success? I'm not asking for my own peace of mind. I'm asking on behalf of the families. They're burying their sons and their daughters this week, and they deserve accountability, and they deserve transparency, and they deserve answers. The Biden administration outsourced the security of our military stationed at the Kabul airport to the Taliban. It was a total betrayal. You put the lives of our men and women in the hands of a brutal terrorist organization after you claimed that the Taliban would never even be in charge of the country. Then he said they would never be in charge of Kabul. He said we would never leave Americans and allies behind. It was lie after lie. President Biden wanted out at any cost. And that cost, sir, was 13 American lives, and $85 billion in equipment, our Bagram Air Base, our United States Embassy, our credibility with the allies and the Afghans who stood and fought with us, and our national security and safety of our homeland. Make no mistake, Mr. Secretary, the Biden administration's egregiously inept withdrawal has left America and the world a much less safe place 20 years after September 11th. Secretary Blinken, will you honor these families and give the American people the answers they deserve in the wake of this ongoing disaster? Who will be held accountable? In your opening statement, you said the Taliban, you said several times, the Taliban made it clear we had to withdraw. The Taliban made it clear, or they would escalate. Now we hear in testimony, President Putin was dictating our counterintelligence. And you tell us NATO made us do it. Trump made us do it. The Taliban made it clear. Do you take any responsibility, Secretary Blinken, for this disastrous withdrawal, or do you still want to call it a success?
Congresswoman, I'm responsible for the decisions that I make. I'm responsible for the actions of the State Department. I'm responsible for looking at any lessons to be taken from those decisions and those actions. I'm also responsible for being accountable for those decisions and
Let me
actions.
ask you a simple question.
And if you let me finish, please.
My time,
The way that I'm accountable is doing exactly what I'm doing today, which is to you and through you to the American people, to hold myself accountable for all those decisions. And we made the right decision in ending America's longest war. We made the right decision in not sending a third generation of Americans to fight and die in Afghanistan. We did the right thing by our citizens in working feverishly to get every one of them out. We did the right thing by 125,000 Afghans to bring them to safety. And now we're working to do the right thing to hold the Taliban to the expectations of the international community, to ensure people can continue to travel freely, to ensure that the rights of Afghans are upheld, to ensure that they make good on commitments they've made on counterterrorism. That's what we're doing.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Castro of Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for your testimony today. Thank you for your work and the work of the many very devoted employees at the State Department. And I want to talk to you for a second about a way that Congress can be helpful in that work. Secretary Blinken, the 9/11 Commission's report held that only 56% of the Bush administration's senior national security positions were filled at the beginning of September 2001, impeding its ability to respond to crises. Today, only 26% of the State Department's Senate-confirmed positions are filled. This isn't because President Biden hasn't presented nominees. It's because a single senator has thrown a tantrum and blocked these nominees from getting a vote and prevented national security positions from being filled. So I'm going to ask you a few yes or no questions regarding very important staffing at the State Department. Do we have a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary of State for Conflict and Stabilization Operations who would inform U.S. policy in war zones like Afghanistan?
We do not.
Do we have a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs who would cover Afghanistan?
We do not.
Do we have a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia and Pacific Affairs who would guide U.S. policy towards China, a country deeply involved in South Asia?
We do not.
For African Affairs?
We do not.
European and Eurasian Affairs?
We do not.
Western Hemisphere Affairs?
We do not.
International Organization Affairs, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, and Educational and Cultural Affairs?
We do not.
For each of these positions, President Biden has nominated a candidate. The candidate has testified in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, been vetted and recommended by that committee for a vote, only to be delayed by a hold by Senator Ted Cruz of my home state of Texas. This has delayed many other positions as well and is denying you the team you need to advance our nation's interest abroad and protect our own national security. Despite this, the State Department rose to the occasion. Over 120,000 people were successfully evacuated from Afghanistan in a short period of time in one of the biggest humanitarian operations the United States has ever seen. But the work continues, and having Senate-confirmed people in these positions will be critical as we marshal our allies for what comes next in Afghanistan. And I want to ask you, Mr. Secretary, as you've done this very hard work and your people at the department are stretched thin because the Senate has not confirmed these nominees, what would you say to Senator Cruz, who's single-handedly blocking key national security appointments and jeopardizing our national security?
Look, I would just simply ask the Senator and ask the Senate to move forward in confirming our nominees, virtually all of whom went through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and were sent to the floor, and that's where they now lie. And to your point, we need all these people. We need them to do the business of the United States. We need them to advance the interests of the United States, especially at this critical time. So I hope very much that we can work through this very, very quickly, and I would hope that the Senate can get our nominees confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm going to ask another question on Pakistan, and you may have to take some of it for the record, but I want to get through the question real quick.
Sure.
I want to follow up on Rep. Keating's line of questioning about Pakistan. As you just noted, over the years, Pakistan has harbored Taliban leaders and provided other forms of support to the group. As my colleague noted, Pakistan's leader cheered the Taliban taking over Afghanistan. You began discussing what we will be looking at with Pakistan moving forward. And on that note, Pakistan is currently a major non-NATO ally of the United States, giving it a number of benefits, including privileged access to U.S. arms sales. And so, based on their past actions, our conversation today, all of it, I want to ask you, given its longtime support for the Taliban, is it time for the United States to reassess its relationship with Pakistan and reassess its status as a major non-NATO ally?
Thank you for the reasons you cited, as well as others. This is one of the things that we're going to be looking at in the days and weeks ahead. The role that Pakistan has played over the last 20 years, but also the role that we would want to see it play in the coming years, and what it will take for it to do that.
Thank you. I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Brian Mast of Florida for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, as the transcript, the leaked transcript, as you referred to it, says, did the President Biden work with the coward exiled president of Afghanistan to manipulate the intelligence about the Taliban?
What the president said to then President Ghani in private is exactly what he said in public, that the issue was not whether Afghanistan had the capacity to withstand the Taliban, it's whether it had the will and the plan to do so. He
He's
urged
saying the
him
transcript is a
to
lie.
show that will and
It's
have that
false.
plan.
It's incorrect. He did not
And to
work.
bring people together in
You're saying
unity.
it's false, it's a lie, it's incorrect. He did not work to tamp down the intelligence on the Taliban.
Absolutely not.
So the transcript is incorrect. That's your testimony today.
The intelligence that we had, we've already discussed at some length about what the assessments were of the Taliban and its capacity to take over the country.
I think that everybody looking for an explanation about what happened and how everybody got it so wrong, how your administration got it so wrong, needs to look at that as the most likely explanation, asking the president to manipulate the intelligence of what was actually going on with the Taliban. And I'm going to tell you the 13 families that deserve most to really hear the honest answers on that. It's these families. Marine Lance Corporal Kareem Nakui. His family deserves to truly know that. Marine Corporal Dagan Page. His family truly deserves to know if that's why they are missing their son because intelligence was manipulated. Marine Lance Corporal Riley McCullum, 20, wife expecting their first child. Sister said he was going to be the best dad ever. They deserve to know if that's what happened and that's why everything went so wrong. Marine Sergeant Nicole Gee, 23 years old. You can see her there holding a young child. Her family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong, because that intelligence was manipulated. Marine Lance Corporal David Espinoza, just 20 years old. Family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong is because the intelligence was manipulated. Marine Corporal Humberto Sanchez, just 22 years old. Mother said, "My kid was a hero." That's what was said. That's what his mother said. Deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong, because the intelligence got manipulated. Marine Lance Corporal Jared Smits, just 20 years old. Family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong. Marine Corporal Hunter Lopez, just 22, son of 2 sheriffs, plan to follow in their footsteps. Their family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong is because you all worked to manipulate the intelligence of what was going on the ground there. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren Hoover, his family said, "I love you, son. Check in on us. We will try to make you proud." They deserve to know if that's what happened, if that's how everything went so wrong in Afghanistan. Marine Corps Sergeant Johanny Rosario Picardo, family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong, because you all worked to manipulate the intelligence of what was going on with the Taliban. Marine Lance Corporal Dylan Marola, just 20. Family said he always had a smile on his face, was the kindest person. They deserve to know if that's why everything went so wrong, because you all manipulated intelligence. Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Canals, the ultimate honor he could give was to give back to his country. He would not be sorry. He would not regret it. That's what his family said. They deserve to know if you manipulated intelligence, if President Biden manipulated intelligence, and that's what led to everything going so wrong. Navy Corpsman Maxton Soviak, just 22. His family deserves to know if that's why everything went so wrong. We deserve hearings on what's going on with that leaked transcript. We deserve to know why there are others that remain in Afghanistan. Mark Frericks, Navy veteran, disappeared in Coast Province January 30 of 2020. We deserve to know what's going on with his release. These are things that have to be answered for. I do not believe whatsoever what you're saying about the administration not working to manipulate that intelligence. To me, that is the most logical explanation of how so many in the intelligence community got this so wrong about what was going to happen in Afghanistan. Why it would seem somehow logical for President Biden to leave the, quote, most advanced military weaponry, why some would not speak out against that if they were getting the false intelligence because it was coming from the top down to manipulate it. In my opinion, that's absolutely aid and comfort to the enemy. I absolutely wonder if you were complicit in this as well. I find it hard to believe that President Biden would do that without you being aware of this, and these are things that we deserve to know better answers, have better hearings on this. I do not believe a word that you're saying on this.
Simply put,
I do not wish to hear
Congressman-
from you. I'm not
simply
yielding you a
put,
moment
Congressman,
of time.
what you
I'm
said
not
is
yielding
dead
you a moment
wrong.
of time. I don't wish
There
to
is
hear
no
your lies.
manipulation
You've
of
heard your
intelligence,
lies when you step
period.
up in front of the camera.
And
Not listening
you
to
have all
you.
been
Don't wish to hear
regularly
your lies.
apprised of the
No,
intelligence
thank you for your
assessments.
lies.
All
Not
Gentlemen,
through over the
the gentleman will
months,
suspend.
and
hear
that
your
is
lies.
simply
The gentleman's
not true.
time.
Not looking to hear
The gentleman's time has expired.
And so has the
The
secretary.
gentleman's time has
Yes, so
expired.
has the secretary.
The secretary can answer the question.
I didn't ask him a question.
You did ask a question.
I don't want to hear from the secretary.
gentleman's time
he lies to
has
us when he
expired.
steps in front of the camera. That's
The
what he
gentleman's
does.
time
Lies to us when he
has
steps in front of the
expired.
camera. Expect the
Secretary,
Taliban to live up
the
to their
gentleman's
commitment to
time
counterterrorism. Least
has
believable
answered-
thing I've ever heard.
The gentleman's time has expired.
People need to use common
The
sense
gentleman's
with this
time
secretary.
has expired. We're here to hear from the secretary.
Not to hear lies.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Secretary, if you wish, you may answer the question.
We don't need to hear lies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to respond briefly, what the congressman said is simply wrong, period. Second, I think virtually every member of this committee has had access to or been apprised of the intelligence assessments throughout the year. And you know what they were, you know what they are. And we will continue to provide those assessments and those briefings in the weeks and months ahead. You've heard the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff say that he has not seen anything that indicated to him or to anyone else that the Afghan government and military would collapse in 11 days. The Director of National Intelligence has said that even in the days leading up to the Taliban takeover, intelligence agencies did not say collapse was imminent. This unfolded more quickly than we anticipated, including in the intelligence community. And I could go on. So what has been said and alleged is simply not true.
And that would be.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada,
President
Ms. Dina
Biden was
Titus from
manipulating
Nevada,
intelligence.
is now
Obvious
recognized
assessment.
for
That
5
makes
minutes.
sense. That's why it all adds up.
The gentleman's
Thank you, Mr.
time has
Chairman.
expired.
He definitely
And the
proved
gentleman
point.
will cease immediately.
He definitely proved the
The
point.
gentleman
well.
will
Thank you.
cease immediately.
Well, he proved the point. Thank you for letting him prove it. I appreciate
I
that.
now recognize the gentlelady from Nevada, Representative Dina Titus, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, for being here. I'd like to go back to a point made by Mr. Conley on the Doha agreement. I wonder if you would discuss for us what impact you think that agreement may have had on the morale of the Afghan Defense Forces and on the unity of the Afghan government.
Well, that agreement committed the United States to leave Afghanistan by May 1st of this year. And so that certainly factored into the thinking and concerns of the Afghan government and of the Afghan security forces. The extent of that impact, hard to know for sure, but certainly that had to factor into their thinking and as well as into their concerns.
I believe so, and that led to that perhaps quicker than realized collapse that occurred that we didn't anticipate. I get just a couple of other questions. We've been hearing about domestic and foreign journalists being abused by the Taliban, and also some of the NGO or healthcare workers or just non-government humanitarian workers. I wonder if there's anything going on, any talks between the U.S. and any of our international partners of how to defend them to be sure that they are able to continue their work once we're gone?
Yes, very much so. Two things. One, we've been working very hard to make sure that basic humanitarian assistance can still get into Afghanistan, working with and through NGOs, working with and through the United Nations agencies, and also putting in place mechanisms to make sure that that assistance is used in the way we intend it to be used, that is to the benefit of the Afghan people, the recipients, not the Taliban-led government. Second, we've been working full-time around the world to bring country after country on board with the expectations that we're setting of the conduct of a Taliban-led government, to include upholding the basic rights of the Afghan people, to include women and minorities. And we have put in place a UN Security Council resolution setting those clear expectations. More than 100 countries around the world, led by our efforts, have signed on to that. And to the extent the Taliban is looking for any kind of legitimacy or any kind of support from the international community, that will not be forthcoming in any fashion if it's not making good on those basic expectations and on commitments it itself has made. So going forward, its conduct will define its relationship with the rest of the world.
Thank you. They seek to be legitimate, I know, but in the meantime, one of the challenges they're facing, of course, is the economy, and that's not new. That existed under the Ghani government. But we see Pakistan and China rapidly positioning themselves to kind of take advantage of this destabilized economy. I wonder how that's going to impact the U.S. and U.S. international relations, especially in light of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund freezing distributions of funds to Afghanistan. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, you're certainly right to point to that. And the fact of the matter is, though, that there is a Security Council resolution that should also bind Russia and China in their conduct going forward. The international community over the last years was providing every year about 75% of the Afghan government's budget. Needless to say, that's been frozen. Virtually all of Afghanistan's foreign reserves are here in the United States. They are frozen. International financial institutions are not going forward with their own assistance or the ability for Afghanistan to engage in international financial transactions. And so all of that is on the ledger when it comes to what we can do to have the Taliban meet the expectations that have been set by the international community when it comes to how it conducts itself.
Well, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, and the Environment and Cyber for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, just to get to the core of what your philosophy is on national and international security, sir, do you believe in the maxim and the precept of the stronger that we exert ourselves overseas, the safer we are here in America, i.e. peace through strength?
I believe, first, the stronger we are at home, the stronger we're going to be overseas, and that requires unity. It requires coming together. It requires making investments in ourselves. And I hope we can see those forward together. Second, to your point, around the world, it requires absolutely having the strongest military and defense in the world, but it also requires using all the tools at our disposal, to include our diplomacy, to include our economic tools, to include political tools, cultural tools. All of that is in the mix, and all of that defines our strength in the world.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe that what the world witnessed over the past several weeks in Afghanistan was American strength?
I believe that what the world witnessed was the president ending a war that had gone on for 20 years.
But did they witness American strength over the past few weeks?
And they witnessed an extraordinary effort that no other country could or would have made under the most extreme conditions in bringing 125,000 people out to safety, in making sure that we stood by our allies and partners and helping them to get out as well. And things we've heard from allies and partners around the world is no other country could or would have done what we did.
Mr. Secretary, I recently left Ukraine. Just a few days ago, I returned. My next step...
Just hold off 1 second. We're having technical problems. I don't see the Secretary that's on, and we should be able to see him visually. And I want to make sure you get all of the time to ask the questions that you are putting forward in his response.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Secretary, but we don't see you.
Yeah, it looks like the image is frozen here, so let's see if we can...
Yeah, let's see if we can fix that. The technical staff is working on it. I want to make sure Mr. Fitzgerald gets all of the time. Mr. Fitzpatrick, what did I say? Mr. Fitzpatrick.
How's that, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I don't have a visual of the Secretary. Now, okay.
Did I get my time reclaimed, sir?
Yes, let's give Mr. Fitzpatrick how much time when I stopped him?
It should be 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
No, when I stopped, I continued the questions that you had asked, but when I stopped, 4 minutes? Okay.
Fine.
We can resume from
Mr. Secretary, I just returned from Ukraine 2 days ago. My next stop will be Taiwan.
Yes.
Sir, these people are scared to death. They're scared to death. So can we get you on the record here today, sir, to tell this committee, this Congress, and our nation that we will unequivocally and unapologetically do whatever it takes to have the backs of our friends in Ukraine and our friends in Taiwan, our friends in Ukraine in the event of Russian aggression, our friends in Taiwan in the event of Chinese aggression.
Absolutely. We stand by our commitments to both countries.
And we will do whatever it takes to defend them.
We will stand by our commitments. We'll stand by our commitments to Taiwan under the Taiwan Relations Act. We'll stand by the commitments we have to Ukraine, including, by the way, commitments that President Zelensky discussed and put out just about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Sir, I can tell you, I just left there. They are scared to death, and they question the commitment of this country. So I will take you at your word that we will do whatever it takes to defend Taiwan and Ukraine. Next question. Not talking about the arms and munitions. I'm talking about the heavy equipment, the tanks, the Humvees, the Black Hawk helicopters, the aircraft. Sir, all this is GPS tracked. We can identify this, where it's at. Why did we not destroy it, or don't we destroy it now?
Thank you. So let me say this. I know my colleagues from the Defense Department, the Joint Chiefs, et cetera, will have an opportunity to speak to you, to speak to Congress in the weeks ahead. They're the experts on this. Since 2004, roughly, something like $80 billion in defense articles was provided to Afghanistan. So that goes back over the last roughly.
Sir, I'm only asking about the GPS tracking. We know the location of this equipment that we have now seen fall into the hands of terrorists. Are we going to destroy it or not?
So much of this equipment is either inoperable or will soon be inoperable because it can't be maintained. As I've seen it, based on what I've heard from my colleagues, there is nothing of strategic value, that is, that would threaten us or threaten Afghanistan's neighbors. Having said that, I'm not.
We're going to take the final break here of the hour. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Do you believe that America should ever in any way capitulate to terrorists?
Absolutely not.
Do you believe, sir, that allowing the Taliban to run perimeter Hakaya with American troops on the inside of that perimeter, relying on the Taliban to keep ISIS out, and American citizens, passport holders on the outside of the perimeter, relying on the Taliban to get in, that is capitulating to terrorists?
The reality is that the government and Afghan National Security Forces collapsed. The reality is that the Taliban took over Kabul, as well as much of the country. That was the reality we were dealing with. And the judgment of all of us, starting with our military commanders, including the people on the ground, was that our job was to work to get as many people out as possible, American citizens, Afghans at risk, and because the Taliban controlled the city, that required some coordination with them to get people through and to the airport.
Sir, to an 18-year-old Afghani girl who may be watching this hearing today, who was born after 9/11, who knows nothing of what it's like to live under Taliban rule, who had hopes and dreams, who's in school, who wanted to be a female journalist, to help women and young girls rise up in Afghanistan, who now feels betrayed by the actions of this administration, what is your message to her?
I spoke to a number of young Afghan women, including 18, 19, 21-year-olds, just about a week ago in Doha, actually in Ramstein, Germany, where
their lives are
many
at risk right now?
relocated. And we talked about their futures. We talked about the futures of Afghan women and girls who remain in Afghanistan.
Under the Taliban?
And we talked about the ongoing commitment that the United States has and countries around the world have to do everything we can to support those women and girls going forward.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Ted Lieu of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meek, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your public service. When I served on active duty in the United States Air Force, I participated in Operation Pacific Haven, where we airlifted thousands and thousands of Kurds out of northern Iraq because Saddam Hussein was going to go in and kill them. We worked with the State Department and other U.S. agencies, and it was a very difficult mission. So I want to commend you and the State Department and all the U.S. personnel who executed an evacuation of over 120,000 people under immense danger. That was a remarkable feat that all of you did. And I also want to honor the 13 Marines that gave their lives in service to our country. What I'd like to ask you about is the document that started all of this, the February 29th document, 2020. That document
was negotiated by the Trump administration with the Taliban, correct?
That's correct.
The Trump administration signed that document, correct?
That's correct.
And under that document, it had a very specific date for withdrawal of all U.S. forces. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
I'm going to read you what the document says because I think my Republican colleagues need to hear this and the American people. On the very first page of the February 29th, 2020 agreement that the Trump administration signed with the Taliban, it states, the United States is committed to withdraw from Afghanistan all military forces of the United States, its allies and coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, private security contractors, trainers, advisors, and supporting services personnel within 14 months following announcement of this agreement. That's a very specific timeline, isn't it?
It is.
In fact, it gets even more specific. It says that in the first 135 days, the United States, its allies, and the coalition will withdraw all their forces from 5 military bases. Did Donald Trump do that?
He did.
Yeah. In fact, when you read this document, let's just be clear. This is a surrender document. Donald Trump surrendered to the Taliban, and he said, we are leaving Afghanistan, we're not coming back, and we're not going to fight you anymore. Now, our Republican colleagues want to say that somehow it's conditions-based. And did you notice that earlier, they didn't want you to talk about the conditions? Because the main condition is that the Taliban was going to stop attacking U.S. forces. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know how many U.S. forces died in the first year of the Trump presidency in 2017, Secretary Blinken? Approximately 14.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many died in 2018, the second year of the Trump presidency? How many U.S. forces died in Afghanistan? Approximately 14. In 2019, the third year of the Trump presidency, do you know how many U.S. forces died in Afghanistan? Approximately 21. And then Republican colleagues say, hey, for a whole year and a half, U.S. forces didn't die. That's because the Taliban stopped attacking U.S. forces because of this agreement. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And if the Biden administration had somehow said, hey, just kidding, we're not leaving Afghanistan, we're going to renege on this agreement, the Taliban would have started attacking U.S. forces again. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, Donald Trump withdrew over 15,000 U.S. troops at the height in Afghanistan during his presidency, down to 2,500 by the time President Biden inherited office. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's about right. I think he had about 13,500 when the administration started, down to 2,500 when the administration ended.
So Donald Trump executed not only this surrender agreement, but also 70 to 80% of the surrender of the withdrawal. And he left you all with nearly 2,500 U.S. troops, and the Taliban was still meeting their condition of not attacking U.S. forces. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
They literally put in a box that you had to withdraw all U.S. forces, or else they essentially would start attacking our forces again. Isn't that right?
Attacking our forces and engaging in an offensive against Afghanistan cities, which they'd refrain from.
And the reason we know intelligence wasn't manipulated is because the Trump administration, in fact, would not have agreed to a specific date certain to withdraw all U.S. forces if they knew the Afghan government would collapse in 11 days after that. Isn't that right?
It stands to reason.
In fact, it was a bipartisan, you can call it not understanding what's happening in Afghanistan, but this was happening over 20 years. Isn't that right? That we were getting rosy assessments on a bipartisan basis that turned out not to be all that accurate.
I believe that's correct, and certainly I saw that from my previous service in government.
Great. So let's just be clear here. It was Donald Trump who signed and negotiated the surrender agreement that, by the way, released 5,000 Taliban prisoners. Isn't that right?
It did release 5,000 prisoners, yes.
So Donald Trump, the administration, signed this agreement, negotiated it, executed it, and then President Biden completed the withdrawal. That is what happened.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a picture of Staff Sergeant Ryan Knaus in my local paper, the Knoxville Focus. I want to read you something that his mama said this weekend at the funeral. He was a God-loving man. He died helping people. He died doing what he loved to do. You know, my constituent, Staff Sergeant Ryan Knaus, he was one of the 13 souls lost while allowing over 100,000 people to escape the Taliban. Sadly, the death of Sergeant Knaus, his fellow heroes, I feel like was entirely preventable. If your department and this administration had a plan and had not been caught flat-footed in Afghanistan, there would have been no need to surge 6,000 additional soldiers into the country to secure that airport. You have repeatedly stated that every contingency was planned for, but clearly the rapid collapse of the Afghan government was something that you had not planned for. Their blood is on your hands in this administration, sir. I call on you to resign, and I yield the remainder of my time to Mark Green.
Congressman,
Mr.
may I
Chairman,
respond? Mr. Chairman? May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, he yielded to me. Can I go ahead?
Mark Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman did yield his time back. I now recognize Representative Susan Weil of Pennsylvania.
He yielded his time to me, Mr. Chairman. He yielded his time to me.
He yielded his time. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, yes or no, and I do mean yes or no, is the Taliban a terrorist organization?
The Taliban has been designated as a terrorist organization. That's correct.
And are you aware that news reports last week show that the Taliban has already set up a school to teach suicide bombers? Are you aware of that reporting?
I've not seen that report.
I'll make
but
sure.
I'd be welcome if you'd like to share it. Please do.
I'll absolutely do that. Thank you very much. You guys keep talking about insinuating that you're going to make an agreement with the Taliban. If they're a terrorist organization, if they have people in their leadership that are on the FBI's terrorist watch list, if they have leadership that is known to be terrorists, and you here have said they are a terrorist organization, what makes it right to even negotiate with these people?
Anything we do, Congressman, will be for purposes of advancing the interests and national security of the United States. And those interests, among other things, involve ensuring that people can continue to travel freely out of Afghanistan, including any remaining American citizens who
Well,
want to leave.
If I could on that note,
counterterrorism commitments.
Very much related to that point, if I could,
government, we will do so in a way that's fully consistent with our law.
Mr. Secretary, I'm reclaiming my time. On that note, you have said, and we have said, and your department has said, and the DOD has said to people who are sitting over there, now that we're all gone, they should destroy their documents because the Taliban are searching them and killing them with those documents. You say you got a plan to get those people out of there, but they can't get on an airplane without documents. You have nobody over there to print them documents. How are they going to get out of there? What is your plan if they have no documents? Your people told them to destroy the documents. DOD said destroy the documents. We've told them, because we're talking to hundreds of them on the phone, U.S. citizens, SIVs. What's the plan?
We did not tell people to destroy documents, although I understand that some people did for understandable reasons in many cases.
Yeah, we've got the pictures of the dead bodies. I mean, I can show you the videos that friends of mine, former interpreters that I know, are videoing and sending to me. I can send those to you. They're destroying those documents because they don't want to wind up on a dirt road bleeding to death. So what's the plan to get those individuals who have no documents now out of that country?
The plan is this. First, the Taliban-led government has made commitments to recognize documents to exit the country, to include U.S. passports, to include green cards, to include visas. For those who have those documents, we're working with other partners, including Qatar.
Well, I mean for the people who don't have documents, Mr. Secretary, that we know. You just said it was understandable that they would destroy those documents. So what are we doing for the people who don't have documents?
And we are putting in place exactly that, a mechanism to make sure that we can get people the documents they need in order to leave the country. And I'm happy to take that up in a different setting to go into more detail. But
okay, you're insinuating that might be classified. Okay, fine, we can do that. Considering that the agreement between the Taliban and Afghan governments that the president keeps talking about, everybody keeps talking about this, agreement between the Taliban and the Afghan governments that they're just following. We're following the agreement, and It looks like my time's about to expire. I'll see you in a few minutes when it's my turn. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Susan Wild of Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Blinken, we just received word in my office this past weekend that one of my constituents here in Pennsylvania 7, an American citizen, has been successfully evacuated from Afghanistan and is now safely in Qatar. She is a wife and mother, and I want to thank you and the State Department officials who worked so hard with my team to ensure this successful outcome, and I hope for
Glad to hear that.
I hope for many more. Mr. Secretary, like all of my colleagues here, I've been working with my team to assist vulnerable Afghan allies who worked shoulder to shoulder with service members from our communities. And I have to say that over the course of the evacuation, it was beyond heartbreaking to see that in the vast majority of cases, the Afghan allies we were trying to assist were simply not getting out or receiving any useful information, even with members of Congress getting involved. Although I will also say parenthetically, there may have been situations where members of Congress were not particularly helpful or were getting in the way, and I apologize for that on behalf of this body. But at the same time, I want to recognize the extraordinary efforts behind what was the largest airlift in American history. It's a testament to our service members, first and foremost, as well as the administration. What I want to ask you is, what concrete steps is the State Department taking now to accelerate processing time for SIV, P2, and other applications for vulnerable Afghan allies? And what steps is the department taking to improve communication with offices here in Congress when it comes to time-sensitive cases involving our Afghan allies?
Thank you. First, let me just again thank you personally, but also thank so many members of this committee who have been working with us on SIVs and other Afghans at risk, getting information to us, working to follow up. We're deeply, deeply grateful for that, and we want to make sure that we continue to do that and work on these cases. As you know, we've discussed before. In the first instance, of course, we inherited a program that was in a deep freeze. We got it back up into second and third gear, and well before the collapse of the government, we went from issuing about 100 visas a week to 1,000, and we were working with Congress to try to streamline and make more efficient this program. As you know, there are 14 steps involving half a dozen agencies that are required by law or by the different implementing rules that came into place as a result of that law. However, having said all of that, going forward, a few things. We have about 20,000 people in the SIV pipeline. That's basically been the number for a long time. It's accumulated over many years, and it's stayed more or less in that area because more people, even today, continue to start the application process. But as you know, the most critical moment in the application process is what's called chief of mission approval. That's the point at which people are found to be, in fact, eligible for the program. They meet the requirements. And of all the people applying to the program, 40% don't make it through chief of mission approval because it turns out that they don't qualify. Now, some of that is because they don't have the necessary documentation required, again, by law to demonstrate their eligibility. Much of that is because of the many people applying for SIVs. The majority, well over the majority, worked for DoD contractors primarily. These are not the interpreters and translators. These are folks who work for contractors or subcontractors. Getting a letter demonstrating that they provided faithful service can be very, very difficult, especially if the contractor or the sub went out of business. We need to find a way to deal with that. And also to work with all the other agencies to make sure they have the appropriate records. But let me just quickly fast forward to your question. We have about 4,000 or so people who are at the chief of mission approval stage right now, and we're going to work to get them through that in the coming weeks. And then we have another roughly 4,000 who already have chief of mission approval. There's still a number of other steps mandated by law that go into this, including interviews, fingerprinting, et cetera. We're looking to see with you how we can expedite all of that while keeping security foremost in our minds, move people to third countries to finish whatever processing is necessary, and then bring them to the United States. But we need to come to you, I think, to work on ways that we can make this program even more efficient and more streamlined beyond even what we were able to do over the last 9 months.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Mark Green of Tennessee, who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Blinken, your credibility, I think, would be a lot greater if you'd at least own something. Something, X, Y, Z, something. Yet you follow the lead of your president and you blame everybody else. It's not your problem. It's Trump. It's somebody else. You'd have credibility. Let me give you an example. HKIA. You had no plan or a horrible plan to get people into the gate. Just get them through the gate. My colleagues and I had hundreds of people on the phone that were U.S. citizens sitting at the gates and they couldn't get in. That's a failure on you, either to plan or you had a horrible plan, but those U.S. citizens couldn't get through the gate. Just own it. Get some credibility. Own it. You keep telling us that the DOD and President Biden had no idea that the Taliban would be so successful, the collapse of the Afghan forces. And then you want us to believe you when you say the Russians and the Chinese aren't empowered by this. That kills your credibility by saying, hey, we failed to predict that this would happen. Nobody had an idea that they'd collapse like that. And then you say, oh, but I assure you, the Russians and the Chinese aren't empowered by this, and we're supposed to believe you. I've already talked about the documents. The United Kingdom, I'm sure you're familiar, it went viral. A member of Parliament in the United Kingdom on the floor of the House of Commons, Tom Tugendhat, basically called the withdrawal, President Biden's withdrawal, shameful, and said that the UK, our greatest ally, should reconsider how dependent they are on the United States. Yet you sit here today and tell us that NATO was completely fine with everything. Y'all coordinated everything with NATO and it was all good. That's what you've communicated to me, at least, or here today. And yet a member of Parliament is saying it was a shameful withdrawal on the floor of the House of Commons, our greatest ally. The headline of The Economist a few weeks ago, I don't know if you saw it, but it said, Biden's debacle. I'm not so sure NATO will agree with you that they were all in on this together. Now, I will say this. It is against the law, the United States law, to give material aid to a terrorist organization. You said earlier today, when I asked you before, if the Taliban was a terrorist organization, you said yes. $85 billion, I would consider that material aid to a terrorist organization, Mr. Secretary. And you had, here we are. Oh, well, but wait, you admitted we had no idea that the Taliban would be so successful. We had no idea that, the Afghans would fail like this. Well, that's your fault. That's your administration's fault. I guess maybe it's the intel community's fault. That's what you're really saying. Hey, CIA and all you other guys, you failed to give us good intel here. We had no idea this was going to happen. But we're supposed to trust you when you tell us other things about the Chinese and the Russians. Considering rumors of ISIS support for the, ISI's support for the Taliban, have you guys reached out to India as a possible staging area for the over-the-horizon forces? And I'm talking northwest India as a potential, because we all know Qatar and the Doha, the other places are just a little bit too far, Kuwait, all of that. What about northwest India, and have you reached out, have you thought about that?
Let me just say generally, Congressman, we're deeply engaged with India across the board. With regard, though, to any specifics about over-the-horizon capabilities and the plans that we put in place, or will continue to put in place, I'd rather take that up in a different setting, and I think the chairman referenced that at the start of the hearing.
I think that's very fair, and I appreciate you saying that, and I'm glad to at least know that there's an opportunity to talk about that, because I think that from my standpoint, is an opportunity we should seize. I'd like to go back to the documents and give you a few seconds to talk about that, because I do want to hear your plan for those individuals, if you can, today. And if you can't, then fine, we'll talk about it behind closed doors. But I am very concerned about people who destroyed documents. Can you elaborate at all on that?
I really appreciate that, and I just want to assure you, but I'd rather have this conversation in a different setting, that we are putting in place plans to make sure that people can get documents that they need, and documents that the Taliban says it will recognize to allow them to leave the country. I'd be happy to pursue that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm one of 20,000 Gold Star children from the Vietnam War, and now joined by 5,000 more Gold Star children from both Iraq and Afghanistan. And I just want to acknowledge all of my brothers and sisters who've had to watch the events of the last month that so sadly look so strangely familiar as it relates to the fall of Saigon, of course, 50 years ago. I also want to honor the service of many of my colleagues, many of whom serve on this very committee, including my friend Brian Mast, who just about gave his entire life to our country, and I honor all of you. I want to start with that. And let me assure you, it's been difficult, heartbreaking, and disappointing to watch the last number of years, and of course the last month. But I also have to say I'm terribly disappointed in my colleagues, some of them on this committee today. I think it's embarrassing, I think it's counterproductive, and I think it's shameful, frankly, because I don't hold Republicans accountable for my father's death, even though he died in a Republican administration. I hold John Kennedy, I hold Lyndon Johnson, I hold Richard Nixon, I hold Congress accountable as well, and many other individuals. I just ask that the spirit of this committee return to our core job. With that, Mr. Secretary, you've spoken about lessons learned for both our country, not terribly specifically. I'd welcome you to cover that again. What specifically did we learn? What should we have learned collectively? And also personally, what have you learned? What might you do differently as you look back over the last number of months in preparation for this exit?
Thank you very much. Thank you for what you said, and thank you for the question. I think we all have to take stock of the last 9 months and the last 20 years, because to reach the point that we've reached today, it's an accumulation of decisions, strategies, plans over 20 years, as well as over the last 9 months, and all of that has to factor in. Look, my biggest takeaway is that when it comes to using force, we are very good and very effective at doing that to deal with a terrorist threat to this country, as we've demonstrated time and again, and as we demonstrated after 9/11. And we need to make sure that we always have the capacity to be the most effective country on earth when it comes to that. At the same time, I think one of the hard lessons, at least to me, of Afghanistan is even the best intentions, and these were really good intentions, to try to remake a society, remake a country in an image that looks a little bit more like what we believe is right, may be beyond our capacity. And inserting ourselves into the middle of a civil war and staying there with no prospect of actually creating a decisive effect also is something we need to think really, really hard about. I think we got to a point in Afghanistan, not when it comes to counterterrorism, where thanks to the extraordinary courage, bravery, and success of generations now of men and women in uniform, as well as the diplomats and intelligence officials who worked with them, they did a remarkable job in dealing with the people who attacked us on 9/11. But when it came to this much more expansive effort to defeat the Taliban and to remake Afghanistan, that was a different story. And I think we got to the point where arguably we knew how not to lose, but we were not capable in that frame of winning. And the result was it went on.
Secretary, I've got about a minute left. I just want to reclaim a little bit of time.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
I also want to salute our staffers in Democratic offices,
Yes.
Republican officers, many of them very early career staffers who have done yeoman's work to help people evacuate from Afghanistan. I want to celebrate them. But what I've heard from many, Mr. Secretary, is that the coordination of this effort was very challenging. Very quickly, what grade would you give the United States of America for its whole of government planning and execution of the withdrawal plan? What grade?
I can't give it a grade, but here's what I can say. I think that that you're right. We, in this extraordinary situation, had to do a tremendous amount of work to get to a better place, especially when it comes to coordination. And there's a lot of work yet to be done, learning from what we did and what we didn't do, going forward to put us in a better place. And so I think from my perspective at least, it definitely improved, but it did not start from a great place, largely because of the exigency of the situation that we were in. But here's the question that I hope we can work on together. Knowing that, how do we put ourselves in a better position going forward so that we can get that kind of coordination, cooperation stood up much more quickly?
I appreciate your candor, and I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, let me return to the dissent cable. You said you read the July 13th dissent cable prepared by the career diplomats at the Kabul embassy. And you said you're very proud of that. Is that, again, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that warning came over 1 month before the fall of Kabul, right?
The cable was, I believe, on July 13th, yes.
July 13th, so over a month. And the cable warned that the Afghan government was at risk of collapse. And your response was, quote, the thoughts of the drafters reflected much of the thinking of the department, unquote. And you still maintain that to be the case?
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
The cable did say the Afghan government was at risk of collapse, and you said that the thoughts of the drafters reflected much of the thinking of the department. By the way, at the exact same time, the Bureau of Intelligence and Research in the department was briefing this committee that the Taliban was moving quickly toward a takeover of the country. You presumably had access to that same intelligence from INR, which corroborated the dissent cable and was alarming to many members of this committee. Do you dispute that?
As we've had an opportunity to discuss throughout these many months, there were ongoing intelligence assessments about the durability, resilience of the Afghan government.
Look, I mean, let's just be honest, Mr. Secretary. These were alarming cables. They were warnings. There were warnings to you. You said they reflected the majority.
All right, so we were taking for quite some time this really impactful hearing on from the House Foreign Affairs Committee as we heard from congressmen and women continuing to talk. There's the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on the whole Afghanistan withdrawal, how it all happened, and what were some of the bumps in the road, the bump being the biggest one, that we had 13 service members that were killed on just a day before the withdrawal was complete there. So we are hearing a lot of back and forth there and have some highlights as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Pace, as we continue to bring you live events from across the country as they're happening in real time. I do want to show you now what we continue to monitor right now. This is Tropical Storm Nicholas right here that looks like they will continue to make landfall there in Texas. We're getting an update from the Texas Governor Greg Abbott on the very latest from what they are seeing from the emergency management systems.
Flooding and potential damage caused by the rainfall, and there's always the possibility that other storms such as tornadoes could be spawned. So it's essential that people at the local level stay in constant attention to the information being provided about the weather system, as well as any warnings that are issued by local authorities. One thing that we have achieved, and that is good, effective communication with local authorities as well as with federal authorities. I just got off the phone with President Biden, who offered the support of the federal government to assist the state of Texas, and the state of Texas in turn is working with all of the affected counties to provide them the assistance they need. To give you a summary of what has taken place so far and what I am about to formally declare, there are 17 counties and 3 cities that will be declared in my emergency proclamation for an emergency declaration. In addition to that, Texas Task Force 1 has deployed 6 swiftwater boat squads and 2 water group supervisors. Additional squads of swiftwater boats were deployed today, and then also 4 helicopter teams with hoist capability are staged in Austin and San Antonio. Also 9 boat squads, which is a total of 18 boats, and 2 water group supervisors are standing by for the Texas Division of Emergency Management Rescue Mission process to assist local officials as needed. Texas Parks and Wildlife, Texas game wardens, and state park police officers are prepared to respond to areas affected by the storm to support boat rescue operations as needed. Also, game wardens are equipped with unmanned aerial systems to support rescue operations because of challenges created by Tropical Storm Nicholas. As you probably heard, the Texas Military Division through the National Guard have rostered